Game of Thrones escape game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Unpredictable. If there is no legal reason, he can't kill you by force. Ian continued to ask. I'm a wise lord, my lord. General Shaking Bud sneered. If you want to judge a wise lord, you must obtain the support of 2/3 of the wise lord's council, or pass the trial of the military council. This is the tradition of Yunque. No, it is the tradition of the entire Ghis people. No one dares to break this tradition. In other words, as long as the fact that you wrestle military rations does not exist, they have no reason to attack you. This general shaking, but couldn't keep up with Ian's thoughts at all. But, I have already sold the grain. Although I tried to find the merchant who bought grain from me before. After I got the news that you arrived in Yunque in advance, his ship had already left Yunque. This was originally a trap designed by Fazahar to kill you. How could you find that merchant again? It was really him who did it? Why else would I say that this matter is not your responsibility? Ian helped General Shaking Butt up again, and the latter only then remembered that he had been kneeling to talk to Ian for so long. Yes, it was you who sold the food and grass that was supposed to be provided to me, which caused me to stay in Yunque. This made me very angry. Ian stretched out his hand and tapped General Shaking Bud's shoulder twice. But if Fazahar hadn't set this trap for you, this would not have happened, and he tried to use me to deal with you. This is playing me like a monkey, so the person who should be punished is of course Fazahar. Yes, yes, yes. He should be punished. Although General Shaking but felt that there was something wrong with this logic, he immediately nodded in agreement when he heard Ian pointing the finger at his enemy. As for where Ian knew these things, it didn't matter at all. But before punishing him, the first thing we should do should be to save you. Yes, yes, yes. General Shaking Bud nodded again. This young man's words were too pleasant to hear. Every word touched my heart. No wonder Graston could blow him up to the sky. The grain that has been sold can't be recovered, and we need to find a way to make up for it now. Ian paused. When can the new grain be delivered? 5 days. It will only take 5 days at most. General Shaking Bud quickly patted his chest and assured. If it's fast, maybe 4 days will be enough. As long as you pretend to be a guest in Yunque during this time, and don't ask Yunque for food, just wait until. If you designed such a trap for Fazahar, would you let him successfully delay time and replenish the food? Ian shook his head and interrupted General Shaking Butt. No, even if I didn't ask for food, he would probably arrange a warehouse inspection immediately. Then what should I do? The blood color on General Shaking Bud's face was disappearing little by little. It's very simple. Ian walked to the table, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to General Shaking Butt. You just need to transport the food to my camp. This. General Shaking Bud's hand, which was already stretched out to take the wine glass, stopped in the air. But there is only a small amount of food left in the warehouse to provide for the Yunque garrison. If I give all this food to you, my affairs will also be discovered soon. That's why I said only I can save you. Ian shook the glass in his hand, motioning General Shaking Bud to take it. Now you just need to find a few ships, fill them with empty boxes or sandbags, and sail to my camp through the river south of Yunque. Then I will personally admit that you have delivered the food to me, and your problem will be solved. Is it still possible? General Shaking Bud felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. So, Ian continued, even if Fazahar discovers that the grain has disappeared during a surprise inspection of the warehouse, they cannot accuse you, because you have already transported the grain into my military camp. They can't come to check here, right? In this way, the Grand Marshal and Fazahar will lose the way to falsely accuse you. Then we just need to wait for my grain collection team to return and replenish the grain for you, and we will completely defeat their conspiracy. General Shaking Bud still did not react from the shock. He was facing a deadly situation just a moment ago, but he did not expect that this young man would resolve it with a simple understatement. Hurry up, find a few smaller boats, fill them with empty boxes, sandbags or anything else, and drive them to me. There is a river near Yunque that can directly lead to the area controlled by Ian's camp, but some places of the small river here are only more than 10 meters wide, and large sailboats or warships cannot drive in. But as a patriarch of the Ark family, a prominent family in Yunque, General Shaking Bud believes that he can easily get the boats he needs. Are you going now? What else? Do you want to wait for Fazahar and the others to act first? Yes, sir. General Shaking Bud nodded. I will never forget your kindness. After saying that, he walked out quickly. What is your purpose? Although General Shaking Bud was won over by you this time, he will be under strict surveillance like Graston when he returns. We can't expect him to bring people to help us open the city gate. And since the Grand Marshal of Yunque and a certain player have set up a trick to force us to run out of food and grass, the grain collection team sent by General Shaking Bud will definitely not be able to return in 5 days. They will either have been turned against us or attacked. It is true that our food and grass are not in urgent need of emergency now, but if we stay here for another 5 days, can't guess what I want to do. Ian interrupted Celia. I have no idea at all. Very good. If even you can't guess it, they can't guess it either. Ian nodded with satisfaction. Give me some hints? Think about it slowly. Ian patted Celia's shoulder. By the way, you should also go out for a walk. What do you need me to do? Nothing. Just wander around. Try to get into the woods that cannot be seen directly from the sky. If possible, do some trickery. I will arrange a team of cavalry to protect your safety. Yunque. When Graston arrived at Yazan's pyramid, he received the news that the great sage Yazan was in the bathroom as usual. Unlike usual, after the last incident, the captain of the guard of Yazan's pyramid was much more respectful to Graston. This time, as soon as he heard Graz's request to see Yazan, he honestly led the way. Daznak's shaper-shifting local sparrow looked at the door from a distance, but did not dare to follow into the pyramid. He knew that Ian's shaper-shifting ability was stronger than his. If Ian was also monitoring Graston, his rash flying into the pyramid might arouse the other party's vigilance. So Daznak flew around casually like an ordinary sparrow, and looked around to find out if there were any suspicious birds. Just as it was hovering outside the pyramid of Yazan, the falcon he used to monitor Ian's camp suddenly discovered that the shaking general who had gone to find Ian had left Ian's camp and started to return to Yunque. General Shake Butt has left Ian, Daznak said to Giorus in surprise. Ian doesn't seem to ask Yunque for an explanation. Could it be that General Shake Butt has managed to temporarily fool Ian? If so, it means that Ian is not in urgent need of food now. Should we continue to wait? In fact, even if we confront Ian right now, he has no other choice but to go to the east bank of the Tamakaha River to plunder food, right? Wait a little longer. Daznak shook his head. If we can let him run out of food without knowing it, maybe we can kill him without a decisive battle in the end. Don't forget, Daznak continued, it's still unknown whether there are players in Drogo's LS. If there are, we may have to fight that guy again after defeating Ian. We can't waste too much manpower in the war with Ian. Well, it's up to you to decide. Giorus heard this and no longer raised any objections. Seeing Giorus' perfunctory statement, Daznak couldn't help but feel a little angry. On the issue of fighting Ian, Giorus' interests are obviously different from his own. For Giorus, defeating Ian and stopping his development momentum is his biggest goal. As for what will happen to Slavers Bay after defeating Ian, he is not interested. If the centaurs are really invincible, he only needs to take away the wealth and escape back to Volantis. But for Daznak himself, he defeated Ian mainly to replace Ian and occupy Slavers Bay, so he must consider more things, such as the emotions and interests of these GI's slave owners, the casualties in the process of fighting Ian, and the possible need to fight against the Horse King in the future. Therefore, compared to Giorus's radicalism, Daznak is more willing to spend more time and layout to obtain a more stable victory. If Ian's alliance did not already have so many people, I'm afraid you would not seek to ally with me at all. Giorus suddenly spoke, interrupting Daznak's thoughts. No, if I form an alliance with Ian and the others, I can only be a small pony at best, and be under surveillance. But it's different here. As I said before, your roots are in Volantis, and mine are in Meereen. Our alliance can make us stronger and allow us to fight against other player alliances together, but we will not be restricted by each other. This is a perfect alliance. Daznak reminded, how about we make a new agreement? What? You help me take Slavers Bay, and then I will help you run for Archon of Volantis. How can I trust you? The vast majority of people in the world cannot establish truly close relationships with more than 150 people, but in human society there are many activity groups of more than 150 people. In these groups, people do not need to know each other to work together and trust each other. Do you know why? Daznak did not answer Joris, but asked a question in return. Because someone pays us. That's a very clever answer. Daznak laughed, then corrected. To be more precise, it's because they believe in the same story. Two believers who don't know each other can join the crusades together because they both believe in God. Two soldiers who don't know each other can join the war together because they both believe in the same country. Similarly, you and I are working together because we both believe in the same story. What story? MAGA. Because we all believe that, as players who have been underdeveloped so far, if we don't stick together, those player alliances that have won countless leaderboard rewards will soon crush us. Daznak still had a smile on his face. Backstabbing an ally is a power only the strongest have, and we don't even have that qualification. Deal. Oh, damn it. Daznak said suddenly. What did you say? The red-robed woman has also started to take action. She left Ian's camp and headed north. Just at this time. We need to know what she is doing. But if I want to track her, I won't have enough birds. What about the eagle you have in Meereen? Maybe you can cut off contact with it first, and then occupy one locally. The one in Meereen won't work. Daznak shook his head. You may not know that when Ian was plotting to take Astapa, he allowed a group of descendants of the good lord of Astapa to flee to Meereen. I investigated in Meereen for a long time, and finally determined that Ian deliberately let these people go, and many of their entourage were spies arranged by Ian. In particular, there is a champion gladiator named Sama. I suspect that this person is the NPC of one of Ian's men. Why? I had two chances to select an NPC, and they were very close to each other, just at the end of month. The first time, there was a champion gladiator in the card I drew, but the second time, that profession was gone. Do you think there are any other possibilities, except that he has been selected by some other player in Slave Bay? Okay, so what happened to this champion gladiator named Sama? Asked Joris. He is fine, but the Astapa noble he serves who fled to Meereen is hosting a banquet for a group of Meereen nobles. I'm worried that something might happen, so I'm keeping an eye on him personally. Graston, the red woman, the champion gladiator. How can it be such a coincidence? What on earth does Ian want to do? Damn it. Daznak slammed the table. The red woman did not set foot on the Ghis coastal road. She didn't want to go to Meereen, but turned into a white flame forest. Can I go over and take a look? Of course I can, but if I descend, I won't be able to keep an eye on Ian's camp. The camp is right there, and we have spies watching around his camp. The key now is to find out what the red woman is doing. She left the safe camp at this time. It's impossible for her to go for a stroll. Chapter 277, Unpredictable as a Shadow, Part 2. The night is long and full of evil. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, and wander in the valley. Fortunately, my compatriots gather together and walk together. Fortunately, God praises me. The entire cavalry led by Celia had dismounted. They set up a huge bonfire on a relatively open flat ground in the White Forest. Everyone stood around the bonfire, while Celia, dressed in a red robe, sang loudly. The breeze blew through the forest, leaves fell, and flames danced in the air. The night is long and full of evil. Celia continued to sing, but she was complaining in her heart. What about coming out for a walk? It sounds good, but before leaving, she gave herself a note. In this way, Celia did nothing, and continued to sing for nearly half an hour. She herself had no other discomfort, except that her throat was a little hoarse, but Daznak, who changed into an eagle and followed Celia, was different. Every minute Celia chanted, he felt more tormented. He was not like Ian, who was a rich man, and could get points for both martial arts and magic, and also for both old god magic and red god magic. Daznak had invested all his points into the growth of his skin changer abilities and had only reached the intermediate level. He was completely confused about what this red robe woman, who was obviously a player, was doing and what the red god magic was capable of. As we all know, fear comes from the unknown. Finally, when Daznak was in great torment, Celia finally stopped chanting. Seeing that nothing special had happened, Daznak was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but he saw the red robe woman suddenly waved her hand, and the cavalry behind her grabbed a man with his head covered with a bag from Celia's carriage. Then, under Celia's command, they threw the man into the fire. Rolla, Lord of Light and Shadow, hear the prayer of your servant. Celia spoke again, but this time she changed the words of the prayer. Just when Daznak wanted to hear what she was saying, the sacrifice in the fire let out a heart-wrenching scream, covering Celia's voice. Daznak was immediately extremely anxious. He wanted to let the eagle get closer to listen to the voice of the red-robed woman, but he didn't dare. He knew that his current distance was safe, but if he got closer, he might expose his target. Ian was also a skin changer. If he was caught by Ian, he had no confidence that he could win. Although it would greatly reduce the damage caused to the skin changer by the death of the animal before being killed, the eagle was Daznak's skin changer partner, not a temporary worker who was randomly occupied, so he didn't want to take risks with it. However, in the moment he hesitated, the red-robed woman had actually finished her chant. The only sound in the whole forest was the heart-wrenching scream of the unknown sacrifice. Young K. Portwait, General Grasdo, according to the order of the Grand Marshal, I'm now formally arresting you. A young K slave officer blocked General Shaking, but who had just sent off several family merchant ships at the port. Arrest me? Seeing that the handle had disappeared, General Shaking Butt laughed wantonly. Who are you? You want to arrest me? This is the order of the Grand Marshal. The officer showed a piece of parchment. Grasdozo Alk, you sold Young K strategic materials without authorization during the war, causing tension between Young K and its allies, and even on the verge of collapse. I want to ask, what did I sell? The smile on General Shaking Bud's face became even more wanton. The rations that Young K prepared for our allies in Astapa. Rabbit Fazahizo Faza walked out from behind the soldiers, who came to capture Grasdo. This matter was originally under your charge. Ian and his army have been in Young K for 2 days, but you have not arranged the supply of rations for them, which made the Grand Marshal suspicious. So we just raided the warehouse used to store this batch of food, but found that the food in the warehouse was gone. The rabbit suddenly raised his voice, attracting a large number of people in the port to watch. Grasdo, do you know that your behavior is treason? You will drag Young K into a war that could have been avoided. Oh, so that's it. I think you may have misunderstood. Grasdo opened his arms, shook his hips, and walked towards General Rabbit and gave him a hug. I have just loaded all the food and grass we are going to provide to the Astapa army and sent them to them. So of course the food and grass is no longer in the warehouse. You are lying. You obviously. General Rabbit laughed disdainfully. In Young K, you have to prove your words. General Shaking Bud suddenly interrupted Rabbit. If nothing goes wrong, this batch of food will be delivered to Ian's camp before tonight. If I sell the food, did I make it out of thin air? You. How could it be? How could he be so confident? General Rabbit wanted to expose Grasdo's lies in public, but the other party's fearless and even sarcastic expression made Rabbit speechless. Did he really find a way to make up for the food? How is it possible? In order to prevent him from trying to remedy the situation, we have already managed to buy up all the food from all the grain ships and grain shops that came to Young K. The truth of the matter will be clear when Lord Derry gives feedback to Young K tonight. General Shaking Butt gently patted General Rabbit's face. Because of the latter's short stature, this scene was like an adult teaching a child. In addition, I would like to remind you that in Young K, slandering a wise lord will cost you a price. After saying that, Grasdo directly knocked away the slave soldiers in front of him and walked forward with his men with swords drawn. Damn, since I offended the Grand Marshal, I haven't been so tough for many years. It feels different to have a backer. I wonder if Lord Derry would mind taking in a man who is 30 years older than him as his godson. Young K sweetheart in the bird that Daznak used to monitor Graston had found an opportunity to sneak into Yazan's pyramid. Yazan's pyramid was as complicated as a maze. It took him a long time to find the location of Yazan and Grazdan, and then he had been enjoying the live sex show until now. It must be said that Yunkai is worthy of being the city of sex. No matter what kind of crisis the wise lords of such a city encounter, they will not put down their duties. Strictly speaking, this is indeed their job. After all, they are mainly engaged in this. On the other side, after the red-robed woman finished the ceremony, she cleaned up the fire just used for the sacrifice, and then continued to go deeper into the Bai forest. What puzzled him was that nothing happened after the red-robed woman's ceremony. Daznak knew this was impossible. In the world of ice and fire, blood has power. A red-robed priest offered a sacrifice to the red god, and he would definitely get something back from the red god. Unlike those false gods in other cultures, Ruler has always been paid for his work, and his credibility is guaranteed. Although Daznak didn't know who was the person who was just burned to death by the red woman, with the current strength of their alliance, it was not a problem to find a noble sacrifice with power in the blood. Since the red god's feedback has not appeared yet, and the red woman is still moving forward, then the miracle will definitely happen next. So Daznak's eagle still kept a safe distance behind the red woman. He followed all the way until the red woman turned back, and nothing happened here. Meereen was also free of trouble. The banquet held in the mansions of the Astapa refugee nobles seemed to be just an ordinary banquet. The spies deployed by Ian and Meereen and the champion gladiator who was suspected to be an NPC did not have any suspicious behavior, and many of them were even drunk. There was no gain in the three places, but unlike the creepy fire sacrifice ceremony of the Red Woman, it was good news that nothing happened in Meereen. This means that, even if Ian has suspected that there are players in Yunkai City, and has begun to test them, at least he has not yet understood his entire plan. What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Joris noticed Daznak's abnormality. Just now, Ian Derry's red-robed female ally performed a sacrifice in the woods north of their camp. A very evil sacrifice. They threw an unknown person into the fire, and burned him to death, and then prayed to the Lord of Light. What did they pray for? I don't know. I was afraid of being discovered by Ian's shaper-shifting animals, so I didn't dare to get too close. At that time, the screams of the sacrifice were much louder than the voice of the red-robed woman praying. I didn't hear what she said at all. Then what? What happened after the ceremony? Joris' mood also sank. Nothing happened. But the Lord of Light will definitely do something after receiving the sacrifice, so what she prayed for will not happen immediately. But this is too unimaginable, right? It's true that their alliance has obtained a lot of resources, but Ian alone should have consumed a lot of resources, right? Can they still support the Red Woman to upgrade her skills to the level where she can directly sacrifice to the Lord of Light? In the original book, except for Melisandre, no other Red Monk has done this. It must require the Red God's magic skills to be high, right? At this time, Joris was a little calmer than Daznak. That's true, but I saw them throw a living person into the fire with my own eyes. If the Red Woman's ability is not up to standard, what is their reason for doing this? Daznak shook his head. He saw the ceremony with his own eyes, and he believed that something would happen. This? Joris laughed awkwardly. This matter did seem a little illogical. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Joris ordered, and then explained to Daznak, this is my NPC. Then the door was pushed open, and a sturdy man with green tiger stripes on his face walked in. General Fazahir Fazah requests to see you, Master, the tiger-robed warrior said respectfully. Didn't I tell him that I would not meet with any wise lord of Yunkai before everything is over? Joris refused decisively. By the way, that Grazdo has been captured by them, right? Did you find out from him how much food and grass Ian has left? No, Lord Fazahir is looking for you for this matter. The tiger-robed warrior shook his head. He failed to capture General Grazdo. Failed? Both players were a little confused. How could this fail? Unlike what General Fazahir guessed, that he would be paralyzed with fear and confess on the spot as soon as they showed him the Grand Marshal's arrest order. Grazdo loudly protested his innocence when he was intercepted by them. He claimed that he had loaded the food and grass for Ian's army onto the ship and sent it to Ian via the river. What's the point of such a ridiculous lie? Joris rolled his eyes. Ian's camp is not far from Yunkai. His lies will be exposed by tonight at the latest. Yes, but General Grasdo looked very confident at the time. He even showed an attitude that he did not take General Fazahar or even the Grand Marshal himself seriously. So, Fazahar didn't arrest him. You need a reason to arrest someone, my lord. General Fazahar said so. In Yunque, the Grand Marshal's faction does not control the overall situation. If you take action against a great noble, like Grasdo without sufficient evidence, the Grand Marshal will lose prestige among his supporters. So General Fazahar decided to wait until the evening to get feedback from Ian before arresting Grasdo, and then it would be justified. But at the same time, he was also worried whether Grasdo would really find a way to replenish the food and send it to Ian, so he wanted to meet you. Absolutely impossible. Joris said firmly. Our Chamber of Commerce has mobilized a lot of funds to solve this problem. At least in half a month, Grasdo can't get any food. Joris certainly has the confidence. Let Ian cut off his food and force him to plunder the east bank of the southern branch of the Tomakaha River is the core of their entire plan. How could they make mistakes in food? Then I will answer General Fazahar like this. Tell him that Grasdo can't really get the food. Yes, say it like this. Joris nodded. Grasdo got the food. Do you believe this? After watching the Tiger Road warrior leave the room, Joris turned to Daznak with a sneer. I seem to have discovered something new. Daznak looked increasingly uneasy. What's going on? My eagle followed the red-robed woman back to Ian's camp. Then, I discovered. Hurry up and tell me, why are you stuttering? Ian has already dispatched 2 legions of soldiers to cut down trees in the nearby forest. Daznak's tone was extremely heavy. What do you mean? They are building siege equipment. Daznak roared. Chapter 278. Thunderous. Build siege equipment? Ojuris was very surprised. Without 10 days or half a month, they simply can't build equipment that can attack Yunque, and it will take some time to capture Yunque. If Ian's food can last that long, they should have left long ago. Why are they still waiting in Yunque? The key basis for their judgment that Ian didn't have much food was that Ian chose to wait for supplies in Yunque instead of heading directly to Meereen. But how could they have thought that Ian had already seen through their plan on the day he arrived in Yunque? If there really was food in the ships that Grasdo sent to Ian? Daznak proposed a very absurd possibility, but it was the only possibility that could explain Ian's behavior. I said that's impossible. Unless he can make food out of thin air. Joris felt that his ability to do things was questioned, and he was inevitably a little annoyed, but he then murmured, could it be that they let the Lord of Light make it for them through the ritual of the red-robed woman? Daznak. Damn. Can the Lord of Light still take this business? After a moment of silence, the two of them discarded this strange idea together. Can you find out what happened to the ships sent out by General Grasdo? Daznak asked. Most of Yunque's affairs were handled by Joris. In order to prevent General Grasdo from having a chance to remedy the situation later, I have thoroughly investigated the chambers of commerce and dock warehouses of the Ark family and their allies. I'm sure they don't have much food in stock, so I didn't pay too much attention to the ships they had anchored in the port. In other words, these ships were not loaded with food before. Absolutely not. Then is it possible that they forcibly gathered the food from their own pyramid? How is that possible? If you say they forcibly looted half of the city to gather it, that would be more like it. There are only a few hundred people in the pyramid of a wise lord. Would they store enough food and fodder for an army of nearly 20,000 people and more than 6,000 horses for a month? Joris paused. Come to think of it, didn't you follow Grasdo after he came back from Ian? Didn't you see his ship loading cargo? Originally I would have waited. Daznak seemed to realize something, so the red-robed woman went out at that time, and at the banquet in Meereen, and after Graston returned to Yunque, he formed a mercenary group, and happened to visit the great wise Lord Yazan in a hurry at this time. They are all trying to attract your attention, to divert your Shapa shifters to other places, and then to create an opportunity for Grasdo to smuggle food for him from Yunque. Joris instantly understood what Daznak meant. Yes, and since Ian is setting up traps in Meereen and Yunque at the same time, it means that he may have noticed our trap, and is sure that Meereen has also joined the alliance against him. Then what should we do now? Joris immediately panicked. His first reaction was to run away, whether it was to flee to Meereen or directly to the safe of Volantis. In short, he could not stay in Yunque. But when he saw the look in his ally Daznak's eyes, he swallowed his words for the time being. Let's stop Grazdo's ship from heading to Ian's camp now. Gather your fastest ship. The merchant ships of the Ark family are not fast ships, and they are full of cargo. We can catch up with them. That's equivalent to directly declaring a war. Since Ian already knows our trump card, if we don't take the initiative to start a war, do we have to wait for him to get the food and then attack Yunque? I said Grazdo can't get the food. Joris emphasized again. Then should we gamble? Bet that there is no food on his ship? No, we can't afford to gamble. Once Ian gets the food, the offensive and defensive situations will change. He can then freely choose to capture Yunque first or withdraw directly to Astapa. In either case, we will soon be swept up in a protracted war by Khal Drogo, who has arrived in Slavers Bay. It will take time for Ian to build siege equipment to attack Yunque. During this time, we can notify the coalition forces in Meereen to march towards Yunque. Then what? Fight Ian in the field here? If we can defeat Ian here, why do we make all these plans? If we can't force him to the wetlands on the banks of the Tamakaha River, but instead fight a decisive battle here, as soon as the sound of his cavalry hoofs sounds, the other slave soldiers in our coalition, except the new Ghis Iron Legion, will collapse in an instant. I'll go and gather people now. Seeing this, Joris said no more, but there are quite a few small rivers near Yunque that can lead to Ian's camp. You must first determine which one Grazdo's ship takes. Don't worry, leave this to me. Pyramid of Yazan. The sparrow that Daznak transformed into hid on the flower bed outside the window and looked at Grazdan and Yazan. After confirming that they had no intention of ending the movement, Daznak was about to cut off the connection with the sparrow and transform into a falcon again to go to the river north of Yunque to find Grazdo Zoark's grain transport ship. But suddenly he saw a crow fly through the window into the room and landed directly in front of Grazdan. Then, Grazdan took a letter from the crow. Using crows to send messages is not a tradition of the Jith people, and it flew at this time. Daznak realized almost immediately that this was a letter from Ian, and even this crow itself was Ian's shapper-shifting animal. Thinking of this, Daznak moved naturally and came to the middle of a group of sparrows. Yazan's flower bed was full of birds, and he would never be discovered by Ian if he hid here. Just like that, he stared at Grazdan, who was reading Ian's letter with his peripheral vision, and temporarily gave up the idea of cutting off the connection with this sparrow. He wanted to cut off the connection with the bird in Meereen first, change into another one in Yunque, and then send it to find the grain transport ship. But when he thought that Ian already knew that there was a problem in Meereen, then the other party would probably try to make trouble in Meereen. If he cut off the connection with Meereen, then if he wanted to regain control of the situation in Meereen, he would have to send a bird from Yunque to Meereen again, which would be too troublesome. Therefore, Daznak decided to let the falcon that was circling outside Ian's camp and followed the red-robed woman fly north along the river to find the grain transport ship of the Ark family. After that, he turned his attention back to Grazdan. Lord Yazan. After reading Ian's letter, Grazdan came to Yazan and whispered a few words in his ear. Because Ian's crow had not left yet, Daznak did not dare to get close to eavesdrop and could only wait silently. After talking to Yazan, Grazdan and Yazan quickly put on their clothes and left the room together. Daznak didn't dare to act immediately. He waited until Ian's crow flew away. After making sure that the other party flew far away, he controlled the sparrow to leave the flower bed and go to the bottom of the pyramid. At this time, he found that Grazdan had actually assembled nearly 300 guards in the Great Pyramid of Yazan, and Grazdan's own guards and mercenaries were also gathering here. Is he trying to seize the door? Daznak thought. Sweetheart in Grazdan is already gathering his and Yazan's forces. Let the people who are monitoring Grazdan and Yazan take action directly and annihilate them. Since they can no longer be bait to lure Ian to attack the city, let's purify the city first. Daznak said to Joris. Well, Joris did not refuse and directly ordered his men, go and inform General Rabbit. Yazan Pyramid. I don't know if it was because they were well prepared, but Grazdan and Yazan gathered their men very quickly. In just half an hour, they had gathered nearly 500 people, and as the wise lords of the Yazan faction began to receive the notice, their team continued to grow. At the same time, what made Daznak uneasy was that the 1,000-man city defense force that was originally under the command of General Rabbit and had the power to suppress Grazdon was actually waiting 3 streets away from Yazan and his men and did not take any action. Sweetheart in Master. Joris's Tiger Road warrior walked into his room. We can't contact General Rabbit. Just now, General Grazdo requested a meeting of wise lords, and General Rabbit went to attend the meeting. Our people don't have permission to enter the pyramid. Without Rabbit, his army can't move. The slave commander told us that, since the target of their attack is the great wise lord Yazan of Yunkai, they must get the order from General Rabbit himself before they can act. The Tiger-Road warrior explained. What? Damn it. Then when will their meeting end? Joris was furious. Need I say that? Grazdo has already surrendered to Ian. It goes without saying that the meeting he convened is to buy time for Grazdon and his men to seize the city gate, right? Which gate will they take? The southeast gate? Or the east gate? Both of these gates face Ian's camp, but they are also the most heavily guarded. If there are hundreds of them. No. They are heading north. Daznak was a little confused. They have started to move. Grazdon has divided these people into 3 groups, and they are all heading north. There is no gate to the north of Yunkai. The north is the port. Their target is the port area. This is our location. Daznak suddenly broke into a voice. I know what the ritual that red-robed woman performed is for. She saw us. She saw us in the flames. She found our location through Aurela's flames. We must leave immediately. Joris stood up quickly, but because he was too flustered, he couldn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. It will be more dangerous to go out like this. It's hard to say whether Grazdon and his men are just a cover. In fact, Ian has sent more powerful assassins to ambush near this inn, waiting for us to get out. What should we do now? Just wait here, don't go anywhere, and immediately transfer your bloody hand to defend this inn. At the same time, send people to break into the Council of Sages, and let General Rabbit send people to suppress the rebels in the city. Most of the bloody hands have been sent to pursue the grain transport ships of the Algae family. With only more than 100 people left, I'm afraid they can't stop Yazan's offensive. Joris shook his head. Then transfer the second son's group. Didn't you bribe Titan's illegitimate son Mero a long time ago? Give him more money. Let him protect us. I have found the location of the Algae family's grain transport ships, and we will definitely catch up before they reach Ian's camp. As long as Ian can't get this batch of food, we can take back the initiative anyway. River Daznak looked at the several big-bellied merchant ships slowly moving on the river below, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the draft of these ships, there is no doubt that each ship is fully loaded. It is obvious that Grazdo really tried to get enough food for Ian. If I had not been decisive enough at that time and decided to intercept this batch of food, even if the war started early, the consequences would be really disastrous. Huh? Why is the sky cloudy? Daznak Falcon suddenly found that the whole area around him had become dark, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was just sunny, and the mountains and rivers below were still under the sun. Suddenly, an extremely ominous premonition rose in his heart. Daznak Falcon tilted his wings slightly and looked up. What caught his eyes was a dense mass of scales, which covered the dragon's belly, like a midnight ocean, with lively dark red waves and whirlpools on it. In extreme fear, Daznak was eager to cut off the shaper-shifting connection with the falcon. But it was too late. Just as he tried to look up, a flame as dark as the night was sprayed on its body. Daznak's falcon was melted almost instantly, and his soul left in the falcon was melted along with it. After dealing with the target, Ian Black Dragon immediately turned around and flew back to the camp. As for the ships carrying sand below, he didn't even take a second look. Sweetheart in R. Daznak, who was talking about tactical deployment with Joris, suddenly covered his head, fell to the ground, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. What's wrong with you, Daznak? What happened? Joris, who had just been persuaded by Daznak, and felt a little more at ease, saw his ally suddenly become like this, and couldn't help but panic again. What's wrong with you? Daznak couldn't answer Joris's question. The huge pain from his soul made him curl up on the ground and roll over in pain. Damn it. Joris slammed the table. Seeing Daznak's miserable state, he had no idea what had happened, but at this moment, he suddenly lost the courage to continue to oppose Ian. Let our ship prepare to sail, he ordered the tiger-robed warrior, and then he looked at the ally on the ground again. Because he didn't know whether abandoning an ally would be considered a backstab, he added, take him with you. After walking out of the room, Joris met the second Sun Captain, Titan's bastard, Mero, who he had just called. Let your people escort us to the dock to board the ship. I will not give you less than what I owe you. Joris patted Mero's shoulder, and then wanted to bypass him and leave directly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Mero suddenly stabbed his heart with a dagger. Lordy and Derry sends his greetings to you. Chapter 279, The Fall of Yunke. My subordinates successfully killed a player and obtained 4 points, 36 points of loot, 2 skill points, and 1 additional agility point. My subordinates successfully killed a player and obtained 4 points, 45 points of loot, 1 skill point, and 3 additional mental power points. The data card was updated to Ian, strength 35, agility 32, mental power 43 skills, etiquette basics, common language basics, high Valyrian basics, swordsmanship proficiency, horsemanship advanced, lance intermediate, skin changer legend, green seer elementary, red god priest elementary, attribute points 0 skill points 3 points. 506 items. Basic skill self-selected scrolls *2. After reading the information, Ian noticed that there were still unread emails in the mailbox, so he continued to check. The current number of remaining players is less than 20, and the game mechanism has changed as follows. 1. The leaderboard mechanism is cancelled, and players will no longer be able to receive leaderboard rewards, and will no longer be threatened by assassination at the bottom. 2. The optional task mechanism has been updated. Players will no longer be able to obtain optional tasks through humans. Please explore new ways to obtain optional tasks. 3. The achievement mechanism has been updated. Players will no longer be able to achieve low-level and mid-level achievements. Please try to explore ways to directly achieve high-level or special achievements. 4. Daily settlement has been cancelled. Players will no longer be able to obtain the number of remaining players through the system. The current number of remaining players is less than 20. Bounty Task 3 is open. Players are requested to enter the task system to check Bounty Task 3. Historical Cities Task Objective. There are many historical cities in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Occupy or rebuild these cities and defend them. Rewards. Occupy Yin, the ceremonial capital called Yin in the original book. This book adopts this translation. 400 points Asshai. 360 points Karth. 320 points Volantis. 300 points Bravus. 300 points Tradetown. 300 points TikTok. 280 points Old Town. 250 points King's Landing. 200 points Vizdothrak. 160 points Koha. 120 points The Three Sisters, Lies, Tirosh. 100 points Faunus. 80 points Linasport. 80 points Mirene. 80 points Symbolo. 80 points Rewards, Reconstruction, Valyria. 400 points Chen. 300 points Gurgis. 200 points Pentus. 100 points. Note, each player alliance can only get points when it first occupies or rebuilds a famous city. If the city is lost, double points will be deducted. Please consider carefully when capturing a famous city. Good guy. Ian looked at the first part of this bounty 3. He originally thought that the planner had changed his nature and would actually release such a task that is almost pure reward. It was not until he saw the last note that he realized that the planner was still a planner. In addition to asking players to speed up to seize those famous cities, it also provides other players with a way to deal with the best developed players to attack his famous cities. If a player alliance is close to 10,000 points, there is no doubt that they must have occupied a lot of famous cities, and these famous cities are completely everywhere, spanning the entire map. If this alliance is jointly targeted by other players, and suddenly loses one or two famous cities, then the points will be lost by hundreds at once, and there is no way to compensate for the lost points. This basically cuts off the idea of rapid expansion of players, and they can only move step by step. After all, the loss of losing a city is difficult to bear. You killed that guy? Celia's voice interrupted Ian's thoughts. Obviously, Celia also saw the information that the number of players dropped by 20 from the system. Her first reaction was that the player in Yunque City had been killed by Ian. I had already prepared for a siege battle next, Celia continued. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy. The next best is to attack their alliances. The next best is to attack their troops. And the worst is to attack their cities. I will not attack a city unless I have no other choice. And I remember I told you that I always have a choice. How did you do it? Just one day ago, we were completely passive. It doesn't matter. Ian shook his head. I'm sending troops to deal with the Dothraki this time. These little fleas that appeared inexplicably can be killed with a slap. Ian did not tell Celia his detailed plan, which was different from the image, when he needed to shock the other party through a detailed reasoning process when the two first met, showing that he had a plan without any omissions. He no longer needs to shock Celia, or create a persona for himself. A little more mystery will keep her in awe. In fact, the purpose of Ian's entire plan is very simple, that is, to capture the thief and the king. As long as the players who make trouble behind the scenes are killed, the IQ of these slave owners will be left. Even Daenerys, a political rookie, can deal with them, and even have a slight advantage. Isn't it easy to play with them? So the problem he faces becomes how to find the players in the dark. This is actually not easy, because according to Ian's previous analysis, he is very sure that the other party has at least one skin changer, and the skin changer is first class in terms of the concealment of transmitting information and the ability to control danger. Ian tried to let his spies in Yunque find the target, but basically did not obtain any valuable information. The point is that Ian does not have much time. Although he is not on the verge of running out of food as the other party thinks, if time drags on for a week, then his food will indeed not be enough to support him to return to Astapor, and at that time he will be in a real passive position. So Ian decided to seize the time to make an attempt. If successful, everyone would be happy. Even if it failed, he could take advantage of the chaos caused by this attempt in Yunque to retreat to Astapor. Afterwards, Ian made 7 decisions. Let Glaston Moeras return to Yunque to form a mercenary group. Let the NPCs in Meereen hold a grand banquet. Let Celia leave the camp and pretend to perform the Red God ritual in the forest. Let General Shake, but send a large number of ships from Yunque to pretend to transport grain to his camp. Send his legions to start logging. Let his spies in Yunque secretly visit the 2 leaders of the Second Sunzan, the Stormcrows, with a large sum of money, and send hundreds of cavalry to detour to Yunque West City. The purpose of doing this is to ensure that he can combine a plan with those actions that are not monitored, while some actions are monitored by the other party. Although according to Ian's calculations, based on the normal development level of a player who can survive to this day, the other party can only level the skin changer to the intermediate level, that is, to control 3 animals. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party accidentally achieved a high level achievement, thereby obtaining a dream copy to make up for the development, or because of his relatively low hidden score, he once obtained an optional task at a difficult level to make up for the development. So Ian let these things happen almost at the same time. First of all, it can be confirmed that, since the enemy player has placed his hope of annihilating himself on the coalition forces of Meereen, he will definitely leave a shapeshifter in Meereen no matter what. In order to ensure that he will not cut off the connection with the animals in Meereen, Ian made a little move in Meereen. Then the site returned to Yunque. Among Ian's deployments in Yunque, the most dangerous ones should be Graston's gathering of mercenaries in the city and his secret talks with the great sage Xia Ze, and Celia's sudden departure from the camp and secret trip to the forest outside. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 things can attract the eyes of the enemy shapeshifter. and the remaining 3 things are Ian's 3 killer moves. If the enemy skin changer still has a 4th bird, then he can only follow General Shake, and find out that the ship is loaded with fake food, or he can only be on guard in Yunque and find that he has sent people to secretly contact the 2 mercenary leaders, or continue to monitor Ian's camp and find that Ian has sent cavalry. If it is the first case, after he finds that General Shake is loading sand on the ship, although he will not panic like he thought Ian was about to get food, he cannot judge Ian's purpose. At the same time, he will find that Graston has summoned mercenaries and Yazen's guards to start heading towards the port area in the north of the city. Ian certainly does not know their specific location, but they are in the port area, where it is easier to board the ship, but it can be guessed. Therefore, as long as Graston's men start to move towards this area, they will naturally think of Celia's previous terrible fire sacrifice ceremony, thinking that Celia found their location through the phantom in the flames by sacrificing a big man with power in his blood. In fact, the one who was burned to death was just a slave soldier who violated military orders. At this time, they only had 2 choices, either to leave the hiding place immediately and board the ship to escape temporarily, or to send people to protect the building they were in and repel the army of Graston and Yazen. In order to prevent Ian from attacking the city, almost all of Yunque's city defense forces were transferred to the southern and eastern walls. The only 1,000-man team still in the city did not dare to go to war with the Great Sage Lord because their leader, General Rabbit, was deceived by General Shaking, but to attend a meeting. Therefore, their only choice was the 3 mercenary groups stationed in the port area. Of course, their first choice must be the Bloody Hand group belonging to their direct line, but a single mercenary group could not withstand the siege from the Second Sons, the Storm Crows and the Yazen army. After getting the double offer promised by Ian, the Second Sons and the Storm Crows almost immediately turned to Ian. Speaking of which, this is also related to the caution of the other players. There were only 2 people in Yunque who knew their complete plan were the Grand Marshal and General Rabbit. The 2 mercenary leaders had no idea that the coalition forces of Meereen and New Ghis would also go to war with Ian. In their eyes, Yunque's move was just an egg hitting a stone. They didn't know what was wrong. Mercenaries fight for money, but they won't die for money. At this point, the hostile players were defeated, and the gatekeeper from the Ark family, where General Shaking Butt was located, at the west gate of Yunque opened the gate for Ian, and Ian took Yunque. This possibility is considered to be a relatively bad one, because it would be considered that Ian attacked Yunque first, which would damage Ian's reputation. The second possibility is that the other party did not pay attention to General Shaking Butt, but discovered that there was a problem with the 2 mercenary groups when Yunque was on alert. At this time, they had no choice but to ask General Rabbit and the Grand Marshal for help, because from the position point of view, they were surrounded by the Second Sons, the Storm Crows, and Yazen. General Rabbit was still arguing with General Shaking, but at the Council of the Wise Lords at this time, and he could not be contacted for the time being, so the player could only find the Grand Marshal. It was not an easy task for the Grand Marshal to annihilate the 1,000 mercenaries in the port area and the 600 men of Yazen. He had to draw at least 2,000 men from the city wall, plus the 1,000 men under General Rabbit to fight this battle. While the city was preparing for the civil war, the player would also get the news that General Shaking Butt had sent out the grain and grass. In a hurry, he would definitely send ships to intercept General Shaking Butt's grain transport ships. In order to catch up with the grain transport ships, they must know which river these ships are taking. The eyes of Meereen could not be withdrawn. The city was about to fight, and the eyes in the city could not be withdrawn either. So the only choice for the player was to let the bird that had been tracking Celia fly to the river to find the whereabouts of the grain transport ship. At this time, Ian could catch it. If a bird was following Celia in the forest or circling around the camp, Ian would not be able to find it out at all because of the other party's caution, because there were too many birds in these places. But if a bird suddenly flies from the vicinity of the camp to the direction of the river, or even hovers between the 3 rivers, obviously looking for something, this special bird is unique. After finding the target, Ian dispatched the black dragon iron and killed it instantly with a breath of dragon breath, without giving the other party time to cut off contact. In this way, the skin changer player will fall into great pain in a short period of time and will be temporarily disabled. After that, Ian only needs to wait until his grain transport ship is hijacked, and then he can take advantage of the situation to enter Yunque through the west gate controlled by the Algae family on the grounds that Yunque betrayed first. This possibility is the most perfect, belonging to both interests and archways. The third possibility is that the other party chose to monitor Ian's camp and discovered the cavalry sent by Ian to the west. They will take the opportunity to realize that there is a problem with the guard of Westgate and ask the Grand Marshal to replace it. In this way, Ian will not be able to take down Westgate, but it doesn't matter, the other two killing moves will work. After killing the hostile player, Ian's people controlled the port, so they can bring the ships of the Volantis Chamber of Commerce that are actually loaded with grain to Ian. Moreover, without the skin changers to inform Meereen, the coalition forces of Meereen and New Ghis would not set out in a short time. By the time they received the news from Yunque and the debate was over, Yunque had already surrendered. Of course, there is a worse possibility, that is, the other side has more than one skin changer, and they have a total of 5 or even 6 eyes. In this case, Ian can only lead his troops south and return to Astapa. After all, a good warrior must first be invincible, waiting for the enemy to be defeated. Ian can only ensure that he is invincible. As for whether he can win, it depends on how strong the opponent is. Fortunately, Ian is facing the most perfect situation. The opponent has only 3 eyes, and he did not find any grain transport ships, mercenary leaders, or cavalry heading to the west gate. This allowed Ian to control the port area in the west gate with almost no losses. Next, he only needs to wait. My lord Earl, Yunque surrendered. At this time, the water dancer Yada walked into Ian's tent and brought Ian the news from the front line. This was the second day after Ian arrived in Yunque. Chapter 280 A belated welcome banquet. The dancers in the center of the hall sparkled under the torches. If you look closely, you can see that they are all covered with some kind of bright oil. The jugglers threw burning torches to the rhythm of drums and flutes. Every time 2 torches were thrown through the air, a slim girl would jump through the middle. Many senior officers who followed Ian to the banquet and the senior sergeants of the 2 mercenary groups who turned to Ian's side at the last minute had their eyes shining instantly. If it weren't for such an occasion, they would probably rush forward regardless of everything. That's right, the grand banquet in the pyramid of the great sage of Yunque, Xia Ze, which was originally prepared to welcome Ian, still welcomed its destined guests, after being postponed for 2 days. Well, it was probably still a guest. In the entire hall, the Yunque dignitaries who attended the banquet presented to completely different states. The wise lords of Xia Ze's faction toasted each other, and laughed and sang happily. The happiest among them were Grazdan Moeras and the shaking butt General Grazdozo Alk. The 2 of them didn't interact much on weekdays, and the only interactions were due to factional conflicts. However, at this moment, the 2 of them drank together, until their faces were flushed. The wise lords belonging to the Grand Marshal's faction were not so happy. They were all sitting on pins and needles, and they couldn't even force out a fake smile. Before the banquet, they learned that the second in command of their faction, General Fazaha, Rabbit, had been arrested by the great sage Lord Xia Ze and handed over to the new conqueror, while the Grand Marshal himself had no news at all. They didn't know what the Grand Marshal and General Rabbit were planning, but they heard that the Astapa army outside the city was attacked by Yunque, so the other side attacked Yunque angrily. And the process was also very fast. The guard of the Algae family opened the west gate of Yunque for Ian, and then Ian's elite cavalry rushed in, and rushed straight to the pyramid, where the Wise Lord meeting was taking place. At this time, most of the troops of Yunque were still deployed on the southeastern wall, and the Wise Lords surrendered without any meaningful resistance. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ian's action was fully prepared, but the true situation was actually not important. What they cared about at the moment was whether Ian's reckoning would fall on them. The banquet continued, and Ian's subordinates and the wise lords of the Xia Ze faction entered the carnival one after another, but no one came to announce their fate, which made the military nobles of the Grand Marshal faction extremely tormented. My respected lord, Mero, the bastard of Titan, came to Ian and raised his glass to him. I don't know what you promised before, Double gold. I have someone prepare it. You can get it after the banquet. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go out and claim your reward now. Ian made a gesture of invitation. It's a commission, not a reward, sir, Mero corrected. We work for you, and this is the money we deserve. You can't get so much money from anywhere else in the world except from me. So for you, this is a reward from me. Ian shook his head slightly. Mero did not refute, and he couldn't refute it. Although Ian's offer was only twice that of the Yunque and Volantis Chamber of Commerce. But the Yunque people paid this commission to let them fight Ian's elite legion, or even the roaring warriors of the Horse King. And Ian only paid them to kill the Volantis people and help him control the port and seize merchant ships. These two tasks are completely on the same level in terms of time and risk. Fight for me, and the rewards in the future will only be greater. Ian continued. No, this is different from what we agreed on. Mero shook his head subconsciously. He knew that Ian's next goal must be to fight the Horse King. We agreed to serve you only in this matter of Yunque. Of course, the next battle will have another price. How much do you plan to pay? No matter how much, he didn't intend to confront the Horse King head on. He agreed to the contract with Yunque purely to cheat money. When the war really came, he would definitely run away. Anyway, the Second Sons were cavalry, and he could run away whenever he wanted. But Mero was a little hesitant about Ian. It was not that he had a change of heart and felt that such a generous person like Ian should not be cheated, but Ian's confident eyes and the fact that he had taken Yunque's wrist in 2 days made him a little scared. He was worried that he might die if he cheated Ian's money. Ha ha ha, Ian laughed. Don't be so unrealistic, my friend. From Westeros to Slavers Bay, all kinds of people have gathered around me, including nobles, knights, sailors, and many mercenaries like you. They followed me because of my gold in the beginning, but after being with me for a while, they would never talk about money again. Do you know why? Why? Melo was a little confused. What else would mercenaries talk about if not money? Because they will soon find out that money is the easiest thing to get in the world. Only those who lack money will often talk about money. When they no longer lack money, will they still be unable to move when they see gold, like you are now? Mallow swallowed and Plandanagizan, the leader of the Storm Crows, who happened to come to Ian's side, also heard what Ian said, so he pricked up his ears. I tell you the truth, I have never touched money. I'm not interested in money. The only thing I'm interested in is to retake the Iron Throne, to leave my name in history, and to let my surname be passed down forever with the noblest status. Ian paused, and the same goes for those who follow me. Perhaps you can find out how many mercenaries under my command have become knights, and which mercenaries have become earls, and how much wealth, land and honor they have gained. The Second Sons are almost all composed of Second Sons who have no right to inherit the title. Haven't you ever thought that one day you will have your own castle that is much bigger than that of your father and brothers, and give back all the cold eyes you have suffered at home? This is actually one of the reasons why Ian must take down the Second Sons. A large part of these people are the Second Sons of Westeros nobles. With the support of these traitors, he may be able to reduce some rejection and resistance when he marches into Westeros in the future. And you, Mr. Plander? Ian looked at Plandanagizan, the leader of the Storm Crows, and said, have you ever thought about changing the middle surname of the Ghis family, now, which represents the origin of civilians, to Mo, or even Zo? The support of the Storm Crows is also very important, because this mercenary group has been active in the Lazar region for a long time, and there are many Lazarans among its members. As the first target of conquest after Ian defeats the Horse King, Ian also needs an elite pseudo-military force. The class of the Ghis people comes from their bloodline. The leader of the Storm Crows was a little tempted, but still retorted. Don't rush to give me an answer. Wait patiently and see what happens next. Ian pointed to the eyes of the leader of the Storm Crows. Don't worry, I won't use your two mercenary groups to confront the Horse King head on, Ian said, and turned to Mero again. I will give you tasks with lower risks and higher returns. I wish you a long reign. After hearing this, Mero suddenly raised his glass and said loudly to Ian, this is a rather presumptuous toast. Usually, this sentence can only be addressed to the king. Ian glanced at the drunk Mero. If he hadn't been sure that he was really drunk and had been staying by his side since just now, he would have almost thought that this guy was being used by someone to test him. Test whether Ian Derry's current title is Earl and Hand of the Queen, or King of Astapor and Yunque. On behalf of Her Majesty Queen Daenerys, I accept your blessing, Captain Merrow. Ian first motioned his men to stop the performance in the hall, and then raised his glass in response. Whether Merrow did it intentionally or not, this was indeed an opportunity to express his position. Becoming king is inevitable, but not now. Ian must hide his ambitions temporarily, so that he can bring Meereen and New Ghis back to his alliance. Without their support, his war with the Horse King can easily turn into a protracted siege. And you, Captain Plander. Ian filled his glass again, after drinking the wine in the glass, and raised it to Captain Stormcrow. His voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. It is because of your true loyalty and bravery that we were able to defeat the conspiracy of Phasahar Rabbit, and the Volantis so quickly. All of a sudden, the wise lords and nobles in the banquet hall who were still confused about the situation instantly focused their attention. As the chief deputy commander of Yunque, Phasahar actually joined forces with the slave traders of Volantis to destroy the Ghis alliance at this time, when the war is approaching. They first stole the grain in the warehouse, guarded by General Grazda's Zoark, intending to make Yunque break the treaty to provide me with grain, and framed General Grazda so as to monopolize the right to speak in the Yunque army. Then, after General Grazda gathered enough food on his own to fill the vacancy in Yunque, in order to maintain unity, Phasahar sent the Bloody Hand mercenaries he hired from the Volantis to chase General Grazda's grain transport ship, trying to make me go to war with Yunque. Ian continued. What is Phasahar Rabbit's purpose? Why did he do this? A wise lord under the great sage Lord Yazan who has a good relationship with Grazdan cooperated. He hopes that the Ghis alliance will fail in the face of the centaurs, so that the entire Slavers Bay will become Khal Drogo's captive. The Volantis Chamber of Commerce has already sent the largest number of ships to the Slavers Bay, and they will be able to obtain a very large number of slaves at the cheapest price. General Phasahar will flee to Volantis after the war, and share the income with them. Grazdan Moira stood up and said loudly. As soon as Grazdan finished speaking, the entire banquet hall was immediately stirred up. Even the wise lords of the Grand Marshal's faction began to spurn Phasahar. In order to further expand his interests, Phasahar found Lord Grazdan, who owns the most ships in Yunque. Ian took over the conversation again. My lord, the great sage Lord Yazan has more ships, but everyone knows that Lord Yazan has been indifferent to worldly affairs in recent years, and many of his businesses are managed with the help of Lord Grazdan. So Phasahar found Lord Grazdan, hoping to invite him to join his plan, so that they can transport more slaves. But he underestimated Lord Grazdan's loyalty to Yunque and his adherence to the glory of the GI's people. Ian suddenly raised his voice. Lord Grazdan informed me, as soon as he learned of Phasahar's conspiracy. Lord Yazan, General Grazdo, shaking his butt, and the Grand Marshal, all worked to thwart Phasahar's conspiracy as soon as possible. We immediately took action, Ian said, pausing a moment, and speaking with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, when we successfully captured Phasahar and the Volantis merchant, our beloved Lord Akaz-Zoazak had already been killed by Phasahar. He took advantage of the Grand Marshal's trust in him, and stole the Grand Marshal's military token. Traitor. Traitor of Yunque. Hang him. No one knew who was the first to shout, and then all the Yunque nobles became indignant. There seemed to be one or two who were more sober during this period, but when they found that the people around them were shouting, and Ian's eyes were sweeping over them, they also shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of how true or false the new conqueror's words were, his remarks that put all the blame on Phasahar alone were undoubtedly good news for everyone present. For the wise lords of the Grand Marshal faction, this means that all the settlements will only end with Phasahar and the Phasahar family. The Grand Marshal is not guilty, and naturally they are not guilty either. If you don't follow the flag and shout at this time, do you want to be treated as the accomplices of the dead rabbit? As for the wise lords of the Yazan faction, Ian characterized this entry into the city as helping Yunque to quell the rebellion, rather than attacking the hostile Yunque, which means that Ian did not come as a conqueror, and did not make any claims to Yunque. Yunque is still Yunque for the Yunque people. After the Grand Marshal faction was severely damaged, the Wise Lords of the Yazan faction, as the winners of the internal struggle, became the new masters of the city. I understand your anger, and I also want to kill Fazahar, the rabbit, as soon as possible, but I can't overstep my authority, Ian said, turning to Graston. According to Yunke's law, how should Fazahar's crime be dealt with? Chapter 281 Temporary Wise Lord Conference. The trial of the Wise Lords must be conducted by the entire Wise Lords Council, and for Fazahar's treason, my suggestion is to hang him. Graston replied, and then he glanced at the Wise Lords present. Since all the Wise Lords of Yunke are in this hall at the moment, why don't we try Fazahar's crimes now? Agreed. Agreed. Then came a series of assents. Those who agree to sentence Fazahar to death by hanging, please raise your whips. Soon, the whips in the hands of the Wise Lords were raised one after another. Lord Yazan. Graston walked to Yazan's side, unanimously passed. Yazan still looked uninterested, and just nodded to Graston. Then, on behalf of the Great Wise Lord, I announce that the Wise Lords Council sentences Fazahar Zo-Fazar to death by hanging. Graston announced loudly. Next, let's discuss how to deal with the Fazahar family. Graston continued. I have a suggestion for this. General Shaking Bud suddenly spoke. This made Graston frown. With Ian's support, he already had the right to speak in this parliament. When he saw General Shaking Bud speaking, he instinctively felt that the other party was here to compete for the fruits of victory. But he couldn't refuse, because General Shaking Bud had made great contributions to Ian's city capture operation. He was worried that, if he had a conflict with General Shaking Bud at this time, it might cause Ian's disgust. Graston knew very well that for him now, Ian's attitude was more important than any interests. Please go, Lord Grasdo. Graston smiled naturally. As the #1 envoy of Yunke, his expression management ability was still good. Fazahar has committed an unforgivable crime against Yunke. This must be inseparable from the support of the Fazahar family. For traitors, Yunke's tolerance has always been zero. I propose to confiscate all the property of the Fazahar family, execute all the adult men of the Fazahar family, and make all the women and children slaves. As soon as General Shaking Bud said this, it suddenly became noisy again. This level of punishment is rare in the history of Yunke. In most cases, when a Wise Lord commits a crime, they will only punish the Wise Lord himself, and then let him give up his position to his son, and then fine him a sum of money. But General Shaking Bud actually proposed to exterminate the Fazahar family, which was beyond their cognition. Therefore, for a while, no one dared to take the lead in answering General Shaking Bud. As for the property of the Fazahar family, General Shaking Bud did not care about the silence of these people at all, and continued to speak on his own. My suggestion is to give it as a reward to the great hero who informed us of Fazahar's crimes in time and saved Yunke. General Shaking Bud pointed to Graston, which made the latter stunned. At the same time, Fazahar's position as the deputy commander of Yunke and the status of the Fazahar family as a high noble should be handed over to Lord Graston. Let us once again thank the saviors of Yunke, Early and Derry and Lord Graston Zoeraz. General Shaking Bud said, while spreading his palm and pointing to Ian. Then, several direct descendants of General Shaking Ass and supporters of Graston began to applaud. Fuck. General Shaking Ass's action made many nobles send him warm greetings in their hearts. Most people present disagreed with giving the heiress family the middle surname of Zo, which violated tradition and infringed on their own vested interests. Not only the Wise Lords of the Grand Marshal's faction, but also the Wise Lords of the Yazan faction. But the viciousness of General Shaking Ass's words was that he said Ian's name before Graston. If you applaud at this time, it is equivalent to recognizing the promotion of the heiress family to high nobility. If you don't applaud, what do you mean? You don't want to thank Earl Derry, right? You are not an accomplice of General Rabbit, right? So, all the Wise Lords in the hall applauded one after another. Forget it, let him be promoted. Anyway, the Fazahar family, to which General Rabbit belonged, was eradicated, and the number of people who shared the cake did not increase in the end. Well, if the savior of Yunke did not plan to come in and share the cake together, passed unanimously. General Shaking Bud announced for Graston. Looking around at the people who were applauding in the hall, Graston first looked at General Shaking Bud and then looked at Ian. The latter did not look at him, but Graston knew very well that all this was arranged by Ian. General Shaking but had no reason to do this, and he did not have the ability to say what he just said. Promoted to a high noble, this is something that Graston had dreamed of countless nights, but he dared not think about it during the day. This thing that no one has done in the thousands of years since the ancient Ghis Empire was destroyed by the Valyrians unexpectedly became a reality the day after he swore allegiance to the young man not far away. Graston Zoeraz, my name. Graston gently clenched his fist. Just as shocked as Graston was the leader of the Storm Crows, Purandon Ajison, who was standing next to Ian. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to speak, wanting to ask Ian if his promise just now still counted. But Puranda found that he couldn't speak at all. He felt himself trembling, and he didn't know whether it was because of excitement or fear, but when he suddenly found that Ian had turned his head to look at him and greeted the young man's smile, he knew that his fate had changed. Now that the handling of the traitors has ended, I have a suggestion. The moment Ian started to speak, the entire hall quickly and consciously quieted down. The turmoil in Yunque has ended, but the threat of the Dothraki still exists. After I complete the supply of military rations, I will march to Meereen as originally planned. Similarly, Yunque also needs to send troops according to our previous agreement. But now there is a problem, that is, our beloved Grand Marshal, Lord Dakhaz Zoazak, unfortunately passed away in this turmoil, so I think Yunque needs to elect a new Grand Marshal to command the Yunque army. According to tradition, the position of Grand Marshal should be inherited by Lord Murhad Zoazak, the eldest son of Lord Dakhaz Zoazak. A Yunque military noble said immediately. As soon as he said this, many Yunque sages involuntarily cast their eyes on Ian, trying to see the joy and anger on his face. I don't understand your Yunque traditions, so this matter should be decided by your internal discussion. Ian spread his hands, indicating that he would not participate. After hearing Ian's statement that he had no intention of interfering, many Yunque nobles began to echo this proposal. This surprised Ian a little, but he did not show it. According to General Shaking Bud's previous statement, he and General Rabbit should be the most favorable competitors for the next Grand Marshal. Now General Rabbit has already said that he should be the first choice, but it turns out that this grandson is bragging to me. The Azak family is a descendant of the royal family of the ancient Ghis Empire, and has branches in Yunque and Meereen. Stormcrow Captain Purandon Ajison noticed Ian's doubts, and whispered in his ear, they have very broad support in Yunque. As he said that, Stormcrow Captain paused, if you need, I can help you arrange an accidental death for Murhad Zoazak. Ian then turned to look at Purandon Ajison. This little captain who only had 2 shots in the original book, the second shot was a headshot, gave Ian a very smart feeling. Obviously, he is the kind of leader who has brains, but low military power, otherwise he would not have been defeated by Dario Naharis in the original book, when he and another captain, Bald Sallow, fought 2 against 1, and his head was sent to the Dragon Mother as a gift. Oh, why did he forget him? Ian glanced at the blue-haired mercenary who was molesting the slave girl not far away, and he had to find him the most dangerous task to do later. No, wait and see. Ian shook his head and rejected Plandar's proposal. It was easy to help the descendants of the Azak family, but doing this at this point in time would undoubtedly be tantamount to admitting that he was interfering in Yunque's affairs. This would make Meereen and New Ghis wary, so that they would rather endure the plunder of the centaurs than take the risk of continuing to ally with him. On the contrary, if he still did not take Yunque for himself after conquering it, and did not interfere too much in the power change in Yunque, it would greatly reduce the vigilance of Meereen and New Ghis. The point is, if Graston can't even solve this problem, he has no right to work for himself. Ian's men don't keep idle people. If it were normal days, I would be very happy to act according to our tradition, Graston said quickly, but now, the war is imminent, and the Grand Marshal we elected today will soon need to lead our army to war. Lord Murhad has never participated in the command and management of the army before, and it is difficult for me to let such a person become our commander. Yes. Many people began to agree. But tradition is tradition. There were also many voices of opposition. You have never participated in it either. Some people also began to talk about Graston's own position as deputy commander. Yes, I did, Graston admitted generously, and then added, so my suggestion is to let Lord Mahad start as deputy commander like me, and let him officially become the Grand Marshal after the war is over. There are only 3 places for deputy commanders, and they are all full. Do you plan to give up your place? Someone immediately raised an objection. There are only 3 positions for deputy commanders, but 1 position will be vacant after our chief deputy commander, Grasdozo Alk, General Shaking Butt, becomes the Grand Marshal. Graston immediately answered the man's question. Or do you think there is a candidate who is more suitable to be the Grand Marshal than General Grasdo? HMM. General Shaking Butt raised his head at once. Is there such a good thing? He subconsciously looked at Ian, and the latter nodded to him. Is there really such a good thing? General Shaking Butt felt that a big pie suddenly fell from the sky. Originally, he surrendered to Ian just to save his own life. Being able to avenge General Rabbit and the Grand Marshal was already a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, there was a bigger surprise. He wants me to be the new Grand Marshal. Is he really my long-lost biological father? No, judging from the age, I'm his long-lost father, right? No, 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 this is blasphemy. General Shaking Butt shook his head quickly and threw away this terrible idea. For a moment, the wise lords began to whisper according to their respective factions. I agree. After a while, some wise lords began to express their support. If General Grasdo can promise to give up the position of Grand Marshal after the war, I can also agree. Another wise lord said. General Shaking Butt then looked at Ian, and Ian nodded to him. Just agree. How can Yunke set up the position of Grand Marshal after the war? Where will the Yazak family be in Slavers Bay? I swear in the name of the Harpy. Although General Shaking Butt was reluctant to give up this position, since Ian nodded, he knew that he just needed to do it. Then I agree. Agree. This time, no one raised any objections. Politics itself is a compromise. Being able to get the position of Chief Deputy Commander and the promise to take back the position of Grand Marshal after the war is already the best result for the supporters of the Yazak family. They dare not ask for more. Afterwards, the wise lords took advantage of this banquet to vote on some more resolutions, and Ian did not participate in the whole process, as if Yunke was still Yunke's Yunke. Ian knew that many of these wise lords had connections with the Meereenese, so their experiences today would definitely be transmitted to Meereen, which was very important to Ian. After the banquet was over and everyone dispersed, Glaston found Ian alone. I don't know how to thank you, my lord. Glaston knelt in front of Ian again. You have fulfilled my long cherished wish. You knelt too early. I remember my promise to you, that the next time you kneel in front of me, you will have become the master of Yunke. Ian made a gesture to stand up. You have given me everything I dreamed of, and I dare not expect more. Glaston said as he stood up. I'm very satisfied with your performance, Glaston. Very satisfied. Ian repeated again. I originally thought that you would ask for the position of Grand Marshal, because of my previous promise. I don't have that basis, my lord. Even if the Council of Wise Lords agreed to my request due to your pressure, the situation in Yunke will not be as stable as if General Glasdo was the Grand Marshal. He was originally a senior deputy commander, and it is in line with tradition for him to take over. This is exactly what makes me satisfied with you, greedy but not greedy for victory. Also, you said that your army will march to Meereen as usual. I guess you don't intend to expose the betrayal of Meereen and New Ghis to us, and give them a chance to continue to maintain the alliance. So I think that letting someone from the House of Azak serve as the chief deputy commander will make Meereen feel a lot more at ease. Glaston replied. Send a messenger to Meereen to report what happened in Yunke. You know what to write. Chapter 282. The Great Battle in Westeros. The Long Lake in the North. When was the last time I ran away in such a mess? Tyrion could not remember, but if he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had never run away before. Even when he was exiled to the Wall by Robert, because of his brother and sister's troubles, he at least had a horse. After being kidnapped by these wildlings, he was treated even better. Not only did he get a thick fur coat, but he also had wine to drink. But this time, Tyrion looked at the end of the forest from a distance. After finding that there were no pursuers, he barely hid under a huge oak tree, gasping for breath. For dwarves, long distance running is always an unpopular sport, and it would be even more unpopular if he was chased by the enemy. Fortunately, it seemed that Roose Bolton's cavalry did not notice him. Tyrion staggered to the edge of a stream, leaned over and scooped up some water with both hands, and then sipped it. Although this place is south of the wall, it is not far south. The icy water in his throat made Tyrion shudder. Where to go next? Back under the tree, Tyrion began to think. From here to Castle Black, there are his own wildlings everywhere. Yes, his own. At least that's what the new king beyond the wall said. If there weren't nearly 1,000 northern cavalry chasing them, it might be a good choice to gather the 2 teams of defeated troops. I can't go north, Tyrion thought silently. Even if his 2 nephews are still in Castle Black, it would be a complete suicide to go to Castle Black now. But where can I go? How can a dwarf like me get out of this huge north? Fortunately, that guy's a skin changer. Maybe he can find me through his eagle. But even if he finds me, what? If nothing unexpected happens, he is probably in trouble now. Even if Marvin, Claire, did not die in that battle and escaped back to Castle Black, he might not be able to get the support of the remaining wildlings. After all, the wildlings chose Marvin as their king because of his promise to lead the wildlings to the south to occupy the north, and this disastrous defeat would destroy his prestige. All the prestige he had accumulated from his previous victories. Because this time, the elite troops he had carefully selected in the past few months, armed with equipment from the Lannister family, together with another 20,000 free people, were completely wiped out by Eddard Stark. To be honest, Tyrion still doesn't know how he lost this battle. After all, Marvin has already demonstrated his ability as a skin changer more than once. In every previous battle, he has successfully understood the enemy's entire movement before the battle and made the most appropriate tactical deployment. Whether it was the weak Night's Watch or the coalition forces from Last Hearth and Kaha who came to try to destroy the wildlings, they were all defeated by Marvin. If it weren't for the lack of cavalry, he would have almost wiped out the Umber family's army and captured Morse Umber the Crow Eater. But this time, just as Malvern set up a trap and led the main force of the north led by Eddard Stark into the trap he set and successfully ambushed the opponent when he was about to win, the northern cavalry commanded by Earl Roose Bolton appeared behind the wildling army without any warning. Tyrion didn't know how Malvern made such a mistake, and he had no way of knowing, because Malvern was commanding the most elite right wing of the army to attack the left wing of the northern coalition led by Rickard Karstark. After successfully tearing the opponent's formation, he stabbed Eddard Stark's center army diagonally like a dagger. Eddard's center army was once attacked from both sides. If Roose Bolton hadn't appeared, it would have been a great victory. But as Tyrion once said, these wildlings simply didn't have the courage to fight in front of the cavalry. When the horn of the northern cavalry's charge sounded, Tyrion found that the central army around him began to waver. When the enemy army began to attack and rushed to the front of the battle array for more than 100 steps, these wildlings who originally had no formation were instantly in chaos. They pushed each other and fled. In fact, the terrain that Malvern deliberately chose as an ambush point was not suitable for cavalry combat. There were 3 continuous undulating high grounds, surrounded by woods and a large number of natural boulders. If it was not the wildlings who held here, but a regular southern standing army, or if they had more bows and crossbows, Tyrion firmly believed that Bolton's cavalry would not be able to rush to the second high ground, and would be interrupted and surrounded by infantry, and dragged into a fight. But now, Tyrion can only watch the wildlings disintegrate. What? Why didn't I try to encourage them? Of course, it was because I ran earlier than them. I had already run away when I saw the flag of the flayed man on the horizon. After all, these wildlings were unwilling to accept a dwarf as their commander. Tyrion was just a guest in the center of the army to watch the battle. He had no prestige among the wildlings and naturally did not expect to inspire these wildlings. Fortunately, for the same reason, when the enemy suddenly appeared, no one noticed that there was a dwarf missing in the team. In this way, Roose Bolton's cavalry charged through the wildlings' center from the back, forcing them to flee to both sides into the woods. Then Roose's cavalry quickly turned around and rushed towards the wildling elite where Marvin was. At this time, Tyrion, who had fled to a high ground on the edge of the battlefield, happened to witness this scene. The legion under Marvin armed with Lannister armor, miraculously did not collapse. After giving up the charge at Eddard's center, they quickly formed a dense formation and began to prepare to resist the charge of the cavalry. Tyrion didn't know how Marvin brainwashed the wildlings to keep their morale. Unfortunately, their persistence was in vain as the left wing and the center army had completely collapsed. After the arrival of reinforcement, Rickard Karstark regrouped the fleeing soldiers on the left wing of the Northern Alliance and once again flanked Malvern. He and Eddard Stark's center army formed a chopping block, firmly sucking Malvern's army from the left and right. The cavalry led by Rose Bolton first launched an attack on the oblique angle behind Malvern's formation, and then quickly pulled back. Then they launched another attack, and repeated the strike 7 times like a hammerhead, and finally wiped out Malvern's elite army. Let's go south. Tyrion thought for a long time, and made a decision. Malvern's elite troops were all gone, and Eddard Stark would definitely march north, to conquer the Great Wall next. His 2 nephews might not have a good end, if they fell into the hands of others. But thank God, here's Eddard Stark. Direnhil and the Riverlands bastards. Are you really going to do it? Renly Baratheon roared, and broke into the tent of Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. What happened? What makes you so excited? Loras was a little confused. Didn't I warn you not to go after my brother? Renly grabbed Loras' collar and growled angrily. How dare you? How dare you do something like regicide? Regicide? Loras' pupils shrank. What exactly happened? You want to say you don't know? Renly's hands were shaking. Didn't you do this? Let go first, my good lord. You're pulling me so hard that I can't breathe. Loras grabbed Renly's wrist, but didn't use force. Tell me what happened first, okay? My brother Robert got drunk and fell down the stairs of the Red Keep and died on the spot. How dare you say you didn't do it? Renly said this, but still let go of Loras. I swore to you that we gave up our plan to attack the king after you warned me last time. You should believe me. I would like to believe you, but can you guarantee that it was not done by someone from your family? Will your brother Willis or your grandmother Rhalyna care about your opinion? They won't care about me, but they will undoubtedly care about your opinion, Renly. Loras reminded, we want you to be king, so how could we go against your instructions? The point is, how could we choose to do this at such a stupid time? Stannis is in control of the military power of the country. He has just won a victory and his reputation is at its peak. If we oppose him at this time, I can't even guarantee how many nobles in the River Bay will stand on our side. Killing the king at this time is tantamount to handing the crown to him, isn't it? Ser Loras, the commander-in-chief summoned the main generals to the hall for an urgent military meeting. Suddenly, a guard outside the door reported, "Tell the messenger that I will go as soon as I'm ready." Loras shouted to the account, "It's over. Stannis has also received the news." Renly murmured in a low voice, with some despair in his tone. He wants to gather all the great nobles together first, and then ask everyone present to swear allegiance to him, while announcing Robert's death. He is the first heir to the throne and the commander-in-chief of the royal army. The nobles have no reason to refuse his request. According to the tradition of Westeros, the loyalty of the nobles is flexible, but not much. For example, when the feudal lord and the king conflict, the nobles can choose to stand on the side of the feudal lord or the king. If they are defeated, they only need to surrender to the other side and swear allegiance again. Generally, they can be pardoned, but this surrender can only be done once. If it is a fight between two kings, there is no such tolerance. Unless the king of one side dies, they can swear allegiance to the other side again, and there is only a probability of being pardoned. If the king surrenders before he dies, it will be a great stain, and bring eternal shame to the family. At this moment, almost all the great nobles of the Stormlands, including Lord Eldon Estamont of Greenston, Lady Sheila Errol of Hayhall, Lord Gullion Swan of Stonerhelm, Lord Selwyn Tarth of Duskfall, and Lord Mattis Rowan of Goldentree, Lord Leighton Hightower of Voldtown, and Lord Ailster Florent of Brightwater, the family of Stannis' wife, were all in Harrenhal. If all these people swore allegiance to Stannis, Renly's chances of successfully seizing the throne would be greatly reduced. We have to stop them from going to Stannis' hall, Renly said immediately. In just a moment, he had completely forgotten that he was here to punish his elder brother Robert. How to stop them? Loras asked irritably. His mind was a little blank. If his brother Willis or grandmother were here, they should be able to come up with a solution, and that gentleman would certainly be able to do the same. But as for himself, the Knight of Flowers had to admit that he was better at using swords than brains. If you didn't kill Robert, who would it be? Was it Stannis? Renly suddenly thought of something. Stannis? If someone can associate the name Stannis with murder, then he must be crazy. If there are only 2 people in the world who would not do such a thing, then one of them is Eddard Stark, and the other is Stannis Baratheon. Then how did Robert die? Who knows? Maybe he really fell down drunk. With his character, this is really something he would not do. My lord, sir. Suddenly, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a soldier from the Riverlands rushed in. Who are you? Who let you in? Loras was very fast. Almost at the same time as the soldier rushed in, he had already put his sword to the other's throat. This is terrible, sir, the soldier stammered. He glanced at Renly beside him. It's being rumored all over Harrenhal that the Tyrells plotted to murder the king in order to support His Highness Renly to become king. What? Renly and Loras said in unison. And the Lord Commander has sent people to arrest you too, the soldier added anxiously. Damn it. We'll leave immediately. Loras opened the tent and took a look outside. Their people haven't come yet. It's still not too late to leave now. Stannis will investigate this matter impartially. As long as it has nothing to do with us, the crime will not be pinned on us. And if we just leave like this, Renly hesitated. If we leave like this, we will find my second brother Garland near the Red Fork River. He is leading an elite force of 30,000 to support Lord Randall Tully. As long as we get Lord Randall's support, we can get tens of thousands of the most elite cavalry in the entire kingdom. In this way, no matter who we face, we will still have the strength to fight. But if we are captured by Stannis, even if he will eventually clear our name, he will immediately ask us to swear allegiance to him. Hearing this, Renly finally stopped hesitating and began to flee with Loras. Until they left the castle, they did not encounter any search and arrest, which made the 2 of them feel a little confused while secretly celebrating. Of course, what they did not notice was that the soldier who just informed them was no longer in their team. Chapter 283 God Descends. Sir Makoro, Her Majesty the Queen invites you. The guarding knight announced Daenerys' will to the red-robed monk who was seeking an audience, and opened the bronze door of the hall for him. Then Makoro, accompanied by 2 fully armed knights, walked into the hall of the pyramid. As Makoro slowly walked down the steps, Daenerys finally saw the appearance of this envoy who claimed to be from the Great Red Temple of Volantis. He was about 7 feet tall, wearing a strange red robe that exposed his round and pebble-like belly. His skin was as black as asphalt, his face was covered with white beard like lion hair, and his forehead and body were covered with tattoos of red flames. Just looking at his appearance made Daenerys feel a little uncomfortable. She originally thought that the monks of the Red God should be more like Celia, at least not like the beasts in front of her. But this little emotion was well hidden by Daenerys. Ian is not here. I must have more majesty as the queen, she said in her heart. So, Daenerys nodded to Miss Andy, the little translator. Before you is Daenerys Targaryen I, Stormborn, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, protector of Astapor, and the last dragon lord of Valyria. Miss Andy called out the name loudly. I'm Makoro, a monk of the Great Red Temple of Volantis. I have been sent by the High Priest Benero to come to Astapor to pay my respects to His Majesty. Makoro saluted. It seemed that she was easy to talk to, and Daenerys breathed a sigh of relief. No need to be polite, Lord Makoro. I have longed for your religion, Daenerys said with a smile. To be honest, I have always had a high-ranking priestess of R'hllor by my side. She once served the Red God in the Red Temple of Pentus. After the fall of Pentus, she and I sailed to Astapor. Oh, I wonder if your majesty can introduce this colleague to me after today's meeting? Makoro immediately became interested. I would love to do so, but unfortunately, Priest Celia has already followed my queen's hand, Lordian Derry, to go to Meereen. Daenerys said regretfully. Going with the army? Makoro was surprised this time. Normally, if an army has clergy accompanying it, is your prime minister also a believer of the Red God? Or are there many believers of the Red God in your army? Daenerys was stunned by the question. After a moment of silence, she simply admitted, "In fact, I have never asked about the army, so I don't know whether Celia has preached in the army. But it is very likely that Derry is a believer of the Red God. After all, he trusts Celia very much, and even recommended her to me as my finance minister. And Derry has claimed to be the spear of the Red God more than once." Really? Makoro immediately remembered the words that the Supreme Priest Binero said after watching the fantasy in the flame. This boy is either an apostle of my god or a pioneer of the god of cold. If the little queen did not lie, this Derry seemed to be really connected with the Lord of Light. I wonder if the High Priest Binero sent you here for something? Seeing that Makoro suddenly fell silent, Daenerys took the initiative to ask. I am. Makoro was somewhat helpless. His original purpose of coming to Astapor was actually to meet the Derry, and his second purpose was to see the legendary dragon. But when he arrived in Astapor and asked around, he found that Ian and the dragon had already left Astapor. Then, he was arrested by a group of spies because of his suspicious behavior. He was not sent directly to the pyramid until he proved his identity and claimed to meet the queen. In fact, what business did he have to find this queen? Emperor Binero asked me to ask your majesty if we need to send a group of priests to Astapor to help you preach. Of course, this is mainly to consolidate your rule. Makoro thought of a reason temporarily. Anyway, according to the queen, Derry is a believer of the Red God, and she doesn't care about things herself, so it's normal for them to come to Astapor to help preach for the Red God, right? We believe that dragons and fire are naturally one, and the Church of the Red God and your dynasty will be a match made in heaven. Makoro added. Daenerys hesitated, then nodded. Okay, but the priests you send must obey the Church of Astapor, and my Minister of Finance Celia will be the supreme priest of this church. It should be so. Makoro agreed immediately. This mission also helped him to improve his performance, which was really a pleasant surprise. Besides, Daenerys was very depressed. Why didn't this guy have any enthusiasm at all? She had to ask him in person when she had something to ask. Besides, I have to see Lord Derry, so I hope to set off for Meereen as soon as possible, and maybe I can catch up with Lord Derry on the way. Makoro implicitly expressed that he was ready to leave. Sure enough, people who really have something to do will only look for Ian. Humph. Then you. Daenerys was about to allow Makoro to leave, but suddenly a falcon landed beside Daenerys and interrupted her. Go with you? Daenerys looked at the peregrine's movements and whispered to confirm. She knew Ian's shapeshifter and knew that Ian was conveying a message to her. The peregrine nodded and added another set of movements. Go with you. Take him with you? Looking at the peregrine's movements, Daenerys continued to confirm. This time, she got a positive answer again, and the peregrine did not add any new movements. Well, Lord Makoro, before you leave, please follow me. Daenerys did not explain, but just gave the order directly. Makoro was a little strange, but did not ask more questions. Just like that, he and Daenerys followed the peregrine to the side hall. Then the peregrine landed on a table and quickly flew out of the window. Makoro was indeed attracted by the bird's movements, and looked at the chessboard on the table. Although Daenerys did not know what Ian's purpose was, she roughly understood what Ian meant. Did he want me to introduce this kind of chess to the Red Monk? This is a chess game invented by Ian. He called it Go. Daenerys explained. Volantis also has a chess game. We call it Civis chess. Compared to this chess here, it seems very simple. Its chess pieces only have one shape and two colors. Makoro was a little puzzled. This kind of thing can also be played? How about this? I introduce its rules to you. Daenerys asked. Actually, Makoro laughed awkwardly. He was not interested at all, but due to the other party's status as the queen, it was really difficult for him to say no. Okay, trouble you. Just like that, Daenerys began to explain the rules to Makoro. At the beginning, Makoro didn't care, but the more he went on, the heavier his face became. When Daenerys was almost halfway through the rules, she found that the High Priest of the Lord of Light was pale, trembling all over, and even knelt on the ground. Makoro could no longer hear Daenerys talking. All that remained in his mind was the chessboard with 19 vertical and horizontal lines and the chess pieces with only two colors. Go, with only 2 black and white pieces, reflects the most essential competition of all things. It is not like Civis chess. It has no king, no knights, no dragons, and no mobs. It only has 2 black and white pieces, tit for tat, which perfectly fits the dualistic doctrine of the Red God cult. In Makoro's eyes at this moment, the chessboard is no longer white and black, but fire and ice, light and darkness, life and death, justice and evil. This is a microcosm of the head-on confrontation between R'hllor and the ancient cold god. What is the apostle of my god? This is my god descending to the world. No, I can't go directly to Meereen. I have to return to Volantis as soon as possible to report this to the supreme priest. Meereen, that's about it. Father, to adults, I don't know what we should do next. After reading the letter from Yunke, Peos Opal looked at his father. In addition to Peos, there are 3 other people in this room, including his father, Glaston Opal, the commander of Meereen City Defense Army, the Lord of Meereen, the noble Hizdahr Zolorak, the Meereen nobleman who later became Dinara's husband in the original book, and Erazoe MD, the commander-in-chief of the New Ghis expedition. These 3 people have the command of all the armies of Meereen and New Ghis at the moment, and are also the core group that conspired with Yunke to oppose Ian. Did Yunke mess up? Glaston Opal asked first. It seems that someone among the wise lords of Yunke reported it. Peos nodded. And then Earl Derry defeated Yunke. This time the question was asked by Erazoe MD, the commander-in-chief of New Ghis. It looks like that. Peos shook the letter in his hand. But Earl Derry did not occupy Yunke, nor did he allow his troops to plunder Yunke. He just returned power to Yunke's Council of Wise Lords after punishing General Fazahar, Rabbit, and the Fazar family behind him. It's just that the original Yunke Grand Marshal died in that turmoil. Now the new Yunke Grand Marshal is Grazdozoark, General shaking his ass, and the son of the former Grand Marshal has become the new Chief Deputy Commander. In addition, the wise Lord Grazdan Moraz, who often travels as an envoy to Yunke, has now been promoted to a High Noble, and has obtained the position of Deputy Commander. Promoted to a High Noble? The 3 rulers in the room screamed almost at the same time. This kind of thing has not happened since the demise of the ancient Ghis Empire, although according to the tradition of the Ghis people, as long as a family can pass unanimously in the ruling council, they can complete the promotion. However, since there has been no major war in Slavers Bay for so many years, and the existing high nobles will do their best to protect the interests of the entire class, this proposal to promote the lower nobles has never appeared. This letter only notifies this result, and I have no way of knowing the specific situation. However, based on this result, we can guess that Grazdan Moraz is a traitor among the wise lords of Yunke, and the benefits he has received are the reward given to him by Earl Derry. Peos still use the word Mo representing the lower nobles to call the upstart. The pride of being a high noble did not allow him to admit such a ridiculous promotion. According to the information I have received, the Holy Lord of Meereen, Hizdahr Zolorak, questioned. The wise lords who attended the meeting at that time all said that Earl Derry did not interfere with the entire meeting process. Do you know what happened at the meeting? Peos asked hurriedly. I have some friends in Yunke, Lord Hizdahr said perfunctorily, and then continued. In fact, the promotion of the Eras family is more like the result of mutual compromise between the wise lords of Yunke. General Grazdo, shaking his butt, supported the promotion of Grazdan's family, and Grazdan in turn supported Grazdo to obtain the position of Yunke's Grand Marshal. When the two forces united, the former Grand Marshal's family, Arak, had to compromise. Isn't it Earl Derry's intention? At least from the current situation, he has not expressed his opinion, and he even deliberately distanced himself from the relationship and expressed his unwillingness to participate in Yunke's internal affairs. Hizdahr replied. So, he really has no claim to Slavers Bay as he promised. New Ghis Commander-in-Chief Erazoe MD was a little surprised. At least it seems so. But, Lord Hizdahr paused. We seem to have been distracted by an unimportant matter. The issue we should be more concerned about now is whether Derry has discovered a conspiracy. This, Peos hesitated, said uncertainly. This letter says. They said that this turmoil was only caused by General Fazahar, Rabbit, and the Volantis merchants, right? Lord Histor interrupted the young man of the Parr family. Earl Derry only liquidated the Faza family and let young K go, and wrote to say that he would continue to march towards Meereen. But the question now is, did Fazahir and Aznak, a certain player, really not betray us? Did Earl Derry really know nothing, or did he already know it but what? Use false information to relax our vigilance, and then suddenly attack us? Zoe MD, the commander-in-chief of the new Ghis, guessed. That is indeed a possibility, but I think the greater possibility is that he decides to turn a blind eye and give us another chance to maintain the alliance. As long as we cooperate well in the future, he will pretend that this incident never happened. Why do you think so? In any case, it is not in his interest to come to Meereen and fight us under the current circumstances. Holy Lord Histor shook his head. Even if he defeats us, he will not have enough troops to fight against Khal Drogo. The best outcome for him is to maintain the alliance. He can only fight Drogo with the help of our strength. Similarly, Histor continued, if we cannot directly destroy Lord Derry's army as originally planned, and capture Queen Daenerys, and give her to Drogo to make him withdraw, maintaining the alliance, and defeating Drogo is also the best outcome for us. He should have calculated that we would choose to maintain the alliance, so he put all the blame on Fazahir. If that is true, Graston Zopal, the commander of the Meereen City Defense Army who had not spoken much, could not help but sigh. I really can't imagine that the Earl is a young man under the age of 20. Isn't there a common story like this in mythology? The Harpy descends upon the world and takes over young bodies to act, new Ghis commander-in-chief said, as if he had remembered something. Hey, don't joke like that. He's not even a Ghis. Lord Histor reminded somewhat dissatisfiedly. Yeah, it would be great if he were a Ghis. New Ghis commander-in-chief shrugged disapprovingly. Forget it, let's get down to business. Histor stopped struggling. Everyone, what's your opinion? Do you want to continue the alliance? You're right. If the plan doesn't work, the risk of us being enemies with Earl Derry is even higher than forming an alliance with him to deal with the Horse King. I agree to maintain the alliance. New Ghis commander-in-chief also regained his seriousness upon seeing this, and took the lead in expressing his opinion. If he doesn't make excessive demands later, I agree to. Graston Zopal nodded immediately. What if he makes excessive requests? Lord Histor asked back. Graston Zopal didn't know what to say for a moment. No matter what he asks, we have no choice. After all, the Grand Marshal of Yunkai has been replaced. We have every reason to believe that the new Grand Marshal is on the side of Lord Derry. According to our agreement, Lord Derry and his people occupy 3 seats in the highest command of the coalition forces. He has obtained the real command. If we want to maintain the alliance, we can only accept his command. Moreover, we betrayed him first, when he did not break the agreement. Now our plan has failed, and I'm afraid we can't escape by paying a heavy loss to compensate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Meereen Intelligence Station. Have you found out everything I asked you to find out? Ian controlled NPC Koru to come to the base of his intelligence organization in Meereen, the Bronze Door Inn. Well, according to the conditions you gave, we have indeed locked down some suspicious forces in Meereen. The people who were reporting to Ian were the controllers of Ian's intelligence organization in Meereen. Meereen number 1 and Meereen number 2, referred to as Meadow and Meir. Ian had forgotten their real names. For the convenience of memory, Ian used this method to number and name the intelligence chiefs in each city. Meadow was a criminal selected by Ian in Astapor. When he was young, he had been living in Meereen. What he did was to provide intelligence for smugglers. He was very familiar with Meereen and had a wide network of relationships in the lower class of Meereen. It was just that he offended a great lord of Meereen a year ago and was betrayed by a cooperating smuggler. He almost lost his life and then fled to Astapor and hid. When Ian was publicly recruiting for the intelligence organization in Astapor, Meadow signed up and passed Ian's tests. In the end, Ian sent him back to Meereen and promised him that he would help him get rid of the smugglers who betrayed him and the great master he offended. Mia was also recruited by Ian himself. He is a Meereen merchant and this bronze door is his property. Mia went to Astapa to do smuggling business, but he happened to run into Ian's citywide search for Shadowbinders and was caught by Ian's secret guards. After listening to the report of the secret guards, Ian felt that Mia was a talent, so he recruited him on the spot. In the past 6 months, there are about 7 or 8 forces that can meet the conditions you listed. Mia reported. The conditions Ian listed were actually similar to those he had offered to Illyrio's rat in Pentus, which was the same as the ones used to screen players. However, because the city of Meereen was smaller than Pentus, and Meereen's business was far less prosperous than Pentus, there were far fewer people and forces that suddenly emerged than in Pentus. After our handling, there were only 2 suspicious forces left, Meereen added. How did you handle it? Ian was a little surprised. Your business level seemed to be much higher than that of Illyrio's rat. We found all those suspicious looking forces and destroyed them all by assassinating their leaders, ambushing transactions, raiding headquarters, inciting core figures to rebel, or bribing their trading partners. Medad explained. That lord said that the enemies he was looking for were very powerful and dangerous. Those forces that could be easily dealt with by us are certainly not the enemies he is looking for. After being stunned for a moment, Ian remembered that he had invested funds in the Meereen intelligence station according to the standard of subverting the Meereen regime. It is reasonable that the Meereen intelligence station has expanded to this extent now. Very good. Ian expressed his approval as the special envoy Koru. Then what about the remaining 2 forces? Are they all insoluble to you? One of the remaining ones is the Chamber of Commerce of the man named Daznak that you asked us to investigate in detail this time. This man is actually the most suspicious of all the suspicious people we investigated. Not only has his power grown very rapidly, but he is also very vigilant. We have been secretly arranging for a long time, but have never been able to find a chance to deal a fatal blow to them. Why didn't you report such an important matter? Ian was a little angry for a moment. So you had already discovered who the player in Meereen was, but you didn't tell me? If this information had been delivered to me earlier, would there still be those messy things in Young K? What are you talking about? Special Envoy. Medad was a little confused. Haven't we already reported all the details to you in detail? Yes, we also gave you a lot of suggestions at the time, and asked you to pass them on to that adult. Mia also explained. Ah, really? Ian recalled it instantly. At that time, after I successfully changed Koru's shape and sent Koru to the ship to Meereen, I wrote a letter to Mida, telling them that Koru would be in full control of all the situations in Meereen. After all, Koru was in control at that time, so there was nothing wrong with doing so. As a result, at the critical moment, an uninvited guest came to Astapa. Urine, the mysterious black mucus in that guy's body forced me to cut off the connection with Koru. Because the shape changing must be done face to face, I couldn't regain control of Koru, and at the same time I forgot that I had given Koru full control of Meereen's affairs. This led to my intelligence organization in Meereen reporting all the important information to Koru, whose intelligence had dropped to the same level as Hodder. Damn Urine. How many things have you delayed for me? If it weren't for the huge amount of wealth and a large number of sea charts you sent me, I would really dig you out and whip your corpse. What? His body has been burned? That's alright. Continue. Let's talk about the other force. Can't you solve them? Ian decisively changed the subject. The question he had just raised inexplicably could not be answered, so he simply gave up. After all, Ian's current identity is the special envoy sent by Earl Derry to Meereen, and he is in full charge of Meereen's affairs. There is no reason in the world for a boss to explain to his subordinates. Meereen hesitated for a moment and gave up the entanglement. No, he began to answer the envoy's question. The remaining one was destroyed before we started working, and it was destroyed by the former, said Meereen, adding, because that lord instructed to thoroughly investigate all the people and forces that met his conditions in the past 6 months. So we also conducted a very detailed investigation of this matter. What kind of destruction? Was the leader of that force killed or incorporated by Daznak? Ian asked hurriedly. This is very important. because it is related to whether Daznak has any accomplices in Meereen. If Daznak still has a player accomplice in Meereen, Ian must try to find and eliminate this person before the army arrives in Meereen and stop the march to Meereen. If not, Ian will go to Meereen and take command of the entire coalition. They killed each other, and their grievances were settled in the arena. Mida replied. The arena? Daznak and the remaining forces all made their fortunes through gladiatorial contests. However, they made their fortunes in different ways. Daznak's opponent Erlands participated in the contests personally as a free man, won a lot of wealth and glory, and formed a mercenary group. Daznak made a fortune by manipulating various fake matches, and at the same time, made friends with a large number of Meereen nobles. Then what? How did their conflict happen? In fact, we didn't find the beginning of their conflict, or to be more precise, the beginning we found was also the end. Mida skillfully flipped through the relevant information. Elands made his fortune much earlier than Daznak. About half a year ago, he had already started participating in various gladiatorial contests and kept winning. At the beginning of the game, Ian thought to himself that for players who already had extremely strong military power, it was indeed a good choice to start in Slaver's Bay and then go straight to Meereen to fight in gladiatorial contests. Although the panel data of the player is low at the beginning, it is definitely no problem for a person with very strong strength to start from a small arena. He can quickly complete the main task 1 by just betting on himself. If it weren't for the mechanism of gaining points and attributes by killing players and the existence of bounty tasks, perhaps other players' development paths would not be as fast as this guy. It's just that, because there are too few players starting in Slaver's Bay, he didn't get the bonus of killing players, so his development speed fell behind. Not right. Ian immediately rejected this view. According to his playstyle, it might be a good thing to start in Slaver's Bay where there are not many people. After all, people who suddenly appear as free men and keep participating in gladiatorial games are still very conspicuous, and they can easily be suspected of being players. If he were to move to a place with more players, he would probably be the first target of concentrated fire. What about Daznak? What was he doing during this period? There is almost no news. During the period when Erlands became famous, there was no news of Daznak in Meereen. However, according to our judgment, Meereen said after thinking for a while, Daznak may not have been called this name before. The reason why he appeared under this name later was to commemorate his great victory in Daznak Arena. Daznak Arena? Ian felt as if he had some impression of this name. Daznak's arena is the largest and most luxurious arena in Meereen. Every time the new year of the Ghis arrives, all the nobles of Meereen come here to compete for the title of Champion Warrior of Meereen. Of course, the fight between the nobles is just a joke. The real grand event is the gladiatorial contest afterwards, where all the slave owners will send their strongest slaves to compete for the title of Champion Warrior of Meereen. It turned out to be there. Ian remembered. Daznak's arena is the place where Daenerys and the Lord of Meereen got married and reopened the arena, and the black dragon Rogan suddenly descended, causing Daenerys to ride it away. So, what victory did Daznak achieve? Ian asked in confusion. Based on the previous confrontation, Ian determined that Daznak could control 3 animals at the same time, which means that his skin changer ability has reached the intermediate level. For this kind of player who started in the Slaver's Bay and obviously did not replenish his attributes by killing too many players, being able to click magic to this level must be that all resources have been invested in mental power. In this case, can he still defeat Erlands, the player who is so confident that he will fight in the gladiatorial contest at the beginning of the game? Even if Daznak's predecessor is equally strong, he can't do this, right? This matter is actually still at the stage of speculation. We have no definite evidence to show that this matter is controlled by Daznak, but many clues point to him. What happened at that time? That happened 3 months ago. At that time, Erlands, the new champion who had accumulated 30 consecutive victories in the major arenas of Meereen, participated in the gladiatorial contest in Daznak's arena on the day of the new year of Ghis, and won all the way. In the end, he qualified to challenge the champion warrior of Meereen who had won the championship in Daznak's arena for 3 consecutive years. He lost. Ian Koru was a little confused. If he was killed by the champion gladiator of the arena, this should have nothing to do with Daznak, right? Did he buy the champion in advance? All NPCs provided by the system to players have regained their freedom 3 months before the start of the game. A slave in Daznak's arena cannot be regarded as an NPC. No, Daznak was barely rich at the time. He couldn't afford powerful slave warriors, and Erlands actually won the game. So, how did he die? Killed by an angry Myrene noble after the game. According to the inside information we got from Magazolorak, when Erlands challenged the defending champion of Daznak Arena, the champion warrior was attacked inexplicably before the game, and was seriously injured. The owner of the arena knew that the champion warrior in this state would not be Erlands' opponent at all. What's more terrifying is that he didn't have any warriors who could defeat Erlands. Is Erlands really that powerful? Ian interrupted midder. Yes, this is the conclusion we came to after combining the testimonies of many people. Ian didn't understand. It stands to reason that this player who has been in Slaver's Bay should not have too many attribute points. Even if his predecessor was really strong to the ceiling, this board would be a drag on him. So, what method did Erlands find to supplement his attributes? Or does he have allies feeding him resources? This question must be clarified. Any player who may be in Myrene is an unstable factor. Continue. As the Great Lord of Myrene, the owner of Daznak Arena could not sit idly by and watch the title of Champion Warrior of Myrene, which symbolizes the reputation of the strongest slave in Myrene, being snatched away by a free man. So he finally chose to send someone to negotiate with Erlands, expressing his willingness to pay a large sum of money to ask him to play a fake match. Which free man would agree to such conditions? No matter how much money you get, you have to live to get it. Ian was a little speechless. It is normal for slave owners to force slaves to play fake matches according to some tacit understanding, but it is normal to let a free man die. No, according to the tradition of Ghis, if a gladiator defeats another in the arena, the life and death of the loser will be decided by the voices of the audience. Erlands is deeply loved by the people of Myrene because of his previous winning streak, and he is very young. It is normal to lose to the champion of Myrene who has won 3 consecutive years, so the people of Myrene will most likely choose to let him live. But a player can never leave his life to others to decide. But he still refused. Ian guessed. No, according to Magazolorak, Erlands had already agreed to the match and took the money from the arena owner. But in the end, he killed the injured champion very sharply. Tomorrow will most likely be night. Chapter 285, The Fish That Slipped Through the Net. He is betting that the owner of the arena will not dare to openly retaliate against him for winning the title of champion of Myrene. Ian guessed. Since the ancient Ghis Empire was destroyed by Valyria, the Ghis nobles and Slaver's Bay have been living in the dream of the ancient empire. They follow traditions in everything and celebrate the ancient Ghis festivals in an extraordinarily grand manner. A gladiator who won the title of Myrene champion was retaliated after the game, which is a scandal that Myrene cannot bear. As the owner of the Daznak Arena, asking the challenger to play a fake match and lose to his gladiator is a humiliation to the entire Myrene. If the player named Erlands really relied on this to bet that the owner of the arena could only suffer this loss, it is not impossible, but obviously he lost the bet. Midder also had the same guess as Ian. Erlands didn't even leave the arena alive. Just when he won the victory, enjoyed the cheers of the people of Myrene, and returned to the preparation area under the arena, a slave riot suddenly broke out in the preparation area. Slave riot? Ian smiled playfully. I don't know which careless guard forgot to lock the iron door, Midder said with a hint of teasing in his tone. Several gladiators rushed out of the dungeon and launched a surprise attack on Erlands. Erlands had experienced several games that day, and when he returned to the preparation area, his physical strength was severely depleted. Moreover, he was attacked very suddenly, so he was killed on the spot, and then the rioting slaves were quickly killed by the guards who arrived. No evidence? What's the point of no evidence? A gladiator who just won the championship turned around and died in the arena. This has brought shame to Myrene, and the responsibility is borne by the owner of the arena after all. Yes, after the incident, several great lords immediately pointed the finger at the owner of the arena, and the fact that the owner had previously asked Erlands to play a fake match was soon exposed. As a result, this little Great Lord who made Meereen lose face was deprived of the ownership of the arena by the Great Lord's Council, and his property was confiscated, and he was expelled from Meereen. Then the new boss of Daznak Arena was changed to Mr. Daznak, whom the Lord asked us to investigate. The Mr. Daznak he met in Yunque. Good fellow. The whole thing seems to have nothing to do with this guy, but in the end he became the biggest beneficiary. How did he become the owner of this arena? A gift. The Parr family of Meereen took over the Daznak Arena afterwards, and gave it as a gift to the man who later changed his name to Daznak. The Parr family. The commander of the Meereenese garrison. Daznak's establishment of the previous Meereen Yunque New Gisantian alliance was probably mainly due to the efforts of this family. By the way, you said before that you have found many clues pointing to Daznak. What are these? Ian spoke again. There is no doubt that Mida's initial guess is very likely to be the truth. That is, the whole thing was planned by the player named Daznak. After all, that guy was able to formulate a plan to drag Ian down until he ran out of food, force him to go to the east bank of the Tamakaha River to collect food, and then use the fleet to cut off Ian's army and annihilate them separately. It's not surprising that he could plan a big drama in Meereen. The question now is, how did he do it? Of course, how he did it itself is not important. What really matters is that sorting this matter out will greatly help Ian clean up the entire Meereen player development and struggle context, find out the possible remaining player forces, and make the rats in the gutter have nowhere to hide. The Parr family and the owner of the Daznak Arena have always been in a state of hostility. Ever since Osnak Zopar of the Parr family defeated the defender of the arena and took away the title of Meereen's champion warrior in last year's competition, the hostility between them has reached the point of being on the verge of a sword being drawn. Before this competition, the Parr family even declared that in addition to defending the title of champion warrior representing the nobility, they would also take away the title of champion warrior of the slaves, and made a huge bet with the owner of the arena. This time, the bet took place just after Erlands, the player, agreed to the match fixing. So, Ian felt a little confused. Perhaps I forgot to mention that the fact that the champion of Daznak Arena was attacked before the game was kept strictly confidential at the time. It was not reported until after the game, along with the fact that the arena owner asked Erlands to play a fake game. At that time, the champion of Daznak Arena was an undefeated legend in Meereen. So the fact that the Parr family dared to gamble with the owner of Daznak Arena was problematic in itself. Ian finally understood, unless they already knew in advance that the champion of Daznak Arena was injured, or in other words, unless they themselves were the ones who sent people to attack the champion. Yes, Mida nodded. So we tried to investigate the attack on the champion at that time. This can be found out too? Ian was a little surprised. Are your business capabilities so high? The funding given by that adult is sufficient. There is nothing in Meereen that cannot be found out with money. Medan attributed all the credit to the funding, but his face did not hide his pride. So, what was the situation at that time? The attack was very tricky. Although the champion of the arena successfully escaped into the maze-like streets, the commander of the attack still found his location accurately. Shapper changer. Ian couldn't help but think, could this attack be planned by Daznak? If he cooperated with the Parr family to complete this matter as a means to strike the family of the arena owner, it would make sense that the Parr family paid him the arena as a reward afterwards. But how do you know about this kind of thing? Ian asked strangely. Who else could know such details, except those who participated in the attack at that time? Because a participant in the attack at that time is now working here. After all, we have more money here. When I issued the task, he said that he knew some inside information. This is even more strange. The scale of the attack at that time was not large. It stands to reason that those who participated should be Daznak's confidants. How could there be a defection? Even if someone defected, Daznak would definitely kill them with his caution. Continue. Ian ordered. Before he joined us, he worked for a mercenary group, the one formed by Erlands. Erlands mercenary group. What the hell is that? If the attack was done by Erlands' people, then what role did Daznak play in it? Did he cooperate with Erlands? Are they actually secret allies? This is possible if the whole thing itself was a double act performed by Daznak and Erlands. They first attacked the defending champion of the arena, and then Daznak asked the Pal family to provoke the owner of the arena and force them to gamble with him. Erlands pretended to agree to the arena owner's request for a fake match to give him confidence in the bet. In the end, Erlands changed his mind on the spot and killed the already injured champion. In this way, they successfully made Daznak, the owner of the arena, lose all his wealth to the Pal family. If things only ended here, Erlands gained wealth and glory, Daznak received the arena as a gift from the Pal family, and the Pal family got rid of their political enemies. Everything would be perfect. But Erlands was attacked and killed right after that. What was going on? Did Daznak help Erlands fake his death and escape? Or was Erlands backstabbed by Daznak? Or is there a third player involved? Are you sure about Erlands' death? Ian thought for a moment and asked. Mida was a little surprised, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "It is basically certain that the arena and Erlands men had confirmed his body at the time." Ian suddenly realized that his question was a bit too much. His intelligence station in Meereen was officially opened more than a month ago, and they could only rely on clues they heard from other people to judge what happened 3 months ago. And if Daznak was really acting in a double act with Erlands, Ian felt that they should be able to find a way to create a perfect illusion. Forget it. Ian shook his head and asked, after Erlands died, what happened to the mercenary group he had previously formed? They were attacked, a devastating attack, and only a few of them survived after that attack. In this way, the possibility of Daznak backstabbing Erlands increased, but as a skin changer, how could Daznak let the people who participated in the attack on the arena champion slip through the net when he was cleaning up Erlands' mercenary group? Or did Daznak not know who participated in the attack at that time, and the skin changer who commanded the operation was not him at all? Moreover, this person did not tell Daznak the list of attackers at that time, and did not appear in the previous game between him and Daznak in Yunkai. He is either dead or has parted ways with Daznak. If it is the latter, there may be a fish that has slipped through the net in Meereen. Of course, it may not be in Meereen. After all, Daznak is begin Meereen. If he wants to survive, escaping from Meereen would be a better choice. But no matter what, as long as he is no longer an ally of Daznak, the possibility of him appearing in Meereen and destroying his plan will be greatly reduced, at least for the time being. Thinking of this, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to investigate this matter, especially the candidates who were still with Daznak before the game but disappeared afterwards, and at the same time officially start to clean up the remaining forces of Daznak and Joris, player from Volantis, in Meereen. Including the part related to the Parr family? Medad asked cautiously. Including the part related to the Parr family, and point the spearhead at the Parr family, pretending that we just found out about this matter. Ian gave a positive answer and added, the action is directly carried out in the name of that lord, and at the same time, pay close attention to the reactions of the Parr family and other great lords in Meereen. What is the extent of the cleanup? Kill them all. Ancient Ghis Coastal Avenue. Turning his attention from Koru back to the main body, Ian got up and went to the Central Army tent to attend the combat meeting that had been planned long ago. Those who attended the meeting today included a group of senior military generals under Ian, as well as the new Grand Marshal of Yunkai, Shaking Butt General Grazdo Zoark, and the second Deputy Commander Grazdan Zoeraz, who had recently become Ian's subordinates. As for the other 2 deputy commanders of Yunkai, they were quickly sidelined after leaving Yunkai, and they did not even have the qualifications to participate in the combat meeting. Ian's army was now 20 leagues north of Yunkai, and it was less than 7 days away from Meereen. Unlike the original plan, to let the Yunkai army take a boat to Meereen later, Ian took all the troops of Yunkai directly this time, including 5,000 city defense troops, 1,500 cannon fodder militia recruited by the former Grand Marshal, 1,000 hired cavalry, and 1,500 private soldiers voluntarily and selflessly contributed by the major wise lords. Ian temporarily organized the Yunkai army into 2 legions and handed them over to the command of the leader of the Storm Crows, Purandan Ajason, and an officer he trained in Astapa. As for the generals of Yunkai, Ian just asked them to follow him in the Central Army and wait for military merits from the sky, and they happily handed over their military power. Ian did not intend to give flags to the two Yunque legions and the Meereen Legion that Ian would obtain in Meereen later. Because in Ian's army, flags are a very important part of the command system, and Ian has actually given up the idea of incorporating the armies of Yunque and Meereen into the command system. Before the war comes, if the Iron Legion of New Ghis can be trained to the point where it can receive some simple combined commands, Ian's expectations will be achieved. Now Ian currently has a total force of 26,000 people. After arriving in Meereen and integrating the coalition forces of Meereen, this number will be close to 50,000. Then, Ian will send the fleet of Meereen to Astapor, carrying 3 new legions that will complete the training by then, and 2 unsullied legions left in Astapor, a total of 15,000 people to Meereen. In addition to the mountain clan allies summoned from the mountains of Lazar and the vassal army of the plainsmen, according to Ian's plan, he will have about 25,000 elite soldiers, about 25,000 ordinary soldiers, and about 30,000 mobs before the formal battle with the centaurs. If this force is to fight a field battle with Drogo's 40,000 roaring warriors, it may still need to draw a big question mark. But the good news is that the centaurs look down on all other nations. They will not forcibly recruit the sheep people of Lazar to form a vassal army. After leaving the Dothraki Sea, Drogo himself can no longer conquer other centaurs to replenish his troops. Therefore, Drogo's army is one less if one dies. As long as Ian can manage to consume Drogo twice before the decisive battle, he can take the initiative in the final battle. As he was thinking, Ian found that he had come to the outside of the tent, so he walked in directly. Commander-in-Chief. Seeing Ian walk into the tent, the generals hurriedly saluted and greeted him. After the position of the Grand Marshal of Yunque also fell into Ian's control, Ian had already won the majority of seats in the command group of the Ghis Alliance. So far, he has directly obtained the title of the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghis Alliance. Ian came to the main seat, raised his hand, and pressed it lightly, and the big tent suddenly became quiet. Today I summoned everyone here. There is only one thing to say: to advance to Meereen. We are ready to besiege Meereen. But you clearly said before. The shaking butt general instinctively doubted, but he just said halfway, and suddenly found that no one in the Hall of Generals raised questions, so he stopped awkwardly, a little at a loss. Go and prepare. After Ian left this sentence, he left the big tent. He didn't really want to fight Meereen. It was just a simple intimidation. Meereen can be let go, but the Parr family, who has had deep cooperation with the player, must be eliminated. Chapter 286, Thinking While Being Beaten. For Meereen, this was definitely a confusing day. After the guards on the city wall saw dozens of trebuchets inexplicably appear outside the city through the early morning light, and rang the alarm bell in the watchtower, the generals of Meereen and New Ghis received news one after another that the coalition forces of Astapor and Yunque had arrived at the city of Meereen. Ian transported a total of 32 trebuchets to the outside of Meereen last night. These siege weapons were all made by Ian when he was in Yunque, although the main purpose at the time was to show the player Daznak a false impression that he was preparing to attack Yunque. But the trees had already begun to be cut down, so Ian simply ordered the craftsmen to rush to build them quickly. Shortly after Ian's army set out for Meereen, the craftsmen who had completed the construction of the siege weapons loaded these weapons onto the Yunque fleet, and some large merchant ships that Ian had requisitioned in the port of Yunque caught up with Ian by sea, and almost arrived at the city of Meereen with Ian. Because Ian had asked Glaston to write to Meereen to express his willingness to maintain the alliance, Meereen did not send a fleet to stop the Yunque fleet, which allowed Ian to successfully unload these weapons. 32 catapults were deployed by Ian at the southeast and southwest corners of the Meereen wall. This position was not only located in the blind spot of the catapults on the wall, but also convenient for flanking and shooting from both sides, completing dense firepower coverage in an instant. To the north of Meereen City is the camp of Meereen's mercenaries and the New Ghis Iron Legion, where soldiers are hastily gathering. After Ian broke off contact with Koru, he transformed into several falcons again, and launched a comprehensive surveillance of Meereen. North of Meereen, Allied Forces Camp Noble Lord Hisdazol Orak, you are in such a hurry to come to me. Have you found out something? Zoe MD, the commander-in-chief of the New Ghis Expeditionary Force, saw Hizda walk into his tent and asked hurriedly, "Ian's army is crossing the road east of Meereen and approaching our camp in the north of the city. I also heard that he has deployed a large number of catapults in the south of the city. Who can tell me what's going on?" Earl Derry had previously blamed all the crimes on the wise lord of Yunque. Why did he suddenly change his mind and decide to go to war with us? Zoe MD quickly threw out a series of questions. These 3 letters have the answers you want. The tone of the Holy Lord Hizda was very heavy, and he placed the 3 letters on the table. Erez, the commander of the New Ghis, quickly pick them up and read them quickly. The first report sent by the Meereen city guards was about a group of mercenary assassins wearing bronze masks of harpies that recently caused a bloody storm in Meereen. They attacked the Daznak arena and killed all the guards and slave warriors in the arena. At the same time, they also attacked the headquarters of the Bloodflower Chamber of Commerce from Volantis and slaughtered everyone inside. Because of their close relationship with these 2 forces, a large number of people from the Pa family died in this action. Harpy bronze mask? Isn't this the decoration of the legendary Sons of the Harpy? Who are these people? What does it have to do with Earl Derry's behavior? The new Commander Ghis asked puzzledly. The base of these Sons of the Harpy is located in the Bronze Gate Inn in the northern city, and their identities, said the Holy Lord Hizda helplessly, just when the commander of the Meereen City Guard, Graston Zopal, mobilized a large army to suppress this group of mysterious killers. These people revealed their identities and pointed the finger directly at the Pal family. "Look at the second letter, the answer you want is there," Hizda reminded. The new commander of Ghis did not dare to delay and quickly opened the second letter. However, he felt sweat on his forehead after reading just 2 lines. It turned out that the whole letter was full of evidence pointing to the Pal family, Daznak and the Volantis conspiring against Ian. Now that these evidences have been made public, it means that the faces of both parties have been torn apart. How could this happen? The new commander of Ghis was a little flustered for a while. Obviously, we guessed wrong last time. Lord Derry chose to continue the alliance with us not because he decided to forbear, but because he really didn't know that Meereen was involved in this matter at that time. Now he knows. Hizda pointed to the 3rd letter on the table, and then he proved to us that he is still a young man with blood and vigor. The commander of New Ghis nervously opened the 3rd letter on the table. This letter was written by Ian himself. The wording was fierce, showing great sorrow and anger for Meereen's betrayal. He demanded that Meereen hand over all the masterminds of the Pa family and pay him a huge amount of compensation. Otherwise he would capture Meereen and let everyone know the fate of traitors. Pay attention to the last sentence. Hizda looked at the face of the new Ghis commander and reminded him after making sure that he had almost finished reading. He gave us no time to think about it. He told us to think about it while being beaten. If we had thought it through, we should remove all the flags on the city walls and in the army to show surrender. At the same time, he reminded us that the beating would not last too long, so we should also have the same amount of time to think about it. How arrogant. New Ghis Commander Erez felt humiliated. Then I really want to see how capable he is. Commander-in-Chief, the Astapa people have sent you a letter. Suddenly, a New Ghis sergeant came to the outside of the tent. Can I? Erez asked, but in fact he had already walked to the door. Of course. Hizda could only say it. Erez quickly took the letter and hurriedly opened it to read it. A letter from Earl Derry? Hizda looked at the changing expression on Erez's face and asked hurriedly. Yes. What did he write? He was complaining to me. Erez looked a little unnatural. He detailed how much effort he put into the formation of the Alliance of Ghis, and then denounced Meereen's betrayal. He now expresses that he is very disappointed and confused. That's all? What do you mean that's all? Didn't he say that he hopes you can help him punish the traitor or something? Yes, I have to help him punish the traitor. Erez suddenly realized. No, what did you say? The traitor is us. What do you mean by us? Lord Derry said clearly that it was Meereen who betrayed him. What does the bad things you Meereen have done have to do with me? Erez said righteously. Are you crazy? Not only am I not crazy, I'm very sober. Not only am I not a traitor, but you are not either, Hizda. Almost everything was done by the Pa family. It is impossible for Earl Derry to find any clues related to us. Now the only people who know that we are also involved in the plan are the father and son of the Parr family. If we help Earl Derry to clean up these two traitors in advance, then betrayal will have nothing to do with you and me, right? East of Meereen, Giscari Avenue, 3 consecutive heavy trumpet sounds spread out from the center of the army. The legions of Ian's army, which were marching, raised their legion flags high, which was a sign of preparation for orders. The 3 trumpet sounds were the signal formulated by Ian for the whole army to obey orders. Ian applied a set of command systems adapted by Ian from the Wookieeing in his officer manual. Regarding the point team, Ian used a combination code of beating/blowing cymbals, trumpets, and drums in sequence. In the same set of instructions, the interval between each sound was 5 seconds. When the center army strikes a gong and a drum, it is time for the first Unsullied Legion to receive the next order. When the first Unsullied Legion receives the signal and knows that it is on standby, it should raise the 4 Legion flags to indicate that it is on standby. If the center army sends out a gong and 2 drums, it means that the second Unsullied Legion should receive the order at this time. By analogy, starting with a gong sound followed by a drum sound is to give orders to Unsullied Legions with different numbers. When the center army sends out a signal starting with 2 gong sounds, it is giving orders to the Slave Iron Legion. For example, 2 gongs and 1 drum are for the first Iron Legion, and 2 gongs and 2 drums are for the second Iron Legion. On this basis, Ian plans to give them all numbers according to the Iron Legion, after taking control of the command of the new Ghis Legion. When the center army sends out a signal starting with 3 gong sounds, it is giving orders to the cavalry. 3 gongs and 1 drum are for the 1st Cavalry Regiment, and 3 gongs and 1 drum are for the 2nd Cavalry Regiment. Of course, because the combat range of the cavalry can easily go beyond the distance where the central army can use the golden drums and flags to convey the message, the cavalry generals often have greater command flexibility, and Ian is more strict in selecting cavalry commanders. The 3 gongs are all the current code. As for the auxiliary legions and mercenary cavalry trained in Astapor, Ian temporarily assigned them to various Unsullied Legions and Iron Legions, allowing them to directly accept the command of the Legion commanders and become the support and supplementary combat power of the legions. When encountering a situation where 2 or more legions need to be commanded at the same time, Ian's solution is to introduce the trumpet sound again. For example, 1 gong and 1 drum, 1 number, 2 drums for the 1st Unsullied Legion and the 2nd Unsullied Legion, to listen to the order at the same time. 1 gong and 1 drum, 1 number, 2 drums, 1 number, 3 drums for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Unsullied Legions, to listen to the order at the same time. 1 gong and 2 numbers for all Unsullied Legions, to listen to the order. The same applies to the Iron Legion and the Cavalry Regiment. When it is necessary to command 2 different armies at the same time, the gong sound after the trumpet sound cannot be emitted. For example, 1 gong and 1 drum, 1 trumpet, 2 gongs and 1 drum, that is, the 1st Unsullied Legion and the 1st Iron Legion are obeying orders. When a legion receives the signal to obey orders and raises the legion flag dedicated to feedback information, the central army will pause for 20 seconds before starting to pass the second set of codes to issue specific instructions. In Ian's officer manual, this set of codes uses the order of drums, gongs, and trumpets to distinguish it from the orders of the point team. Specific action commands include advance, stop, turn, charge, disperse, gather, and volley, among which the combination of drums and gongs expresses the action itself, and the trumpet sound expresses the direction of the action. Number 1 is north, number 2 is northeast, and so on clockwise. However, considering the actual situation of insufficient training time, Ian has not used the code that uses trumpet sounds to indicate direction for training in order to simplify the complexity of the code, because Ian has an advantage that no general in history has ever had dragon. Of course, a half-year-old dragon cannot be used to spit fire to break the formation, but when it is placed in the sky, it can form an extremely clear dragon mark. When Ian lets his dragon fly in the sky, the generals who receive the order only need to observe the relative direction between themselves and the dragon to know the direction of their next move most intuitively. They can even know how far they have to move directly according to the position of the dragon, without receiving the stop command again. The operation is as convenient as clicking on the map with a mouse when playing games. However, this can only be a temporary solution. After all, it is impossible for Ian to personally go to the battlefield and command every battle in the future. However, in the future, after his army has more sufficient training time, it will definitely make up for the missed subjects. Even in the future, symbols and gongs can be introduced to further refine the instructions. The bowl of the symbol is smaller, the pronunciation is louder, and the reverberation is longer. The bowl of the symbol is larger, the pronunciation is thicker, and the reverberation is shorter. These two instruments are also frequent visitors in ancient military command. As for the way of conveying orders through the rhythm of drums or metal instruments, Ian has no plans to try it for the time being. After all, with just this very simple combination code, the officers who were able to memorize it in just 3 months and skillfully receive it in drills only accounted for less than 1/3 of Ian's officers in the officer training camp. Of course, Ian temporarily did not use any of those who did not pass the training. Half of them were relatively excellent, and Ian agreed to let them train for another period. After all, there were not so many people in this small slave bay, and the remaining half, Ian directly turned them back into soldiers. In addition, Ian standardized the military formation when receiving different action instructions. Of course, this military formation is not the complicated formation in various formation diagrams. Even Ian did not have time to let the army other than the Unsullied complete the 5 formations of square, round, curved, straight, and sharp that Li Jing believed to be the most basic for an army. He now let the slaves master only some of the most basic things, and he standardized only the 4 forms of the square formation, and its main reference was the Spanish square formation. For example, 1. Marching formation. This formation is used for infantry's regular march and marching on the battlefield when they have not met the enemy, have left the battle, and each person occupies 3*7 feet, 96*224 centimeters when marching in formation. 2. Line resistance formation. When infantry needs to meet the enemy, they should shrink into this formation, at which time each person occupies 3*3 feet, 96*96 centimeters. 3. Assault formation. When infantry launches a charge, the formation is further tightened, and each person is 1 foot apart. 4. Defensive formation. When infantry faces a cavalry charge, the formation is tightened again, becoming elbow to elbow and shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 287 Confrontation. The coalition forces of Meereen and New Ghis quickly left the camp and formed a battle formation facing the south of the Giscari Avenue. Judging from the reaction speed of the coalition forces and the deployment of this formation, the commanders of New Ghis are obviously different from the showpieces of Meereen or Yunque. They dare to call themselves the successors of the ancient Ghis Empire, and they do have some skills, but not much. The formation of the entire coalition was spread out 4 kilometers. From the aerial view, Ian could clearly observe that on the right wing of the coalition were the New Ghis 1st and 2nd Iron Legions directly under the New Ghis Parliament and 1,000 mercenary cavalry, and the mercenary cavalry were deployed on the right side of the legion. The 1st and 2nd Iron Legions are the standing army of New Ghis, composed of veterans who have been in the army for more than 5 years. They wear scale armor and are equipped with spears, javelins, short swords and shields. At the same time, the 3rd Iron Legion of New Ghis was also located on the right wing of the coalition army, hidden behind the 1st and 2nd Iron Legions. Because the first 2 legions stood on a hillock about 7 or 8 meters high, the 3rd Iron Legion placed behind the hillock could not be observed even from the Nescar for the location of Ian's army. The 3rd Iron Legion of New Ghis, like the 4th Iron Legion, was a voluntary citizen militia. These people came from the property owners of New Ghis. They equipped themselves at their own expense. The overall quality of their equipment was slightly lower than that of the 1st and 2nd Legions, but it was also several levels higher than the mob in Meereen next door. They had only served for 3 years, and were generally younger. The 4th Iron Legion of New Ghis was located in the center of the coalition army. Behind them were 5,000 conscripted militia/slave soldiers from Meereen. Because the center of the coalition army was on the flattest Ghis Avenue, they could not hide here. but because the Central Army had the shortest front width, their depth reached 20 rows, and the flanks were protected by the Allies, their morale was sufficiently guaranteed, and the possibility of being penetrated by heavy cavalry was basically eliminated. The left wing of the coalition was a forest, and they deployed 2,000 elite hired spearmen outside the forest, and 2,000 Meereen slaves inside. It is not difficult to imagine that the effect that the commander of the New Ghis hoped to achieve was to make Ian mistakenly believe that they deployed the 3rd Iron Legion in the forest, so as to invest more troops on the right wing, corresponding to the left wing of the Meereen coalition. I don't know what the generals of the New Ghis would look like when they learned that Ian could observe their complete deployment from the air. The entire formation of the coalition presented a diagonal line protruding from left to right. That is, the elite on the right wing were at the front. The front team of the Central Army corresponded to the squadron on the right wing, and the left wing was huddled at the back. This is a very typical oblique attack tactic, or right hook, which can allow the elite to engage the enemy first by letting one wing of the elite rush forward, and then the center and left wing. In this way, their relatively weak center and left wing can buy more time to wait for the right wing to defeat the enemy's left wing, and then outflank the enemy from the side, pinch the enemy's center, and finally completely defeat the enemy. So why did Ian say that this new Ghis general has something but not much? Because this tactic is probably learned from the military classics of the ancient Ghis Empire, and this ancient empire period can basically be judged as before the appearance of stirrups. This is a typical tactic that can only play a significant role when both sides do not have elite cavalry. If you have superior cavalry, then this outflanking work can be completely handed over to the cavalry. Just like after entering the Middle Ages, the right hook style has not been eliminated, but this task has been handed over to the cavalry. If you do not have superior cavalry, when your cavalry is defeated by the enemy, you will be the one to be hit by the right hook. Ian stood on the Highness car in the center of his army, looking at the enemy formation in the distance. Although he himself did not need this thing, the senior generals around him needed such an observation tool. Ian invited all the senior generals who had specific legion commander positions and the best officer cadets he was training here, because this exercise that was closest to actual combat would be a very good lesson for them. The same was true for the soldiers below. Ian knew that this battle would not be fought. His bird had been tracking the Holy Lord of Meereen, his Dazolorak, and the new Ghis Commander-in-Chief, Zoe MD, so he knew very well that they had begun to deploy the murder of the people in charge of the Parr family in Meereen. When they sent the heads of these people from the Parr family to him to make amends, he would forgive Meereen and take over the military power of Meereen. But these officers and soldiers did not know about this. On weekdays, these officers did a good job in the drills of receiving orders, but what about when they were on the battlefield? When the enemy is already within visual distance, can they still perfectly complete the drills? Ian is not worried about the unsullied, they don't know what fear is, and they are not even human. But Ian is very worried about the slaves. These people usually eat the best food, and they are naturally superior to other slaves, so they are indeed very hard working during training. But at this desperate moment, it is still unknown whether these people can perform as well as usual. After all, their training time is too short. Ian took off his gloves and wiped the sweat from his palms. Let's get started. After taking a deep breath, Ian ordered the flag bearer beside him. This large watchtower, which is 7 or 8 meters high, has another function besides observation, that is, to raise the general flag. For Ian at this time, this is just a morale booster. But this thing is not just used to boost morale on the battlefield. In the military merit system of many dynasties in ancient times, capturing the flag and beheading the general were equal merits. Many people have a stereotyped impression, because of TV dramas, thinking that this great merit was because it hit the enemy's morale. In fact, the real effect of capturing the flag and beheading the general is to destroy the enemy's command system. This involves another command system besides the golden drum instrument, the flag. In the ancient wars of the Great Celestial Empire, a mature army often has 2 command systems at the same time. One is the golden drum instrument that Ian is currently training soldiers with, and the other is the flag. The latter has a wider application scenario than the former, although the latter has some very obvious defects, such as 1. due to the terrain. When the commander uses the flag to issue command information, the person who is ordered must be able to see it directly, and if the troops are fighting in hilly and forest areas, they cannot guarantee that they can see the flag too. It cannot be used for night battles. 3. In ancient times, there were not many colors that could be clearly identified. For example, the famous Zhuge formations, with 8 numbers of heaven, earth, wind, and cloud, dragon, tiger, bird and snake, had to be commanded with 4 flags and 4 banners. They simply could not put together 8 flags with easily identifiable colors. 4. Command signals are even more difficult to identify. Battlefield command is a kind of long-distance command. In order to let the soldiers in the distance see it, the Central Army must use a large flag, which is not like the small flags in modern flag language, that can produce a large number of flag language actions. From the literature that can be found today, all flag language commands are few and simple. However, musical instrument commands are free combination codes that can convey more detailed commands. But all these defects are not as big as the former. That is, there are only a few kinds of musical instruments with loud enough sound and strong penetration on the battlefield, and the enemy and I use the same. You knock and I knock, you blow and I blow. Who can know which signal is from which side? This is the biggest limitation of musical instrument command. As for the situation that people often imagine, that the sound of musical instruments will be covered by the roar of war, it does not conflict with the requirements of command. Because battlefield orders are rarely issued to troops that have already engaged in battle. The troops that have already engaged in battle are in the midst of fighting, surrounded by the sounds of war cries and weapons colliding. At this time, even if he hears the order, it is unlikely that he will easily leave the battle. The real order is usually given to the reserve team, and a well-trained reserve team that has not engaged in battle is far less noisy than the troops that have already engaged in battle, and the probability of them successfully receiving orders will be much greater. When there was obviously not enough time to complete the 2 sets of system training, Ian finally chose to give priority to training musical instrument conductors. The main reason was that the Dothraki did not have golden drums, which would not interfere with Ian's signals. Moreover, when fighting against pure cavalry like the Dothraki, Ian's ideal war terrain is the more complex the better. When there is enough time, he will make up for the training of flag signal command. As the music sounded, Ian's army quickly completed the formation according to Ian's intention. The formation Ian arranged was not a new thing, but the famous 8 formations. Speaking of the 8 trigrams, perhaps many people have already started to laugh, because under the influence of modern film and television works and some novels, this thing has suffered a serious reputation. In particular, the Wuhao Bagua formation adapted by Zhuge Liang was first ridiculed by various unrealistic myths, and then because the content of these myths was too outrageous, it attracted public ridicule. But in Ian's opinion, this simple formation, which was originally proposed by Sun Bin, later improved by Zhuge Wuhao, and later improved by Li Weigang, has been used by our ancestors for thousands of years. At least in the Cold Weapon period, it has strong practical capabilities. The first point to be made clear is that the 8 trigrams formation is not something mysterious and has not been lost. The reason why it is said to be lost is probably because some people find it difficult to accept that the mythical 8 trigrams formation is such a simple thing. Emperor Taizong of Tang once asked Li Jing what the so-called heaven and earth, wind, and cloud, dragon, tiger, bird and snake meant. Li Jing's answer was the one who passed it on is wrong. Li Jing believes that the so-called 8 formations is a combat deployment that must be changed at any time according to the actual situation. The sky, earth, wind, and clouds are flags, and the dragon, tiger, bird and snake are banners. These are just the numbers of the 8 troops surrounding the Central Army. As for the others, they are all nonsense. As for the reasons why these troops are numbered and surrounded by the Central Army, Ian judged that it is convenient for the command of the Central Army of each department, and effectively expands the command radius of the Central Army by bringing the battlefield closer to the Central Army. The deployment of the 8 formations perfectly conforms to the principle of fighting one and defending two in traditional Chinese military tactics, and in actual combat, enough reserves can be reserved to receive the orders of the commander. Not only the familiar 8 formations, but also the 6 flower formations and 12 Chen formations adapted by Li Jing later, all divide the army into multiple secondary units, and arrange them around the central army to achieve this effect. Of course, the formation that Ian deployed at this moment did not use heaven and earth, wind, and cloud, dragon, tiger, bird and snake to number each unit. He used more straightforward right front army, center front army, left front army, right center army, left center army, right rear army, center rear army, and left rear army to refer to them. Although this battle will not really be fought, in order to achieve the maximum actual combat effect, Ian still made a very serious pre-war analysis, and completed the deployment. Ian's left front and left center army were placed with the 1st and 2nd legions of the Unsullied, which were ordinary dense formations, and there was no passage in the middle for cavalry to attack. The position was right opposite to the right side of the enemy's center army, leaving a lot of space for the enemy to outflank. This force was fully enough to confront the elite right wing of New Ghis. The front center and front right army were placed with the Yunque army. Each square phalanx had 4,000 people in an ordinary dense formation, and many passages were left in each 100-man team, so that the width was pulled to the extent that it was basically aligned with the enemy's left wing. The Yunque people had not received Ian's training, nor did they need to accept command. They only needed to keep moving forward after the battle began, and then engage the enemy's center and left wing. Behind them, Ian deployed 1,000 Dothraki guards in front of the center. These people served as a reserve, and also served as military supervisors, with the right to shoot anyone who left the formation, or retreated without permission. The 2nd Slave Iron Legion was deployed in the rear of the center, responsible for protecting Ian's flag, and preventing the enemy's left wing, towards our right wing, from outflanking. The 1st Slave Iron Legion, which had the longest training time so far, was deployed in the left rear. Ian planned to let this legion go left after the Unsullied engaged the enemy's right wing and attack the side of the New Ghis phalanx. Then, Ian placed the remaining 1,000 guards and 1,000 mercenary cavalry about 2 kilometers to the left of the entire formation, with the mercenary cavalry in front and the guards in the back. Their position was further away from the battlefield than the enemy's right wing. In this battle, this cavalry does not need to accept the command of the central army. Their mission is to attack the enemy cavalry directly after the battle begins, annihilate or defeat them, and then rush back to the battlefield. The Royal Guard's cavalry will use horse archery to attack the back of the New Ghis Iron Legion that has surrounded the left side of the Unsullied and engaged with them. When the enemy formation is loose, the Royal Guard's cavalry can start to attack their back and sides. If the enemy cavalry refuses to engage, the hired cavalry of the Second Sons and the Storm Crows will be responsible for staring at the enemy cavalry and driving them away from the battlefield, while the Royal Guard's cavalry will return to the battlefield and execute the original plan. As for the 3 formations of the back center, back right and center right in the 8 formations, Ian chose to leave them blank because the enemy's deployment has been fully understood by Ian, and the cavalry advantage is on his side. Ian's army formation is in these 3 directions, and it is difficult to be threatened by the enemy. Even if a small team of the enemy attacks this position, the troops of the central army can completely deal with them. According to Ian's deployment, the biggest losses in the whole battle should be the mercenary cavalry, followed by the Unsullied and Yunque's army. If the cavalry attacking from behind can defeat the right wing of New Ghis more quickly, the losses of the Unsullied should be reduced a lot. I just don't know what the real combat power of the New Ghis Iron Legion is. If possible, I really want to fight this battle, to test the actual combat capabilities of these legions. Ian roared in his heart. But he knew that this battle could not be fought because both his own army and the New Ghis Iron Legion on the opposite side would be his main force against the Horse King. If they fought here, it would be GG directly. Therefore, Ian could only test the organizational ability of both sides at the moment and give them a close to actual combat training so that they would not face the enemy for the first time when they saw the horsemen. The good news is that both sides have performed well so far. Of course, this refers to Ian's Slave Iron Legion and the Legion of New Ghis, not including the mob of Yunque and Meereen. But what does it matter? Mobs naturally have their own uses. Chapter 288, Meereen surrenders. Eris Zoe MD, the New Ghis commander, stood on the high hill, where the right wing of the army was located, observing Ian's army. Unlike the habit of the Great Celestial Empire's commander-in-chief sitting in the center of the army, in most cases, the commanders and generals of the West like to personally command the most elite wing of the army that throws the punch. Why did you call me here at this time? Why haven't you started the attack yet? Graston Zopal, the commander of the Meereen Defense Army, came to General Erez and dismounted. Lord Derry's trebuchets have already launched an attack. It took them less than an hour to destroy all the trebuchets on the southern wall of Meereen, and opened a large gap in the southwest corner of the wall. The old brick walls of Meereen could not withstand the boulders thrown by the enemy. The trebuchets used by Lord Derry's army are farther and more powerful than any trebuchet I have ever seen. If he is given time, I doubt he can demolish the city. If we can't defeat them here, he will easily enter Meereen. Lord Derry was not fooled. Unlike Glaston Zopal's anxiety, General Erez just pointed to the distance slowly. He saw through my deployment and deployed the most elite Unsullied, who were all equipped with half-breastplates, on his left wing, and deployed the most useless Junkai to the center and right wing. My Iron Legion cannot quickly defeat the enemy's Unsullied. Can you Meereenese quickly defeat the Junkai army? Erez asked with a smile. Glaston Zopal was a little embarrassed. Although Erez described the Junkai as trash, how good could the Meereen army be? No, right? You and the Junkai are the same kind of stuff. Now Glaston Zopal went from being embarrassed to being shocked. Everyone knew the quality of the Meereen army, but such a straightforward and merciless ridicule should not be done by an ally. If we can't quickly gain an advantage on any wing, Erez raised his hand again and pointed to the Ian cavalry in front. They will easily destroy us. But, seeing Erez say such discouraging words, Glaston Zopal hurriedly defended, but their front width is less than 2/3 of ours. We can directly outflank their entire left wing. In this way, we will completely lose our depth. Earl Derry only needs to use cavalry to smash open any of our phalanxes from the back, and his center army can attack from this gap and cut our army in half. Then should we go back to the city? Glaston Zopal panicked. General Asshai MD of New Ghis is the contemporary first general of the Ghis who has fought against the Karth people and their eastern mercenaries for decades. Glaston has no doubt about his judgment. Perhaps we can rely on the pyramids to build a defense line. The city of Meereen is full of pyramids, each of which is a fortress. If the enemy's siege equipment cannot be transported into the city, perhaps, after the city walls are breached, Erez interrupted Glaston Zopal. As long as Earl Derry promises not to harm their lives, half of the Great Lords will surrender immediately, and if he promises not to plunder their property, the other half will surrender right after. Those are unreliable. Glaston Zopal knew very well that those people would do so. Then we can't go back to the city. This battle must be fought. Must fight? General Erez asked back with a smile. Ian Derry is coming for us. Don't you understand? Since we can't go back to the city, we must fight him here. Glaston Zopal roared. Coming for us? Erez shook his head. Actually, I have discussed this with Lord Hista before, and we have come up with 2 solutions. You have come up with a solution? Glaston Zopal breathed a sigh of relief. What are you going to do? The first solution is to defeat Lord Derry head on. If he successfully falls into my trap before the war, I will try to fight him. But now, I think we have no chance of winning, so I decided to take the second approach. What is the second approach? Lend me your head. As soon as General Erez finished speaking, a bloodstain appeared on the tent behind Glaston Zopal. Later that day, the pyramid of the Pal family had been completely emptied. The pyramid and the accumulated wealth, slaves, and industries of the entire Pal family were presented to Ian as an apology from Meereen. All the male members of the Pal family were executed, and all the female members were used as slaves. In addition, the Great Lord Council of Meereen also raised another sum of 100,000 gold coins to compensate Ian. In return, Ian forgave Meereen's betrayal, agreed to continue the alliance, and did not allow the army to enter the city. This made the Great Lords of Meereen feel relieved. In view of the good reputation that Ian had accumulated with the nobles of Ghis in Astapor and Junkai, Meereen and New Ghis finally handed over the supreme command to Ian. In return, Ian appointed Asshai MD, the Chief General of New Ghis, as the Chief Deputy Commander of the Coalition, and even NPC role was ranked behind him. After issuing 2 orders in succession, one to buy unlimited food from the world at twice the normal price in Slavers Bay and the other to recruit unlimited mercenaries from the world at twice the normal price, Ian officially began the work of reorganizing the coalition. Ian first gave the New Ghis Legion a new command number. Out of respect, he did not let them use the same set of numbers as his slave Iron Legion, but prepared a separate Honor Iron Legion number for them that began with 4 gong sounds. The longer the combination code is, the more inconvenient it is to command. But it doesn't matter. In Ian's plan, the Iron Legion of New Ghis will be used for regular troops, rather than surprise troops. As we all know, the troops on the line rarely accept orders. Then, Ian integrated all the mercenary infantry from Yunque and Meereen together to form the first mercenary regiment of about 3,000 people. This behavior of disrupting the original organization of the mercenaries was naturally strongly resisted by the mercenary leaders and mercenaries, but this resistance soon collapsed under Ian's simple words of adding money. As for the 2,000 mercenary cavalry, Ian has sent the leader of the Storm Crow, Purandon Ajizan, with his 500 people to Hesse in the Lazar area. After he arrives, Ian will convey further instructions to him with a peregrine falcon. Ian assigned the 1,500 cavalry of the other 3 mercenary regiments to the Royal Guards cavalry and personally organized them. In the impact formation of each cavalry team, the mercenary cavalry was deployed in the middle of the first row, and their edges and rears were all Royal Guards composed of Dothraki. The charge of cavalry is a pure contest of courage. A large number of cavalry research reports or tactical training manuals show that the cavalry at the most side or the last row during the charge are most likely to give up first and then leave the charge formation. The cavalry in the front row and the middle have no chance to give up. As long as the cavalry behind them don't give up, they will be quickly hit by the cavalry behind them, as long as they slow down. Because some people on the side can't turn, they can only choose to bite the bullet and rush into the enemy formation. For these unreliable mercenaries, this method can effectively improve their impact efficiency. For the armies of Yunque and Meereen, Ian chose to break them up and reorganize them. From them, Ian selected 7,000 barely qualified crossbowmen through the assessment competition, gave them the number of the reorganized 1st Legion, and then sent them to the newly built camp for training. The other slave soldiers and conscripts were all newly organized into super long spearmen, numbered as the reorganized 2nd Legion. In the following time, they also need to go through a round of training to obtain the most basic combat effectiveness. For the 2 reorganized legions, Ian selected a large number of officers from the reserve officers who originally belonged to the Slave Iron Legion to manage them. That's right, those who failed the listening test, but had good military literacy. Half of these people were nobles of Astapor, and the other half came from the slave class. If there were not enough manpower, Ian would rather they were all slaves, so that it would bring a good demonstration effect to the reorganized legions of Yunque and Meereen. The reorganization work took Ian almost a week. After all the units had entered the new camp, Ian found a time to decide to inspect the new reorganized army of Yunque and Meereen. For these mobs, Ian's basic idea of using them was not conventional. He did not intend to deploy them in the dangerous periphery as cannon fodder. On the contrary, he planned to deploy them all in the safest position. If the centaurs did not take the Skahazaban Valley in the end, but directly attacked the city of Meereen from the north, Ian's choice of field formation could basically be determined as 8 formations. Ian chose to deploy these simply trained super long spearmen in the front center. This position will not be attacked from the flank and rear. They only need to raise the super long spears in their hands. With their depth of more than 10 rows, the horsemen's cavalry will hardly have the possibility of breaking through from the front. Without a devastating direct blow, even the troops with the lowest morale cannot collapse before the elite troops on both sides collapse. Behind these people, Ian's center army deployed all crossbowmen, who were responsible for long-range attacks on horsemen from any direction. Ian's plan is to put the elite Unsullied and New Ghis Iron Legion in the 4 formations that are most likely to be outflanked and attacked at an angle, namely the front left, front right, back left, and back right, and the Slave Iron Legion with medium combat power will be deployed in other positions. This is a choice that can easily cause the elite troops to suffer huge casualties, but it has a low gambling component because the Unsullied and the New Ghis Iron Legion can withstand huge casualties. As long as their formation does not collapse, victory is only a matter of time. If the inferior legions were placed in these positions, and they were used as cannon fodder to consume the centaurs, if they won, they would indeed reduce the loss of elite troops. But once a certain group collapsed, it would be easy to bring down the whole group. We are here, Commander-in-Chief. Graston Zoerlines of Yunke has been accompanying Ian since he swore allegiance to him and successfully promoted to a high noble. If it weren't for the fact that his toca robe with golden tassels was too eye-catching, passers-by might think he was Ian's attendant. Ian stopped thinking after hearing this, got off the carriage, stepped into the temporary parade ground that had just been built, and climbed onto the wooden platform in the center of the parade ground under the escort of a group of guards. Below the platform, 14,000 reorganized new troops had been gathered early, waiting for the inspection of the great leader Ian. And their state was what a slave army that had never fought a war should be like. Half dead. Ian could see fear in their eyes. They were afraid of him. This was good news, but the bad news was that they were also afraid of the centaurs. To be precise, they were more afraid of the centaurs than themselves. Less than 1/3 of the slaves in Slavers Bay were the fruits of their own mercenaries and slave hunting teams, while the rest were contributed by the Dothraki. Now, more than half of the soldiers standing in front of Ian were slaughtered by the Dothraki and sold here as slaves. The fear of the Dothraki was already engraved in their bones. Correspondingly, if they could believe that they could defeat the centaurs, this fear would turn into hatred and motivation. Unfortunately, Ian thought that the possibility of making these cowardly slaves believe that they could win was zero. In contrast, Ian preferred to use more tangible things to motivate their morale. Soldiers of the reorganized 1st and 2nd Legions, I think the officers I sent to you should have told you a lot of stories about their life experiences in the past few days. Ian observed the slaves in the audience and found that their scattered eyes began to gather. In order to ensure that the slaves of each company, centurion, heard the story, Ian deliberately chose a method of mixing the centurion and the adjutant as a noble and a slave. Yes, I'm talking about the 5th level slavery that is now implemented in Astapa. Ian continued. All of a sudden, the slave's ears stood up. I believe that in the past few days, your superiors have told you in detail about the content of the 5th level slavery, their tragic experiences and the changes brought to them by the promotion of rank. Ian paused. I will not repeat these contents today. Today, I want to tell you that from now on, Meereen will also adopt the 5th level slavery. After Ian finished speaking, he looked around at several powerful lords of Meereen who he specially invited to review the army together. They all looked very shocked, but after a long time, no one raised any objections. Ian knew that at this moment, Meereen had truly surrendered. Chapter 289, The Old Dream of the Empire. Seeing that none of the great lords of Meereen raised any objections, Ian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Your initial rank is still the 4th rank, but I will temporarily give you the food supply treatment of the 2nd rank slaves during the next month of training. After 1 month, I will inspect the results of your training. Those who are unqualified will be sent to the death camp, and those who are excellent will be directly promoted to the 3rd rank slaves, and the others who are qualified will continue to stay in the reorganized new army. After we defeat the horsemen, all the people in the reorganized new army will be directly promoted to the 3rd rank slaves. At that time, I will give you houses and allow you to keep the spoils obtained on the battlefield as personal property, and your masters shall not plunder them. I will give you the right to marry, and your wives will belong to you alone, and your masters shall not defile them. Your eldest son will inherit your slave rank, and your bloodline will no longer return to humbleness. In addition, you will also have the same military merit system as my slave Iron Legion. The most outstanding among you will be promoted to the 2nd rank slaves after the war. Noble slaves, you will have a better life and greater power than ordinary GI's freemen, and the humble 4th rank slaves will respect you as they respect their masters. Go and talk to your instructors, talk to the slave Iron Legion soldiers in the nearby camps, and ask them what they have gained. You will find that I'm different from your master or any leader you have ever met. I never make false promises. As long as you complete my orders, you will definitely get the promised rewards. If you want all this, you only need to complete the following training, and then maintain your formation when facing the horsemen. Hold your spears high, shoot the crossbows in your hands at them, and let them fall in front of your position. The number of corpses in front of your position will determine your merit. The military merit system designed by Ian is not to cut off heads. After all, this system is only applicable to the Slave Iron Legion and the reorganized new army. They are all on the defensive in Ian's plan. The people they kill must fall in front of their positions. It is more appropriate to calculate directly with a small square formation of hundreds of people. If they make the square formation scattered in order to grab heads, then there will be a big problem. As for whether it will lead to too many people being promoted in the end, don't make a fuss. The final right of interpretation is here with Ian. Can the cake drawn really make people eat it all? After inspecting the slave training camp, Ian returned to Meereen. He changed the pyramid of the Parr family into his temporary palace, and moved the headquarters of his intelligence department in Meereen from the Copper Gate into this pyramid. Since the intelligence department moved from the dark to the light under the banner of Ian, their work efficiency has been greatly improved. In just 1 week, the information of the most important great masters of Meereen and their family forces, the political factions within Meereen, the relationship between various forces, the situation of the Temple of Holy Grace, etc., have all been summarized by Mida and sent to Ian's desk. At the same time, the outstanding gladiators in the major arenas were bought by Mida to act as the organization's thugs. These gladiators may not be useful on the battlefield, but they are very powerful in the city of Meereen. These people, coupled with the mercenaries, killers and criminals recruited by Mida, his power is gradually expanding and controlling all the blocks of the city. If Ian announced that he occupied Meereen soon, he would not have to worry about being harassed by the Sons of the Harpy like Daenerys in Meereen in the original book. Any suspicious person who wanted to show up in this city would have to die. And out of some bad taste, Ian named his Meereen intelligence station the Sons of the Harpy, so that if a great lord wanted to make trouble, they might have to find a new name. This afternoon, Ian had been looking through the information of Meereen. The reason was simple. He hoped to find an agent in Meereen, like Graston Zoeras in Yunque or Fermor Monacros in Astapor. Although it would be a more pleasant choice to kill all the great lords directly, in reality, compromise is necessary. First of all, killing all the great lords in Meereen is likely to cause a backlash from the Jith nobles in Yunque and Astapor. Ian did not stay in Yunque for long, and did not complete control over such a city. Although the wise lords who now rule Yunque are all pro-Ian factions under general shaking, but in Graston Zoeras, the massacre of Meereen nobles may change their mentality. As for Astapor, it is even more serious. More than half of Ian's current bureaucracy and officers are nobles of Astapor. This is not that Ian really wants to use them, but they are the only ones in the whole of Astapor who can at least read. If they are not used, they will be useless. Secondly, killing all the great lords of Meereen will make Ian face the same problem as Astapor in Meereen, where no one is available. It's like the 9-rank system of the Great Celestial Empire, where officials are recommended by the nobles and clans, but there is no other way to do it. The nobles and clans monopolize knowledge, and all the literate are their people. The county magistrate changes, but the master remains. The dynasty changes, but the nobles remain. The imperial examination is a way to break the monopoly of knowledge, but time does not allow Ian to do such a thing that will benefit future generations while harming the present. The long night will come in a few years, and he must hurry up to drain the pond and squeeze out the surplus value of everything on this land. The first person to be excluded is the Holy Lord of Meereen, Hisda. Although he can be regarded as the most capable person to shock the entire Meereen with his bloodline, connections, and reputation, this is not what Ian wants. Ian wants people like Graston of Yunque and Fermor of Astapor, who originally have a certain reputation and power, but are far from reaching the top. Only with the help of Ian himself can they control the situation. Such people are beneficial to Ian's rule. As for Hisda, he was already the most powerful lord in Meereen. What good would it be for Ian to support him? Like the former Grand Marshal of Yunque, Akazoazak, he should be eliminated. After flipping through the information of several great lords, Ian began to look at some powerful secondary nobles. Compared with those arrogant fools, these people often have a stronger desire to climb up, and are easier to control. The first person Ian saw was Riznak Mo Riznak, the chief steward after Daenerys ruled Meereen in the original book. He was very capable, but he always sympathized with the Meereen lords and stood on their side in a series of things. He also repeatedly persuaded Daenerys to marry his daughter and had the potential to be a traitor. Ian put his information aside for backup. He planned to find time to investigate this person. After all, Ian did not intend to close the arena, nor did he intend to break with the Meereen lords, and it was even more impossible for the Meereen nobles to have the ambition to marry the queen, so these shortcomings of his were not really shortcomings. If he could manage to gain this person's loyalty, or at least basic loyalty, he would be an excellent internal affairs manager, and there would be no problem, as long as he was not given too much power. Then, Ian dug up the information of Scarrat Semo Kantark, the commander of the beast-faced army under Daenerys in the original book, and the first Meereen noble to pledge allegiance to Daenerys. He shaved off his traditional Ghis hairstyle to show his break with the past, and pledged allegiance to the new master, and was called Lord Roundhead. This person gave Ian the impression of being realistic, cunning, cruel, hard, and without honor. As long as you can give him enough bones, he will help you bite off the enemy's neck. He can be regarded as the most perfect emperor's loyal dog. Ian will definitely use this person, but at the same time, such a person cannot be given too much power. First, he cannot convince the public, and it is easy for him to breed ambitions that he should not have. So, who should be used? It seems that there is no real suitable candidate. Ian shook his head. This matter can be decided later. After all, it has been more than a month since the arrival of the Horse King Drogo, and he needs to defeat the Horse King to officially take over the rule of Meereen. Perhaps during this period of time, there will be smart people in Meereen who understand the situation of young Kay and Astapa and are willing to come to me on their own initiative, and maybe they want to be the agent. After listing some candidates for officials, Ian finished his afternoon work. Next, he will do some simple swordsmanship exercises and then go to the dinner at the Great Pyramid. Just last night, the last plainsman delegation from the Laza region, the youngest son of the chief of the eastern city of Kosluk, had arrived in Meereen with his team. So far, the envoys of the 16 mountain clans, 3 major cities and 14 plainsman tribes in the Laza region, who have clearly expressed that they will attend the meeting convened by Ian, have all gathered in Meereen. This data certainly does not mean that there are more mountain clans in Laza than plainsmen, but that the mountain clans in the entire region have sent people, while less than 1/10 of the plainsmen have come. This is also normal. After all, the conditions that Ian offered to the mountain clans were to allow them to join the Ghis alliance as equal allies. The alliance would provide them with food in the following long winter, and after defeating the centaurs, the slave hunting operation in the Slaver Bay would not be carried out against the mountain clans. No one could refuse such conditions, and all the mountain clans sent very important envoys to come. Their purpose was not only to participate in the negotiations, but also to directly swear to join the alliance. The plains people under the mountain were different. In addition to the 3 major cities that obtained the same conditions as the mountain clans, the conditions obtained by other tribes were that the chiefs of the first 10 tribes to surrender to Ian could directly become the holy slaves under the queen, and according to the size of their tribes, they would obtain a certain number of first, second and third class slaves. After the 10th surrendered, their chiefs could only become first class slaves, and the number of slaves they obtained at each level would also decrease proportionally. Those who refused to surrender would all become 4th class slaves after being conquered. Therefore, only a few tribes among the plainsmen sent representatives to negotiate on this condition, while more tribes were still waiting and watching, pinning their hopes on Ian being defeated by Khal Drogo. As night fell, the Great Pyramid of Meereen was brightly lit. The eunuch slave singers that Ian brought from Yunkai sang the songs of the old dynasty in the ancient language. Their voices were bright and sweet, ethereal and pure to the point of being unimaginable. In the center of the hall, the beautiful bed slaves from Yunkai performed various traditional performances. The erotic scenes caught the eyes of all the Laza envoys, and Ian also gave them hundreds of female slaves that he brought from Yunkai. This generous act quickly won the favor of a group of envoys. Ian's investment in this banquet can be described as not counting the cost. Food, wine, beauties and various performances filled the hall. The participants not only gathered the nobles of Astapor, Yunque, Meereen and New Ghis, but also the dignitaries from the mountain people in Lazarin and the Giscari Mountains. At first glance, those who don't know might think that the ancient Ghis Empire has been revived in this world. Such a scene made many Meereenese lords who were intoxicated with the old dream of the ancient empire burst into tears, and even many people threw away their prejudices against Ian. How great it would be if he was a Ghis. Many dignitaries from Meereen, Yunque, Astapor and New Ghis, looking at Ian sitting on the main seat and talking with the Lazar envoys one after another, thought of the same thing. How great it would be if he was a Ghis. Maybe the great Graston was reincarnated and he would rebuild the empire for us. Unfortunately, wait, is Lord Derry unmarried? The great Lord Merrick, who was already drunk and flushed, suddenly blurted out such a sentence, which immediately attracted his two sons and another great lord Zack sitting next to him to turn their heads. What are you talking about? Although great Lord Zack didn't know what Merrick was thinking before, he had some guesses, based on the word unmarried, because the whole Meereen knew that the little girl of Merrick's family, known as the Light of Meereen, had reached the age of marriage 2 years ago. You know what I'm talking about, Zach. Ian Derry will need a queen. Great Lord Merrick's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. He's just an earl, and he already has a queen. A queen, and I mean a queen. Damn, this is not the same thing. In Valyrian, like in the common language, queen and queen are the same word. This is almost the same thing. A so-called earl who commands all the armies and has actually mastered the Slavers Bay, and a young queen who has nothing but this earl. If you were Earl Derry, would you marry this queen to wear the same crown for yourself? Great Lord Zat reminded. A crown far away at the end of the world. It doesn't affect anything. Merrick shook his head. One day Earl Derry will leave Slavers Bay with his queen and return to their barren and desolate land, where they can get married and share the crown. But before that, he can have a wife in Slavers Bay and leave a child with Ghis blood, and this child should become the Emperor of Ghis. Then the Merrick family will become the new royal family of Ghis, right? Because the child's father has left the empire, his mother's family must take on this responsibility. You know me too well, my old friend. Go ahead and try it. If you really succeed, the title of the Holy Lord of Meereen should be replaced, but my intuition tells me that you are dreaming. Chapter 290 New Alliance. Give us a second choice. The Prince of Hesse in the Raza city looked at Ian in confusion. He was the representative of the Hesse delegation visiting Meereen. Your cities will be able to join the Ghis League as entities of the same level as Meereen, Yunque, and Astapor, and become part of the alliance, and other clans and tribes will also join this alliance as small entities. After joining the alliance, everyone present will obtain the status of nobles of the new alliance. According to the troops, population, and land you provide to the alliance, some of you will obtain the status of high nobles, and have the right to join the ruling council of the alliance. Your people will all obtain the status of free people of the alliance and enjoy the same rights as the free people of Meereen, Yunque, and Astapor. Ian, who was surrounded by a group of envoys, gave his new conditions. Allowing a large number of sheep people to obtain the status of free people of the alliance means losing a large number of people who should have become slaves after the war. This condition is contrary to Ian's original promise to Meereen, Yunque, and New Ghis. The reason why Ian asked the plainsmen of Lazarin to surrender unconditionally at the beginning was because he needed to take care of the interests of the Ghis allies at that time. After all, in the beginning, Meereen, Yunque and New Ghis were willing to join Ian's alliance. In addition to the fear of King Drogo, a large part of the reason was that Ian had promised them that more than 3 million people in the entire Laza region would become slaves of the Ghis. But now Meereen, Yunque and Ian are no longer allies, and the only New Ghis that is not controlled by Ian is far away on the other side of the Gulf of Sorrow. Now Ian has 100% freedom in dealing with the problems of the Laza region and the Lazarin, so Ian can naturally choose to solve the problem in the way that is least rejected. Another reason for Ian's decision is that the forces in his hands are basically composed of Ghis people, which makes Ian have to consider the traditions and overall interests of the Ghis people more when doing anything. For example, according to the alliance function of the system, the points Celia gets from completing the mission can be transferred to Ian himself. Therefore, Ian has long wanted to help Celia spread the Red God faith with Ian's characteristics in Slaver Bay. However, Ian has been unable to make this decision because his entire base is made up of GI's people, and GI's people all believe in the Harpy. Introducing a large number of weak Lazarin populations into his own rule and reusing a group of sheep people into his own ruling council can well dilute the shares of GI's people in his future empire and increase his voice as a chairman. I have a question. After many envoys considered, the envoy of the southern city of Lazaxi spoke first. Are all Lazarins eligible to join the alliance? Of course not. That would harm my interests instead of the interests of the GI's nobles. I only give this condition to you. All those tribes that did not send envoys to join the alliance this time will become slaves after being conquered by us. Fortunately, several Lazarin envoys who came not to surrender, but just to see the situation were secretly glad. If it was the condition of surrendering and becoming a slave proposed by Ian before, they would still plan to wait and see whether to accept it. But this condition of joining the alliance as a noble, there is nothing to wait and see. As far as I know, the alliance of Ghis you mentioned is only a temporary military alliance formed to fight against this invasion of the Centaurs. Prince Hesse raised another question, but your description just now seems to be describing a country. It used to be, but now, I can at least ensure that Astapa, Yunke, and Meereen agree to retain this alliance after the war, and allow it to exist as a political entity. Ian looked around at the messengers. Now, I sincerely invite you to join. We will unite, like we did thousands of years ago, to restore the territory of the ancient empire. The Dothraki and Karth will never again enter the Lazar area to capture slaves. As nobles of the alliance, you will be protected by me. But thousands of years ago, we Lazarins existed as slaves of the Ghis. Prince Hesse complained in his heart, but his answer was very honest. We will join your military alliance and provide you with a legion. I need to consult my father about the formal joining of the alliance, but I believe he will not refuse your generosity. I promise you that I will convince my father. Becoming a high noble of Ghis, having the power to enter the ruling council, and being protected by the alliance. It is hard to say whether there is such a store in this village with such conditions. During the time in Meereen, Prince Hesse had already seen what Ian's army was like. He was sure that as long as Ian wanted, he could sweep across the entire Lazar and capture all the sheep people as slaves within half a year. If he joined earlier and became an alliance noble, maybe Hesse would have a share of those slaves. Lazaxi will fulfill our military obligations, and then we will seriously feed back your proposal to the Council of Elders. Like Prince Hesse, I believe that the Council of Elders will not reject your generosity. The envoy of Lazaxi also quickly expressed his attitude. Lazaxi is located in the south of the Lazar area, far away from the harassment of the horse people, with a large area of fertile land. It is the most populous city in the entire Lazar area, with a population of more than 80,000 and nearly 200,000 people living in the surrounding area. In fact, they were just here to watch, just like many Plains tribes, but the conditions Ian offered were too generous. He actually allowed them to have the same status as cities, like Meereen and Yunke, which made it impossible for them to refuse. I'm worried that our people might not be interested in this. But then, a discordant voice came from the mouth of the messenger of Koslek. Koslek is located in the southeast of the Lazar region, close to the mountains and the Red Wasteland. The total population of the city and the surrounding population is less than half of that of Lazaxi, but it is the most powerful city in the entire Lazar region. They are a mixture of sheep people and many Red Wasteland peoples. It is the only city in the Lazar region with a standing army and cavalry, and they often fight with bandits in the Red Wasteland and ogres from Adakakilaki. In the arena of Meereen, the most powerful Lazarin slave warriors usually come from Koslek. But this level of strength cannot be the capital for you to openly sing against me. Ian narrowed his eyes. Originally, Koslek's envoys were the last to arrive in Meereen, which caused the banquet to be postponed until today, which already made Ian very dissatisfied. I didn't expect you to dare to push it further. So you chose option 1, just joining this military alliance? Ian asked with a smile, as if he didn't notice the arrogant tone of Koslek's envoy. That's fine, as long as you provide more than 5,000 troops to join us. I can promise according to the plan, that the Ghis Alliance will never attack Koslek in the future, and our slave hunting team will not enter your territory for operations. We don't have so many soldiers to provide you, sir. We can accept sending 500 people at most. It sounds insincere. We can't gamble with the fate of the city, sir. I hope you can forgive us. Koslek's envoy bowed and lowered his posture. If every tribe has the same idea as you, there is no need for the alliance to exist. I don't need your 500 people. Ian shook his head and directly rejected Koslek's envoy. Go back and pray with those tribes that did not send envoys, that the Dothraki can destroy our army. Otherwise, you will know that you are not only gambling, but also betting on the wrong side. Are you threatening me? Koslek's envoy was furious. The Dothraki did not make us surrender. The ogres of Adakakilaki did not make us surrender. And the storm of the Red Wasteland did not make us surrender. Then what about you? What is your choice? Ian did not wait for Koslek's envoy to finish, and directly ignored him, and looked at others. Koslek's envoy wanted to say something, but was directly taken away by the two unsullied beside Ian, and thrown out of the hall. One of the three major cities rejected the proposal, which was a bad example, but Ian's tough response quickly shocked other envoys with small ideas. Soon, almost all the envoys who arrived in Meereen accepted Ian's conditions. Unlike the two cities of Hesse and Lazaxi, which only joined the military alliance, and needed to ask for permission to join the alliance, the 16 mountain clans and 14 plains tribes directly accepted the conditions of joining the alliance and swore allegiance to Ian on the spot. After the oath ceremony, Ian had a total of 6,500 mountain people and 12,000 plains people. Considering that even if these people set out now, it would take 1 to 2 months for them to arrive in Meereen. By that time, Khal Drogo might have already arrived in Meereen, so Ian chose to have them assemble in the Lazar city of Hesse, and at the same time, sent instructors and officers to Hesse. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Ian's mind. Complete the main task 3, get 30,000 soldiers with system quality evaluation above B level, and get 100 points. The points are updated to Ian points. 506. 30,000 B level soldiers. Ian then remembered that there was such a subtask in the main quest 3. The task of obtaining 10,000 B-level soldiers was completed when all the unsullied in training who had reached the age limit were incorporated into the regular army. And now the number has exceeded 30,000. Ian thought about it, and the 12,000 unsullied in his hands must be above B level, and then there are the 2,000 Royal Guards cavalry who have followed him to the expedition. The 1,000 Dothraki slave cavalry who are still waiting for equipment in Astapa should also meet the standards, and then there are the 1st and 2nd legions of the new Ghis Iron Legion. These two are just veterans of the standing army, a total of 6,000 people. As for the quality of other troops, it is quite uneven. Ian cannot judge by the number as a unit that the quality of those people exceeds the B level determined by the system. But anyway, since he completed this task today, because he accepted the command of these troops, provided by the Lazarin, it means that the overall quality of his other troops is really not very good. In addition, only the task of obtaining 30,000 B-level soldiers was judged to be completed. The main task of ruling a population of more than 300,000 and the bounty task of occupying Meereen were not judged to be completed. This means that in the system, a clear declaration must be made to truly implement the rule. In other words, Ian must be officially crowned the King of Meereen, to complete the task of occupying Meereen. To complete the task of ruling the population, it is necessary to officially take office as the Supreme Archon of the Ghis Alliance, or be crowned the Emperor of Ghis. Of course, Ian is not in a hurry for this problem. Let's talk about it. After defeating the Horse King, after checking the system data, the whole banquet was basically coming to an end. Just as Ian was about to go to the area where the Meereen nobles were located to explore their situation, a spy who was arranged to eavesdrop on the conversation of everyone at the banquet, the waiters and the entire banquet hall were Ian's spies, secretly came to Ian and reported to him a very explosive news. The great lord of the Meereen Merrick family was going to help his granddaughter Enzo Merrick propose to Ian later. After receiving this news, Ian gave up his plan to go to the Meereen nobles, pretended to be drunk, and left early without giving Lord Merrick a chance to speak. After all, if this matter was really brought up, it would be a trouble for Ian no matter what. Accept it. On the one hand, it violates the previous promise to Daenerys, and on the other hand, a small Meereen lord family is really not worthy of marriage with him. Even if he really wants to marry, the other party must be the daughter of the Seeking of Bravos or the princess of the Emperor of Yidi, right? If it really doesn't work, if the former prince really has a sister, it is not impossible to consider it. After all, the richest keykeeper of the Iron Bank is really rich. But the Lord of Meereen? What is that? But it is not easy to refuse this matter, because refusing is equivalent to publicly saying that you are not worthy. It is easy to refuse a Merrick, but once this precedent is set by him, then the next request for marriage by the nobles of Ghis will follow one after another. What should Ian do then? Ian knew very well that he had become the de facto supreme leader of the GI's people. Now, there were many GI's nobles who were thinking about having a few sons with GI's blood. Even people like Fermor of Astapor and Graston of Yunque, who had sworn allegiance to him a long time ago and had become his important ministers, might have this idea. If they also proposed a marriage to him, would he reject them all? What would the GI's people think? If all these powerful and noble GI's noble families were not worthy of marrying Ian, then did Ian not take us GI's people seriously? Did he not regard us as his own people? This was very dangerous. So Ian decided to delay it for the time being, and after defeating the Horse King Drogo, bringing his reputation to the peak, and at the same time incorporating the defeated Dothraki and Lazarin people into his empire, he could discuss his marriage and regain the initiative. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Drogo's Trail. In the middle of the Skahazaban River, 50 leagues north of the ruined city of the ancient empire called Githtica by the Githians, Falcon discovered the location of Drogo Calaza, transliterated, replaced with a word that is not blocked. The entire Calaza was a mighty army of 100,000 people, stretching for several kilometers, marching on the vast grassland. In front of and around the Calaza, there was a team of sentinels every few hundred meters, and dozens of scouts were performing exploration and vigilance tasks. Khal Drogo rode a red horse, and rode at the forefront of the Calaza. Beside him were his 3 blood guards, Koholro, Kotho, and Hago, and then the most elite roaring warriors directly under the Khal. These people were not wearing armor, but wearing painted vests of the Dothraki, revealing their muscular arms, and sharp erakhs were hung on their waists. Behind these people, there was an even larger number of cavalry, who were scattered in various Kalas, a second-level unit below the Kalaza in the Dothraki language, marching together with a large number of women and slaves. In the middle of the Kalaza, there were driven horses and towed tents. As Ian expected, their way of marching as a whole tribe was like a turtle crawling, and it took so long to walk half of the journey from Vis Dothrak to Meereen. As Ian Falcon descended in altitude, waves of singing came into Ian's ears. Like all grassland people, the style of the centaur's songs was also particularly passionate and bold. Their high singing and the sound of horse hooves merged together, cutting through the sky. Ian flew over Drogo's entire Calaza from front to back, observing each Kalas one by one, hoping to find some groups that were more disciplined than other centaurs or less averse to armor. Because that was most likely the Kalas of the player Khal who was mixed in with Khal Drogo. But until the end, Ian had not been able to find such a Kas. If this meant that there was no player under Drogo's command, or that the player knew nothing about military affairs, then that was certainly good news. But Ian always felt that things would not be so simple. Unable to get any results for a while, Ian temporarily gave up the search for the player. He observed the Dothraki below, and began to think about the marching route that Drogo might choose next. Judging from the way they were now heading completely south, it was obvious that they were planning to go south to Githtica. Githtica is now a complete ruin with few people, and it is worthless to occupy it. So if Drogo went there, to cross the Skahazaban River there, and enter the Lazar area, this is bad news. Many citizen tribes in the Lazar area have just joined Ian's alliance. If the centaurs plunder and massacre them, even if only one or two of the tribe suffer, it will cause great damage to Ian's reputation. In this way, Ian's rush to pull the Lazarin into the alliance has become a self-inflicted blow. In fact, the decision of the Horse King was indeed beyond Ian's expectations. In Ian's earlier prediction, after receiving the news that the Slavers Bay had formed an alliance to fight against him, Khal Drogo would directly bypass the northern part of the Giscari Mountains and head straight to Meereen from the northern plains to seek a decisive battle. Before arriving in Meereen, he would leave the slaves and women and children of Kalasari in a relatively safe position in the rear. Ian asked Piranda Nagisan to lead the Stormcrows to the Lazar city of Hesse and let the Lazarlin people gather their troops there, just to wait for Drogo to arrive in Meereen, and Piranda Nagisan led people to attack Drogo's camp in the rear. The Lazarlin people did not have the courage to face the roaring warriors, but they still had the courage to face slaves and the elderly, weak women and children. But now, Drogo actually chose to go south to Lazar, which made Ian very confused. After entering the Lazar area, Drogo would have to cross the rugged Skahazaban Valley or the Kase Pass, which was almost inaccessible to horses, to enter the Slavers Bay. This was a very strange choice. If the decisive battle broke out in these two terrains, Ian's side would have a high chance of winning. As a Horse King who had never been defeated in his life, Drogo should not even know what terrain the cavalry was suitable for fighting in. Or was he simply arrogant enough to think that he could win under any circumstances? No, that's not right. Ian soon made a new discovery. The number of horses in Drogo's Kalazar was not much. Apart from the necessary war horses and pack horses, they had few meat horses for food. This was the reason why Drogo went south to the Lazar area to get supplies. The staple food of the Dothraki people was horse meat and mutton. When they settled on the Dothraki Sea, they would raise a large number of sheep and eat both mutton and horse meat. But when they began to migrate and fight, the sheep would be slaughtered or abandoned by them because they moved too slowly. At this time, they would change their staple food to horse meat and smoked food that is easy to preserve, and cook soup with some wild grasses that can be found on the grassland. They divided the horses into strong war horses, inferior pack horses and inferior food horses. It took Khal Drogo more than 2 months to travel from Vys Dothrak to Justuka. Although Drogo replenished a large number of horses in Vys Dothrak, they began to feel a little stretched with 100,000 people eating here. In the Lazar area, they can plunder a large number of sheep from the sheep people, which will play an important role in alleviating Drogo's supply situation. Following Drogo's Kalazar in the sky, Ian thought about Drogo's next move. At this time, dusk began to appear, and the huge herd of centaurs began to stop advancing and set up camp on the spot. It was called camping, but in fact it was just simply stopping their mobile tents. Their camp had no defense, and all the vigilance depended on the patrols outside. However, they did have a lot of patrol cavalry, so they would not leave any loopholes to drill. Their camp was chosen beside a stream. Usually, their marching route and camping location must be close to the water source, because it is impossible for people to fetch drinking water for more than 100,000 horses. After setting up camp, the Dothraki mixed the male and female horses that were driven separately during the march together again. The horse breed on the Dothraki seagrass is called the Dothraki horse, which is a typical warm-blooded horse with strong vitality, quick reaction, and great agility. They are taller than their counterparts in the other world, the Mongolian horses, but their endurance is slightly insufficient. The estrus period of warm-blooded horses is usually in spring and summer. In the long summer of the world of ice and fire, they may be in estrus at any time. Therefore, when the centaurs mixed them together, the horses quickly mated freely. After arranging the horses, the Dothraki also began to mate freely. They were like animals, mating under the sky, and there was no privacy in Kalazar. Ian was not interested in the mating of these wildlings, and he was still thinking about Drogo's next move. If Drogo went south just to get supplies, after getting supplies, it is unlikely that Drogo would force his way through the Skahazaban Valley or the Kisa Pass. He would most likely have to cross the river again and head north to Meereen from the northern plains. But it is also unlikely that he would take the huge flock of sheep and women and children looted from the Lazarin to take this detour. A better option is to capture a Lazarin city. From the location, this unlucky guy is likely to be Hesse. Temporarily place the women and children slaves there, and then let the roaring warriors take the food and dried meat taken from the sheep people, and go north to Meereen. After throwing away the burden, their marching speed can easily reach twice or even 3 times the original speed. It only takes about 2 weeks for them to reach Meereen and defeat Ian. From the perspective of the Centaur, how to deal with it? Ian couldn't help but feel a little irritated. According to his promise to the Lazarin, if the Horse King really marches to Hesse, he must lead the army to Hesse to fight a decisive battle with the Centaurs. Judging from the distance, if he ordered the army to set out now, he would probably reach Hesse a few days earlier than the Horse King. The price was that the reorganized new army formed by the slave soldiers of Meereen and Young K lost the time to receive basic phalanx training. The follow-up legions equipped in Astapa could not reach the front line, and the 3,000 new crossbow machines and a large number of crossbow arrows designed by the player imprisoned in the pyramid that were being rushed to build in the factory in Astapa could not be delivered for use. Moreover, the terrain near Hesse was almost all plains. No, even if he broke his promise to the Lazarin and his reputation was tarnished, he could not gamble all his wealth on this battle. Time was on Ian's side. After Ian invested the huge amount of money seized from Uran in the industrial field, and the engineer player designed a large number of mechanical equipment that did not require any prior technology to bring about a huge increase in productivity, all the equipment factories in Astapa were continuously transporting standard weapons, armor, and crossbows to the Meereen frontline. Astapa, Young K and Meereen are also constantly recruiting new soldiers for training. The longer the decisive battle is delayed, the greater Ian's chance of winning will be. But we can't just leave Hesse alone. According to Ian's order, the citizen tribes in the Lazar region that have joined the alliance have sent their troops to Hesse to assemble, and the total number of these people will be close to 20,000. But without Ian's own army going there, it is definitely unrealistic to expect these sheep people to fight with the Horse King Drogo and consume Drogo's troops. Even if Ian's army arrives, these people may have to be placed in the center of the 8 formations to avoid collapse. Letting them face the cavalry charge directly is pure dreaming. It is impossible to hold on. Hesse is not a high-walled city. It is just a circle of wooden walls on the periphery. If Ian is given a few more months, he may be able to greatly improve Hesse's defense capabilities, but judging from the current position of Drogo's Calazar, he may arrive in Hesse within a month. If he leaves women and children behind, it will be faster. Whatever, it's fine if his reputation is damaged. As long as he can defeat Drogo in Meereen, the Lazarins will still be loyal to him. The hardest fist is the eternal truth. After leaving the sky above Drogo's Calazar, Ian's falcon found a big tree nearby and began to rest. He did not retrieve the falcon or cut off the connection, because from now on, he needed to keep an eye on Drogo's centaurs. At the same time, Ian was also monitoring many places. In order to save mental energy, he would let his Shapa shifters rest more. Meereen Guard Cavalry Camp. I found Drogo's trail. He is marching towards the ruins of Justuka. Ian said to the NPC Quigo beside him. Previously, Ian successfully subdued the centaur slaves he bought by showing the miracle of purifying poisonous water, and let them form a Calazar headed by Quigo, and gave them the number of the Guard Cavalry. Quigo is now the Cal of this Calazar and the commander of the Guard Cavalry. Ian's arrangement was meaningful, because according to the custom of the centaurs, the defeated could be incorporated into the Calazar of the victor. It was impossible for Ian to perform miracles for each batch of centaur slaves he bought or captured. It would be a much more convenient choice to directly let them join Quigo's Calazar. Justuka is heading to the Lazar area. Does Drogo want to march to Lazar? Well, they are already running out of supplies. Ian nodded, and then quickly turned the topic to the direction he was interested in. I just noticed that after Drogo's Calazar set up camp, a large number of their warhorses were mating. Don't you Dothraki castrate your warhorses? That's right. Only women and eunuchs can ride mares and geldings. Even Dothraki children will start learning by riding stallions. Quigo said proudly. Although he was an NPC, this did not conceal his essence as a Dothraki. Warhorses will be more docile and obedient after being castrated, and they won't do all kinds of weird things. Could it be that my cavalrymen didn't castrate their warhorses? Ian said, and suddenly remembered. He had indeed ignored this issue before. In Ian's impression, he thought that it was natural for cavalrymen to castrate their war horses. Of course not. A man who can't tame a wild stallion doesn't deserve to be called a Dothraki. But Quiggle seemed to think that something else was natural. What if someone uses a mare in heat to disturb you on the battlefield? A Dothraki must be able to ride a horse that can perfectly control his mount when rushing towards a sea of fire or being disturbed by a mare in heat in order to be awarded the title of a roaring warrior. We are the most skilled riders. It takes 2 years to train a Volantis slave cavalryman and 5 years to train a Westeros knight with qualified riding skills, but it takes at least 12 to 15 years to train a qualified roaring warrior. We are born on horseback, and all unhealthy centaurs are fed to wild dogs. In other words, if I want to use a mare in heat to interfere with Drogo's cavalry, it will not work. Ian's heart sank. It won't work. There are items in the training of becoming a roaring warrior to resist such interference. Quiggo gave a positive answer. Damn. Ian couldn't help but curse. He originally thought he had found a good flaw, but he didn't expect the roaring warrior to be able to deal with this situation perfectly. Wait, the roaring warrior can handle it perfectly, but if that's the case, is it possible for me to teach Khal Drogo a lesson the same way that Li Guangbi dealt with Sighing? Chapter 292 Plan. It is true that an excellent roaring warrior can easily control his mount, but what if these horses receive the mating information without the roaring warrior riding? Needless to say, they will definitely follow their biological instincts. The female hormones, such as progesterone and estradiol, secreted by mares when they are in estrus can be transmitted to stallions through chemical information transmission in the air, which can usually be transmitted hundreds of meters away. Therefore, if a group of estrus mares can be sent to the outer reaches of the Dothraki horse pasture a few hundred meters away, and their horses are lured out, it will inevitably cause great chaos to them. During the Enshi Rebellion, the famous Tang Dynasty General Li Guangbi used this trick to trick away Sighing's strong warhorse in the Battle of Hayang, causing the latter to be angry and attack Hayang, but was beaten up by Li Guangbi. Of course, the same plan is not feasible for Ian. The battle examples left by the predecessors provide people with ideas. For example, after learning that the Dothraki did not castrate horses, Ian immediately thought of Li Guangbi's beautiful horse plan. But the idea is not the answer, because Ian could not have the same opportunity as Li Guangbi. At that time, Sighing wanted to show off his war horses, which were numerous and strong, in order to undermine the morale of the Tang army. He took the initiative to put the war horses into the river to bathe, which gave Li Guangbi an opportunity. And because Li Guangbi's mare attracted Sighing's war horses across the river, Sighing's soldiers who were responsible for guarding the horses could not chase. Such an opportunity is actually not replicable in a sense. Ian must try to find his own version of the answer. The current situation of Drogo's Khalasa has several advantages and disadvantages for Ian. The first advantage is that the horsemen will place the war horses by the river at night, allowing them to graze and drink water freely, and most of the tributaries of the Skahazaban River in the southern Lazar area are not very wide, almost all within 100 or 200 meters. If Ian can successfully send the estrus mares to the other side of Drogo's Khalasa grazing point and lure a large number of war horses into the river, he can achieve the same effect as Li Guangbi. The enemy cannot catch up with the war horses and will be angry because of the loss of horses. At the same time, there is another advantage of choosing to act at night. That is, the Dothraki do not have any command system. When they fight during the day, they only divide the army into castes and let each Khal command independently. If they are dragged into a night battle, they will completely separate themselves, while Ian can control the overall situation through reconnaissance and well-trained Golden Drum command. The second advantage is that unlike Sighing's well-equipped elite vassal cavalry, once the unarmored Dothraki get off the horse, their combat effectiveness is more than just halved. The real horror of the Dothraki lies in their high morale that bears to attack the White Walkers in the dark and the kinetic energy of 70,000 to 80,000 joules or even 100,000 joules generated by both people and horses when they charge at full speed on horseback. Such energy enables them to smash the phalanx into pieces with their bodies, even when they are stabbed to death in a frontal attack, which provides the rear row of shock cavalry with the opportunity to tear the phalanx apart. But once the Dothraki dismount, Ian said frankly, that even his Iron Legion of slaves, which had only been trained for more than 4 months, could beat them like a son, after forming a formation. Even without the Iron Legion of slaves, the newly reorganized slave soldiers from Meereen and Yunkai could fight against the most ferocious roaring warriors, by wearing the same half-body plate armor as the Unsullied. The point is, if Drogo's horse can have problems, then Ian's biggest concern will be solved. He cannot annihilate the opponent. After successfully integrating the armies of Meereen and Yunkai, Ian's concern is no longer about not being able to defeat Drogo, but how to annihilate him. Since ancient times, it has always been a huge problem to rely on infantry to fight against cavalry to annihilate, because the biggest advantage of cavalry has never been that they can really overturn the heavy infantry square head on, but the initiative of whether to fight, how to fight, and where to fight is always in their hands. The collapse of infantry means the beginning of destruction, and the collapse of cavalry means the end of the battle. It is impossible to catch up. So what Ian fears most is not that Drogo chooses to fight, but that Drogo chooses not to fight. If Drogo chooses to destroy Lhaza first, and then destroys the farmland outside Meereen, but just delays the decisive battle with Ian, Ian's entire development will be dragged here, and even lose the advantages accumulated so far, and be surpassed by players in other places. Of course, with Drogo's own character, he will definitely not do such a face-losing thing, but are there any players in Drogo's caliber, and have the players found a way to influence Drogo? This is unknown. To put it another way, even if Drogo decides to fight a decisive battle, and is defeated by Ian, there is a high probability that he will be killed. How many centaurs will collapse in the end? Who will be the new Khal of these scattered centaurs? If the player takes advantage of this loophole, how much trouble will a Khalazar controlled by the player bring to Ian? These are the questions that Ian has to consider. Therefore, this plan that has the opportunity to bring about an annihilation war is very important to Ian. But in order to formulate a good plan, Ian faces more troubles. The first disadvantage is the scale. Sighing only put more than 1,000 war horses into the river to bathe. It is normal for all the horses of this scale to be seduced away, but now in Drogo's camp, there are probably as many as 50,000 war horses, plus other inferior stallions. The total number may exceed 100,000. Even if Ian succeeds, and successfully tricks thousands of horses out, the roaring warriors have other horses to choose from, and it will not cause a big blow to their combat effectiveness. Unless Ian can place mares from multiple locations at the same time, to lead away a large number of war horses from Drogo. Of course, there is also a definite advantage to this, which is to greatly anger all the centaurs and force him to launch a decisive battle. What's the matter with the horses of the centaurs being abducted by others? I won't talk about the wife being kidnapped. After all, in the Dothraki culture, wives are not as important as horses, but kidnapping horses is unacceptable. The second disadvantage is the ability to guard. Ian has confirmed through the Falcon's reconnaissance before that Drogo's Khalazar has sent out dozens of reconnaissance cavalry, and they have a clear grasp of the situation of several leagues around. Whether Ian sends the Estrus mares to the right position, or marches the army to a position where they can immediately attack Drogo after the chaos occurs, it is difficult to completely avoid Drogo's reconnaissance cavalry. Moreover, it is still unknown whether there are skin changes in Drogo's camp. If there are, it will be very troublesome. Of course, this possibility is very low. A player who seeks development among the Dothraki is almost impossible to have extra points to spend on mental power. He must invest all resources in strength and agility. After all, personal force is everything among the centaurs. As long as you can defeat the Khal in a single fight, you can become a new Khal. If the player's goal is to replace Drogo, he is even less likely to have some idle mental resources. The third disadvantage is the horse herding habits of the centaurs. They graze male and female horses together at night and only separate them when marching during the day. In this case, the Estrus mares that Ian brought may not be effective at all. Of course, this problem is not a big deal, because Drogo will leave Khalazar with the roaring warriors sooner or later, and they will only take their war horses, and will not take the mares in the camp with them. The fourth disadvantage is the distance. If Ian wants to implement such a plan, he must choose a suitable location in the laser area. The specific location needs to observe Drogo's camping location every night to find opportunities. In that case, he needs to drive the army to the laser area in advance and find a place not too far away from Drogo to stand by. But this will greatly increase Ian's logistical pressure. Ian now has an army of nearly 50,000 people under his command. When they are under the city of Meereen, they don't have to worry about logistics problems. If they go to Laza, then logistics problems will not be a trivial matter. Many modern people often ignore logistics issues when facing war, but the importance of this issue is actually ranked first among all things. When it comes to Hanzin, the military genius, everyone praises his formation and command, but few people notice that Hanzin once held a position called Zhisu, which is simply to manage military rations. Later, during the Chu-Han War, Hanzin led his troops around the country and fought with hundreds of thousands of troops, but he never ran out of food. Why? Because his commander was professional. On the other hand, the Chu army next door would run out of food every few paragraphs in history books. Is the Western Chu region really so short of food? It is estimated that there is no shortage, but Xiang Wang's gang either did not pay attention to it or really did not understand logistics. With history as a mirror, the first thing Ian did after he came to Slavers Bay and took Astapa was to get food. After arriving in Yunque and discovering the problem, the first thing he thought of was food. It was this food problem that made Ian hesitate to make up his mind to send the army to Laza. Because after the army entered Laza, its supply line needed to pass through the vast plains, which was completely exposed to Drogo. If Drogo sent people to attack his supply line, he would be in great risk. No, that's not right. Looking at the map on the table, Ian suddenly shook his head and pointed his finger at the location of the Xia Pass in the Giscari Mountains west of Hesse. There is a snowy mountain river in the Giscari Mountains that flows down from the top of the mountain and passes about 2 to 3 leagues west of the Xia Pass. Then it flows north and merges into the Skahazaban River about 4 leagues northeast of Meereen and flows into the Slavers Bay together. Considering that at the end of the long summer, the width of this snowy mountain river has reached several thousand meters, which is enough for large fleets to pass. In addition, all the mountain clans near the Xia Pass have surrendered to him. If he uses the navy to transport troops to the Xia Pass and then crosses the pass, he can quickly reach the west of Hesse. At the same time, he can open up his own supply line through this road, which will greatly increase the difficulty of Drogo's looting. In this way, even if the plan fails, he can easily retreat to Meereen through the Xia Pass. At that time, the only one who will be sacrificed is Hesse, and he will not face the risk of being cut off from the food and retreat route, as when he marches from the north. Thinking of this, Ian has basically made up his mind, and then called in the water dancer Master Yada who was guarding outside the door, and asked him to remember to notify the main generals of the army to come to a meeting tomorrow morning. The reorganized new army has not completed training yet and cannot participate in this operation. The several legions waiting for equipment in Astapa have not yet arrived in Meereen. He can only use 30,000 elites and more than 10,000 Lazarans who will be assembled in Hesse later. If the beautiful horse plan and the night attack can succeed, then these troops will be enough to defeat the centaurs. If the plan fails, Ian will abandon Hesse and retreat to the Xia Pass. Since the Battle of the Strangers Temple in King's Landing, Ian has developed such a habit, not greedy for victory, but only seeking stability. A more detailed plan requires me to scout Drogo's Kalaza for a while and find out more of their habits or other characteristics, before it can be completed. Therefore, Ian temporarily stopped observing the map, walked to another table in the big tent, and opened a box. It contained a crossbow that had just been delivered today and was designed by the engineer player who was locked in the Astapa pyramid. It was named a rapid fire crossbow. Its crossbow is 68 centimeters long, 22 centimeters wide, 0.9 centimeters thick, and the bow arm is 30 centimeters long and 2 centimeter wide. The bowstring length is 60 centimeters, and the arrow style on the guide rail adopts the Camilta style. The arrow shaft is 35 centimeters long, and the arrow tip is an iron 3-blade arrowhead, 6 centimeters long. According to the description in the letter from engineer Adam, the crossbow he designed was customized according to Ian's requirements, sacrificing a certain range in power and reducing the difficulty of loading. Its range is only 100 meters, which is much lower than ordinary crossbows, even lower than some bows and arrows, and it cannot penetrate armor, but the firing rate can reach an astonishing 5 to 7 rounds per minute. If you don't aim at all and just shoot in a certain direction, its firing rate can even reach 8 to 12 rounds in the hands of a skilled crossbowman. This weapon was specially tailored by Ian for the Dothraki, because the Dothraki mainly ride and shoot, and although their bows and arrows have a maximum range of 130 or even 150 meters, the real effective killing range is actually within 100 meters. Even according to the habits of the Dothraki, they often like to march to about 50 meters from the enemy before starting to shoot arrows. In addition to the habit of the Dothraki not wearing armor, Ian believes that this weapon can give the horseman a great gift in the battle. It's a pity that due to the difficulty in finding materials, only more than 1,000 of this crossbow were shipped to Meereen, although Adam promised that they could ship another 2,000 to Meereen in a month. I just hope that they won't be needed by then. Chapter 293, The New Appearance of Carissa. Ian acted quickly. The next day, he convened a military meeting, issued preparation orders to the main generals, and planned the route of action through the reconnaissance of the Falcon. Although there were some minor episodes in the whole preparation process, 3 days later, Ian's army was ready to set off. This operation included Ian's 2 Unsullied legions, 2 Slavine legions, an auxiliary legion, the Royal Guard Cavalry Regiment, 4 new Ghisian legions and a mercenary legion, a total of 33,000 combat troops, and a number of other types of non-combat personnel. The fleet of Meereen was not enough to quickly transport all of them to the west side of the Xia Pass. In order to buy time, Ian forcibly requisitioned all the merchant ships anchored in the port of Meereen. In this way, Ian only needs 2 transports to complete the mobilization of the army. The water transport distance from Meereen to the Xia Pass is not long. It only takes about 6 days for a round trip. That is to say, in 10 days, Ian can complete the assembly of the army on the west side of the Xia Pass, and then he will spend about 10 days crossing the Xia Pass to Hesse. This was more than half a month earlier than the estimated time for the Horse King to arrive in Hesse, and this period of time was enough for Ian to try to find an opportunity to attack. So, after making some arrangements for the affairs of Meereen, Ian set off by boat. In the next few days, Ian had been using a falcon to carefully observe several rivers in the northwest of Hesse, trying to find a suitable attack position from them. In general, there was a lot of gains. Ian found a total of 4 suitable places. No matter which river Drogo chose to march along, Ian could find a suitable opportunity to attack. But the variable appeared on the eve of Ian's second batch of troops just boarding the ship in Meereen. To Ian's surprise, Drogo left the women and children of Kalasari directly in the ruins of Gistica, and only led more than 40,000 roaring warriors to cross the Skahazaban River, and then began a forced march to Hesse with only 1 person and 3 horses. In this way, the time that Drogo originally expected to arrive in Hesse was shortened from more than a month to less than half a month. According to this time calculation, if Ian marches to Hesse as planned, he will collide with Drogo head-on in Hesse and be forced to fight head-on. This is a very crazy behavior, so Ian immediately called off the action. At the same time, Ian couldn't help but wonder if there really was a skin changer on the other side. It was actually a very risky move for the Horse King to leave Kalazar in Gistica, because if Ian set out from Meereen and used the navy to go to Gistica through the Skahazaban River, it would take less than 10 days. The reason why Drogo dared to leave all his property in Gistica without worrying about being stolen by Ian was that he already knew that Ian's army had arrived at the Xia Pass and was preparing to march to Hesse. It is impossible for an on-skin changer to get intelligence and complete the transmission in such a short time. But how could a player who seeks development among the Dothraki have extra points for mental power and magic? The distance between Meereen and Gistica is more than 150 leagues, or 720 kilometers, which is a distance that can only be controlled by skin changers of at least intermediate level. From the perspective that the player's mental power is almost negligible at the beginning, a player must add at least 20 attribute points to mental power to upgrade the skin changer to intermediate level. With so many resources given to magic, how can he still be a horse king? Even if there are two players in an alliance, one focusing on force and the other focusing on magic, it is impossible. Players in the Dothraki tribe missed the means of development of hunting players in the early stage, and the total resources they obtained will be quite scarce. If two people's resources can be used to support a player with military power reaching the level of a Khal, it is already very difficult. Unless they give up the opportunity to become a Khal, it is impossible. Wait. Suddenly, Ian inexplicably remembered the fish that slipped through the net found by the Meereen intelligence station before. That is a skin changer. If he is not dead and finds the Dothraki player and forms an alliance with them, the fact that the other party has a skin changer who sees into his actions is explained. But if that's the case, then these players who developed in Slavers Bay had developed too well, right? They obviously didn't get much resources by hunting players, and they obviously didn't look like the top 3 in the standings. But all the players who appeared in Slavers Bay seemed to have developed very well. What happened in Slavers Bay earlier? What methods did they find that I didn't know about to develop quickly? Ian shook his head. Now was not the time to think about this. What he had to do now was to respond to this emergency immediately. So, Ian quickly issued several orders to his generals through the Falcon. First, the second batch of more than 13,000 troops who had just boarded the ship in Meereen and were originally scheduled to rush to the Xia Pass immediately changed their destination and began to take a boat eastward along the Skahazabin River to Justaka. This army was commanded by Thermor Monacros of Astapa, and Ian would give them further orders before they arrived. If Drogo began to return to help, they would abandon the action and continue to wait on the river. If Drogo insisted on continuing to march towards Hesse, he would attack the ruins of Justaka, capture all the women, children, and slaves of Drogo's Khalazar, seize the horses they left in the camp, and raid Drogo's house. Second, his own army at the Xia Pass would no longer wait, but would directly cross the pass and wait on the east side of the pass, while assisting the residents of Hesse to evacuate to the Xia Pass. If Drogo decided to return to Justaka, he would have gained time to rescue the residents of Hesse and clear the fields of Hesse, forcing Drogo into a further food shortage. If Drogo did not return to help and decided to pursue Ian, then Ian would choose to fight Drogo in the Xia Pass. Even with only the less than 20,000 heavily armed elites and more than 10,000 Lazarin miscellaneous soldiers in his hands, Ian was confident that he could hammer Drogo's doghead in this terrain like Thermopylae. Third, the new equipment of Astapa will be used to arm the Unsullied who are still in Astapa first, and all the troops of Astapa will no longer wait for the equipment. The whole army, including Daenerys, after all, Astapa will be defenseless after these troops leave, will immediately march to Meereen. In this way, even if Drogo chooses not to attack Ian who is defending the Xia Pass in Hesse, but marches directly to Meereen, attempting to attack Meereen before Ian and Thermor return to help, these reserves plus Ian's newly reorganized army left in Meereen are enough to resist the Horse King in the city defense battle until Ian returns to help. Fourth, let all the ships of Astapa and Yunkai be filled with food and assembled in Meereen for standby, and at the same time request ship support from New Ghis. After completing all these deployments, Ian can only wait for the opponent's next move. So far, Ian has made very detailed plans for several possible decisive battle locations, including the city of Meereen, the Xia Pass, the Skahazabin Valley, and the plains north of Hesse. It can be said that for this first truly large-scale war he faced in this world, Ian had made the ultimate preparations before the war. 3 days later, Drogo's march to the south did not stop, and even showed a tendency to speed up. It was obvious that he had made a decision to abandon the useless women, children, and slaves, and seize the time to capture Hesse, and seize the food supplies. So, under Ian's mandatory order, the Lazarins of Hesse burned the food and grass they could not take away, slaughtered all the sheep they could not take away, and burned their bodies, and then began to migrate westward to the Xia Pass. The time pressure made it impossible for them to carry too much food, so their logistical pressure fell on Ian. Ian could only let them migrate north along the river bank, while transferring the grain ships from Yunkai and Astapa to this side, to provide them with food supplies. 7 days later, Drogo's roaring warriors appeared 50 leagues northeast of Hesse, but at this moment Hesse had almost become an empty city. With Ian's help, the residents of Hesse City and nearby tribes have almost all withdrawn to the Kase Pass. At the same time, the fleet led by Thermor Monacris also approached Gistica, ushering in the opportunity to obtain military merits that would allow him to be promoted to a high noble. However, just as Ian was about to order Thermor to attack Drogo's Khalazar women and children in Gistica, Ian unexpectedly discovered that a new Khalazar appeared in the north of Gistica. The scale of this Khalazar is much smaller than that of Drogo, with a total of only more than 10,000 cavalrymen. They did not carry women and children, and obviously left them in the Dothraki Sea behind. When Ian first discovered this group of people, he originally thought that it was just a Dothraki tribe that smelled blood and wanted to take advantage of the fire to rob. However, when Ian asked the Falcon to descend in altitude and approach for reconnaissance, he made an extremely surprising discovery. Most of these damn centaurs were actually wearing armor, and thousands of them were even in human and horse gear. Even Ian himself was not so extravagant. This quickly gave Ian a huge sense of crisis. There is no doubt that this must be a situation that can only occur with the player's Khalazar. But where did this player's Khalazar come from? Where did he get the money to allow these centaurs to have such a high armor rate? What is his relationship with Drogo? Or what is his relationship with the player in Drogo's Khalazar? Is there any connection between their actions? Or is this all a well-designed conspiracy? A series of questions appeared in Ian's mind, but Ian had no time to solve these doubts at this moment. He had to act immediately. The addition of a heavy cavalry was enough to completely affect the situation. If he and Drogo were allies, the consequences would be disastrous. Ian no longer had the qualifications to continue to play it safe. He had to take the initiative to attack and try to eliminate the two waves before they merged, or at least severely damage one of them, so as to ensure his victory. What should he do? Which side should he choose as a breakthrough? Taking the initiative to attack will inevitably involve risk, and the benefits are often proportional to the risks. After receiving the warning, the player Marco Cal gave instructions to his subordinates to speed up the march. The warning came from a skin changer, who was a new ally of his old friend Foggo. When Marco and Foggo followed Khal Drogo to massacre Pentus, they had a detailed discussion. At that time, they came to the conclusion that it was impossible to defeat Drogo in a short time with only the resources of the two people piled on Marco. Therefore, they began to develop separately. Foggo continued to stay in Drogo's Khalazar, won Drogo's trust with his wisdom and eloquence, and constantly used Drogo to brush optional tasks, and then provided all the resources obtained to Marco. After the Battle of Pentus, Marco led a small number of confidants to leave Drogo's Khalazar, because the Dothraki were not interested in money, and their way of life was barter. Therefore, although Drogo's Khalazar looted all the food, daily necessities, sculptures, and artworks in Pentus at that time, however, they left a huge amount of real gold and silver in the original place, and Marco made a fortune from it. Of course, it does not refer to the wealth of the entire Pentus. He and Foggo just managed to expand their system backpacks to the maximum, filled them with gems and broken gold, and then robbed a few large boxes of gold as much as possible. More, they really couldn't take it away. Then Marco began to buy centaurs from various free trade cities and recruit centaurs who had become mercenaries. Compared with the masters of other ethnic groups, Marco himself was a Dothraki and had very strong fighting power. He soon gained the respect and love of his centaurs because of his martial tradition. He established his own Khalazar, selected his own blood guards, and successfully persuaded his tribe to accept armor. After that, Marco went all the way east to Koha. He first ordered a large amount of armor and horse armor in Koha in advance, and then began to annex some small Khalazars on the Dothraki Sea. It turns out that, although all Dothraki people sneered at armor, any Khalazar with a number close to that of Mako's tribe would only be beaten when fighting him. Then, a large number of centaurs from the east of the forest of Koha heard the news, and came to surrender. After turning the Khals of three small tribes into his own bandits, Mako's Khalazar grew to the point of having 12,000 roaring warriors. At the same time, because Mako did not plunder Koha and basically eliminated all the centaurs tribes near Koha, Mako gained the friendship of the Koha people and formed an alliance with them. Then, Mako was summoned by Foggo. Foggo said that Khal Drogo had requested a prophecy in the Doshkalin of V's Dothrak and began to march south. He asked Mako to lead his troops eastward immediately and come to the north of Slavers Bay to wait. Therefore, after Foggo purchased almost all the armor in Koha's inventory at the lowest price, he began to march eastward to Slavers Bay. If possible, he actually didn't want to show up so early. In their original plan, the first thing to do this time was to wait for Drogo to be defeated, recruit Drogo's remnants, and then return to the Dothraki Sea to unify the Dothraki tribes first, so as to avoid a head-on confrontation with Ian, the most powerful player alliance, so early. However, Drogo's performance was so bad that he almost fell into Ian's trap, causing Fogg to worry that Drogo's Khalazar would be completely eaten by Ian, leaving no scraps. This forced Mako to lead his troops south to join the game in advance. If Ian really wiped out Khal Drogo, obtained tens of thousands of centaurs and hundreds of thousands of horses, plus the industrial potential shown by Astapor, they might not have a chance to play next. This is the last chance. Chapter 294, Battle of Ghis, Part 1. After a brief consideration, Ian gave Fermor Amon-Akris an order to attack the ruins of Ghis. The newly emerged Khalazar was currently 50 leagues north of Ghis. Even if they chose to march quickly to Ghis, it would take more than 4 days. This period of time was enough for Fermor to capture the Khalazar, where only women, children, and slaves were left in the ruins by Khal Drogo. Although he could not transport the captives, seized wealth and horses at once, if all the heavy goods and children and the elderly who could not ride horses were destroyed on the spot, it would be enough to drive the remaining women, slaves, and horses to the south bank of the Skahazabin River. Next, Fermor only needed to place the fleet on the surface of the Skahazabin River and keep an eye on the position of the Khalazar. The heavy cavalry on the other side of the river that Ian felt was extremely difficult would not be able to cross the river and find a way to enter the Lazar area. In this way, the opponent can only choose to go east, all the way to the end of the Skahazabin River, and then take a detour to enter Lazar. This will take him at least more than 3 months. During this time, Ian will completely solve the problem of Khal Drogo. That's right, Ian is not seeking to eliminate the new player at this stage. As long as he prevents the opponent from entering the game or receiving Drogo's legacy, the purpose of the war will be achieved. On the night when Fermor led his army to land in Ghis, his army easily captured the ruined city with almost no resistance. The next morning, about 30,000 Dothraki women and about 10,000 slaves were driven south by Fermor's army on the mares left in the camp. It took them 2 days to reach the river bank and cross the river. Behind them was a burning ruin. On the day when Fermor began to drive the spoils to the south, Ian found that the new Khalazar sped up, probably because the skin changes on their side informed him of what happened in the ruins of Ghis. In order to catch up with Fermor and his men before they reached the river bank, Khalazar began a forced march at all costs. With several horses per person rotating constantly, they increased their speed to 1.5 times that of a forced march. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day after the fall of Ghis, they caught up with Fermor, who had just transported half of the captives south, on the north bank of the Skahazabin River. After thinking about it, Ian, who had been paying close attention to the situation here, gave Fermor a clear order to fight. At this time, Fermor had a new GI's Iron Legion and 2 Slave Iron Legions in his hands, plus the auxiliary soldiers that Ian had dismantled and distributed to each legion in advance, 1,500 crossbowmen and more than 2,000 sailors responsible for transporting them. This force would have absolutely no chance of winning against Khalazar, which had more than 1,000 armored cavalry, 5,000 armored cavalry and more than 6,000 light cavalry. But this moment was a perfect opportunity for battle. Because the enemy had been marching for 2 consecutive days, and for more than 1 day, even their charged specific war horses that had been running in the air had been greatly exhausted. If Ian was the enemy's commander, he would not choose to fight at this time. But perhaps the enemy was really full of confidence, or had seen through Ian's intention to shut them out. The player's Khal could not accept watching Khal Drogo being eaten by Ian and unable to do anything, so he chose to gamble on this battle. For Ian, this was also a gamble, because he did not personally command on the battlefield, and could not inform Fermor of the situation detected in the air in real time. In other words, the success or failure of this battle has been completely handed over to Fermor, the deputy general, that Ian has been trying to cultivate during this period, and the group of grassroots officers that Ian has trained personally. When there was less than 3 leagues left from the riverbank, the players' carousels stopped and began to prepare for the battle. They needed to have the Howling Warriors take off their armor from their marching horses and put them on, and they also needed to take off the horse armor carried by the marching horses and put them on the horses, string their bows and arrows and check their arcs. Most importantly, they needed a short rest. Of course, this was not an opportunity for Fema to take the initiative. Abandoning the complete formation and attacking a cavalry was purely suicidal. After dispersing the Dothraki captives who had not yet been transported to the south bank to both sides, and driving all the horses that had not yet crossed the river into the river, Fema chose a position that was relatively least likely to be outflanked and began to deploy his troops. He arranged the 3 legions in his hands with their backs to the river, and on the left wing he deployed the 2nd Iron Legion of Ghis, which was composed of veterans of more than 5 years, wearing scale armor, equipped with spears, javelins, short swords and shields. Even if the opponent began to outflank and attack from both the front and the middle, Fema was confident that they could hold the line. 2 Slave Iron Legions were deployed in the center and on the right wing. These soldiers had been trained for less than half a year and had never seen blood, let alone faced a cavalry charge. Neither Ian nor Fema had much confidence in them. Fortunately, to the right of this position was a river winding northward. Fema's right wing was almost close to the riverbank, making it impossible for the enemy to outflank from this side. In front of the entire army, Fema placed all the empty boxes and sundries he could find in order to cause trouble for the enemy cavalry's charge. Fema actually remembered that Ian had told himself and other generals about a battle similar to the current one, in which infantry fought against cavalry and both had powerful firepower support from the navy. But compared to that person, his biggest disadvantage was that he did not have a chariot formation to block the infantry formation, and his troops were not trained enough to deploy into a crescent formation. The curved formation was a big test for the soldiers in the formation, especially when the front row fell and the back row needed to make up. It was easy to cause chaos. Without corresponding training, Fema did not dare to use it rashly. Both of them were crucial to resist the impact of cavalry. Behind the army, 4 large warships, 7 medium warships and 18 small warships found the closest position to the riverbank, where they could anchor without running aground. The auxiliary crossbowmen and crossbow-wielding sailors of several legions were deployed on the warships, and all the crossbows and catapults on the ship were also pointed at the north bank. At the same time, because Fema was very sure that the opponent would outflank from the left wing, he deployed the warships with the most powerful firepower in the entire fleet and the best crossbowmen in the army to the left rear of the left wing of the army, so that they could use the long-range weapons on the warships to cover the cavalry who tried to outflank, causing a lot of casualties. Standing on a high slope barely higher than the surroundings, Fema looked at the troops deployed by himself below, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. Is this good enough? He asked himself. Have I overlooked anything? Fema knew very well that this battle was an opportunity he must seize. If he wins, he will not only be able to immediately obtain the merit of being promoted to a high noble and become Fema's own Acris, but will also win Ian's deeper trust. By then, there will be no one in the entire Slavers Bay who is more suitable than himself to be the person who will rule this land on his behalf after Ian begins his expedition to Westeros. What Grazdans Oeraz, what shaking ass General Grazda, what Meereen nobles, will never be able to be higher than him in the future. But correspondingly, if this battle is lost, putting aside the fact that all this has come to nothing, Fema is most worried that he will completely lose Ian's trust and will never get a new opportunity in the future. So, reserve. You idiot, reserve. Looking at the army below, Fema seemed to hear Ian roaring in his ear. He looked up and found that he was surrounded by his subordinates. Then he realized that he was hallucinating. It was probably because he had been scolded too much for forgetting to deploy the reserve troops in the previous sand table simulation. But the reserve tactics were really difficult to understand. Although Furmore had spent a lot of time studying, every time it was his turn to practice, he still couldn't make a perfect judgment on which troops should be used as reserves, where to put the reserves, when and how to put them into use. He once tried to ask Ian if there was a universal rule for using reserves, but he only got a negative answer and a rather obscure sentence: "The soldiers are like water." Observing the army below from the high slope, Furmore began to think, if it was Lord Derry, how would he deploy? After all, he only had more than 10,000 people in his hands. He had to face an enemy with slightly more people than himself and all cavalry. What should he do to keep the reserve troops? Generally speaking, the reserve must be placed behind the main force, but for the current formation, if the front width is further reduced, and the front and rear depth is lengthened, it will give the opponent more space for outflanking, and even the right wing will reveal a flaw that is enough for outflanking. At the same time, the reduction of the front width will also reduce the number of warships behind that can directly attack the battlefield, and reduce their attack range. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem to be a wise decision to forcibly leave a reserve. But at this time, another conversation between him and Ian appeared in his mind. After all, the Slavine Legion is a group of new soldiers. When we are in an advantageous position, they can be fierce tigers, leopards, jackals, but if they show a decline or find that the enemy is unstoppable, they will easily become a frightened flock of sheep. Ian said at the time. So when we deploy the Slavine Legion, we should try to increase their depth. High depth will bring a great sense of security, enough to maintain their morale. Furmore replied. On the contrary, if possible, my choice is to deploy them in the center and increase the depth of the allied forces on their flanks, but for them, I will split them into as many square formations as possible. Because their front row may be shaken, if they are deployed in a large depth, then when the enemy cavalry tears open the gap in front, the super long spears in the back row will all become decorations, and they will not have the opportunity to put down their spears at all. Yes, Lord Ian proposed a solution at that time. Under the assumption that the first row will definitely be torn apart, the second row of square formations will be pulled away from the first row just enough to put down the long spears, so that the enemy will immediately suffer the next round of attacks as soon as they break through the front row. This is also a kind of reserve. Furmore muttered to himself, and then hurriedly ordered the adjutant beside him, and then they began to command the formation adjustment of the center army. Because it was Ian's Slavine army that needed to be changed instead of the new Ghis people, Furmore's transmission efficiency was very high, and the center army and the right wing quickly completed the adjustment. Perhaps noticing that Furmore was preparing to fight instead of boarding the ship to escape, the Centaur Carissa delayed the attack. It was unknown whether he was hesitating whether to fight the enemy who was already ready, or simply wanted to let the horse rest for a while. Seeing this, Furmore also took this opportunity to come to the front of the battle, ready to imitate Ian and encourage the soldiers. Of course, his target was not the more than 10,000 people. His voice was not that loud, and he didn't want to run around and waste time. The audience he really needed was only the 3,000 Iron Legion slave soldiers in the center and the front of the right wing. Furmore knew very well that he was not Ian, and he did not have the same gift for speech and eloquence as Ian, but through the influence of Ian for the past few months, he was confident that he had learned some of the essence. Most importantly, he remembered Ian's teaching: if you want people to work for you, then there are 3 common ways. The first is to add money, the second is to add more money, and the third is to let them watch others add money, and then ask them if they want to add money. Soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Slavine Legions, Furmore said after a moment's thought as he rode to the front of the battle. You are all from Astapa, just like me. Many of you were selected by me, or my instructors from the humble 4th class slaves. You can be proud, because you have passed the test set by Lord Derry and his training to become excellent 3rd class slaves. From now on, you will never suffer from hunger again, your former masters will never be able to whip you again, and they will never be able to occupy your land again. But now, a new test has come. Furmore raised his whip and pointed to the horizon. These Dothraki, they are the ones who destroyed your cities and villages, plundered your wealth, slaughtered your relatives, and sold you to Astapa to suffer. Now your suffering has just passed. You have just stepped into a more noble class, but they want to destroy it all and turn you back into the lowest slaves. Do you agree? No. They were in unison, overwhelming. At least the momentum was there, at least the morale was still high, and they hoped that they could still maintain it when they saw those war horses that were a head taller than them. Furmore thought to himself, I won't agree to it either. This is related to my honor. I just got the news that Lord Derry led your colleagues in the south and just defeated Khal Drogo, killing and capturing all of his more than 40,000 roaring warriors. Those slave soldiers who trained with you, and even those who joined us after young Kay and Meereen, have been promoted to noble second-class slaves because of their military exploits, and thousands of them have become more noble first-class slaves because of their military exploits. There is even a phalanx of soldiers who obtained the status of royal slaves because they lost the most centaurs in front of their formation, but they did not collapse. My friend Lexix even told me in a letter that the status of those royal slaves is no less than him and me. As soon as Furmore finished speaking, it exploded in the crowd like a bomb, and the slave soldiers whispered and talked to each other. This was of course made up by Furmore, but what does it matter? When these people and the Earl meet up, these things will naturally become true, and Furmore is full of confidence in Ian. Furmore gave them a minute to discuss, and then he just stretched out his hand and scratched his head, and the whole army quickly quieted down around him. Obeying orders is the first lesson of Ian's army. Those who can't even do this will be sent back to the farmland and become lowly fourth-class slaves again, or they will be nailed to the punishment square of Astapor as a warning to others. Therefore, they have already developed the instinct of obedience. You don't have to be frustrated that you can't go to war with Earl Derry this time, because the same opportunity is in front of you. I promise you that all of you soldiers in the front will be promoted to second-class slaves now. If you can hold on until victory, you will all be promoted to first-class slaves. The square with the most fallen centaurs in front of the battle will all be promoted to royal slaves. And the soldiers in the latter, if your front line collapses, the same conditions will fall on you. The crowd suddenly cheered, looking at the soldiers with high morale. Furmore prayed in his heart again, and he must win this battle. The promotion of slaves has always been the core power that Ian holds most tightly. The promise that Furmore made without authorization, which far exceeds the standard set by Ian, can be said to be a huge usurpation. If this battle is successfully won, then the problem may not be big, but if it is lost, my future may be over. Shaking his head, Furmore thought to himself, anyway, we are all here to gamble, so why not raise the bet? What's your name? Furmore stopped in front of a soldier standing in the first row. Report to the general. The little man has no name. The slave soldier lowered his head hurriedly. Then what do they call you? Furmore was a little surprised. 13. This is my number in the 100-man team. Because my previous nickname was too ugly and not suitable for calling a proud third-class slave, I now use this number as my name. Many brothers in the team choose this. Raise your head. 13. As a noble second-class slave, you shouldn't speak with your head down. Yes, General. 13 raised his head hurriedly and straightened his chest at the same time. Give yourself a name. A noble second-class slave should have his own name. You will own land, property and public office in the future. You can't live without a name. But, no buts. What do you want to be called? Say it boldly. Ian. General, I want to be called Ian. The slave said loudly. Ian. Furmore's mouth twitched, and his face turned green. He didn't know why Ian's interactions were so smooth every time, but he had problems as soon as he started. Of course he didn't know, because every time Ian interacted with soldiers or slaves, the people he found were actors arranged in advance, and the dialogues were also arranged in the script, which could help Ian achieve his goals. This kind of interview with a random farmer on the street. He started with urban and rural construction. Then he randomly picked a primary school student, and he started talking about the wisdom of environmental innovation, which these GIs people could not understand. What should I do? Should I refute him? Furmore was torn between heaven and man. If he refuted it, all the speeches before would be in vain. But if he didn't refute it, what kind of dog is he trying to turn the tables on? Finally, thinking that he had already bet everything on it, Furmore gritted his teeth and nodded to the slave. Okay, Ian, you chose a noble name. May you bring nightmares to those centaurs like the Earl, and may they fall under your spears. The Earl is with you. Earl Derry is with you. Fermor then shouted to all the other soldiers. The next moment, louder cheers broke out in the army. Just as Fermor was about to walk to the next square, the command camp was located on the high slope, where the whole army was prepared for battle. He did not stay, and immediately rode back to the command position. After returning to the high slope, Fermor noticed that the enemy's light cavalry had completely dispersed on the distant horizon, and the armored cavalry began to appear in the field of vision. This was a precursor to the start of the attack, and the opponent finally began to get impatient. After all, as long as the last herd of horses was driven across the river, he could withdraw to the boat at any time. Gradually, more and more cavalry squads began to approach, and Fermor's soldiers began to hear slight horse hoof sounds on the battlefield, coming from all directions, sporadic and scattered. As time went on, these sounds gradually became louder, clearer, and louder, and the scale of the horse army began to emerge. The area occupied by the cavalry was much larger than that of the infantry, and their formation was also looser. Therefore, visually, the enemy had only more than 10,000 people covering the entire plain in front. When they moved, they were like layers of waves, raising dust all over the sky. As the enemy got closer, the noise became louder and louder, more and more dense, like a storm sweeping over. The overwhelming sound of horse hooves, whistling, screaming, and roaring mixed together, beating on Fermor's heart. Come on, damn it. Let me bury you. I originally wanted to finish writing the entire battle in this chapter, but I have to change the perspective in the next chapter, so I decided to split it up. Chapter 295, Battle of Gistica, Part 2. Vathtas, Dothraka. Wow. Once again, the familiar roar sounded, the roar that Slavian tried his best to forget, but it still echoed in his ears for countless days and nights. It was still so sharp, still mixed with the chaotic sound of horse hooves and the whistling wind, just like the roar of the devil in the ancient legend. The last time Slavian heard this voice, he lost his parents, wife and 3 lovely children, and also lost his house, fields, and hometown. Driven by those centaurs, he and other young men were driven westward like livestock, and sold to Slava Bay. Feeling the fear climbing up his heart uncontrollably again, Slavian quickly glanced at his comrades around him, looked at the neat array and safe flanks around him, and then he felt a little more at ease. I got the name of the Earl. I'm now a noble second-class slave. The Earl is with me, he said silently in his heart. Soon, he noticed that thousands of cavalrymen had separated from the main force in the enemy formation in the distance. They divided into many small cones, and began to advance. The sound of horse hooves beat the ground in a regular rhythm, as if alternating with the heartbeats of the slave soldiers. Suddenly, they began to speed up. In just a few seconds, the originally neat cavalry formation became chaotic, and the sound of horse hooves suddenly became louder, as if the gods grabbed a giant hammer and hit the ground. Vathtas, Dothraka. As all the roaring warriors began to shout in unison, the oncoming cavalry increased their speed to the limit. Barricade. At the same time, slave soldierian heard the heart-wrenching roar of the centurion. Almost at the same time, the slave soldiers who had already gathered into a defensive formation immediately responded. The soldiers in the first row squatted down, inserted the handle of the long spear into the soil, supported the end with their right foot, and pointed the tip of the spear diagonally forward. The soldiers in the second row remained standing, and at the same time, they inserted the handles of their spears into the soil at a slightly larger angle than the first row. They used their right feet to hold the end, and pointed the spears diagonally forward from the heads of the first row of soldiers. The tip of their spears was slightly lower, and the target of their attack was the enemy's warhorse. In order to use the ground, to help absorb the strong impact, the soldiers in the third row clamped the spears under their armpits, and with their left hands forward, they extended their spears from the gaps in the front row, with the tip of the spears level with their chests. The last 2 rows raised their super long spears above their heads, and raised them from the heads of the front row, ready to attack the enemy cavalry that rushed into the formation. The sound of the wind was almost completely suppressed by the sound of horse hooves. The spears and arcs in the hands of the centaurs reflected a dazzling light in the sun, making the slave soldierian almost feel that his eyes were about to be blinded. Morgulis. Just as they saw the centaur's cavalry coming in front of them, the slave soldierian and his comrades shouted death in unison in Valyrian. He used all his strength to clench the spear in his hand, and then closed his eyes. However, the expected death and fierce attack did not occur. Slavian opened his eyes again, only to find that the charging cavalry actually shot an arrow at the last moment less than 10 meters away, and turned to the side, crossing in front of their formation. Slavian hurriedly looked around, and found that there were indeed a few people in his formation who fell down because of the enemy's rain of arrows, and many people were directly scared to urinate their pants. But the opponent's tentative charge this time, due to the attack of the crossbowmen on the river warships, left a full 100 corpses. Seeing this situation, many slaves began to cheer. Everyone, don't take it lightly. Keep the formation. Just now it was just a test, this time they will really charge. The centurions immediately warned in a stern voice. Under the warning of the officers, the cheers of the slaves were quickly suppressed. At the same time, the opponent's second charge began. Barricades. The centurions shouted again after the enemy cavalry sped up. It was still the sound of horse hooves and roars, and the sound of sharp arrows piercing the air was heard overhead. Slavian clenched the spear in his hand, and put all his strength on it. Morgulis. When the two sides were about to collide, the slaves of the Iron Legion of Astapa once again issued a uniform war cry that pierced the sky. Because of their large number, they even suppressed the sound of the Dothraki cavalry. This time, the Dothraki roaring warriors relied on their most exquisite riding skills to rush closer to the spear formation before they began to turn around. When they turned sideways, they shot arrows from a height less than 7 or 8 meters away from the slaves. The roaring warrior in front of Slavian even stood up from his horse like a show of skill and shot an arrow at him. Fortunately, Slavian had a premonition when he saw the other parties move and protected his face with the shield on his left hand in advance. This caused the arrow that was heading straight for his face to stop less than 2 centimeters away from his nose after piercing his wooden shield. This made Slave Soldierian break out in a cold sweat, but he also felt even more excited. At the same time, the roaring warrior who stood up was shot through the neck by a crossbow arrow flying from the back of the square formation. The warhorse under his crotch instantly lost control and failed to complete the rotation. It crashed into the square formation with his body. The next moment, about a dozen super long spears pierced the body of the roaring warrior and the warhorse under his crotch. That crashed into the spear formation horizontally. The posture of holding the spear shaft against the ground and the huge numerical advantage successfully helped them to share a lot of kinetic energy. Slave Soldierian, like the other frontline spearmen, tried his best to hold the spear handle under his feet tightly and was not repelled by the reaction force. Therefore, the cavalryman and his horse were lifted up by more than a dozen long spears, drawing an arc with a fixed point under the spearman's feet as the center of the circle. During this period, more spears from the back row pierced into their bodies, but after the bodies passed the high point, because the front row spears suddenly lost their force, the spears in the back row could not support their weight, causing them to fall down and smash into the back row of the square. The spearmen in the back row dodged left and right when the bodies fell, and immediately squeezed the dense formation into chaos. Because the distance reserved by the horsemen for the turn was too short this time, many roaring warriors made mistakes in the last turn and unfortunately crashed into the spear formation and became plugs. But it was only these few mistakes that made the spear formation at the collision position become a mess. Fortunately, the enemy did not really dig the formation, but chose to turn around, so the centurions of the Iron Legion had time to reorganize the chaotic formation. At the same time, seeing the more corpses left by the horsemen this time, cheers broke out in the square. Those cavalrymen are not gods. They dare not crash into our super long spear formation. Although it is good that they can shoot some of us every time with this method, the firepower behind us is obviously much denser than this. If we only use this method to consume each other, they won't be able to take advantage of us with a crossbowman behind us. The 2 rounds of consumption by the centurions left hundreds of corpses, and the casualties were more than twice as high as ours. Shut up. Keep the formation. The centurions warned again. Compared with the slave soldiers who were already overwhelmed by excitement, these officers trained by Ian had heard more battle examples from Ian, and had heard more about some cavalry tactics. Therefore, they gave the most severe warnings to their subordinates. The first 2 times were just tests, but this time they will definitely launch a real attack. Everyone is not allowed to take it lightly. Yes. The soldiers also answered in unison. Soon, the cavalry of the third echelon of the Dothraki began to move, and soon accelerated from a fast pace to a run. Turn quickly. Turn quickly. Slavian prayed frantically in his heart, while deliberately tilting the shield on his left hand a little upward to cover his head. Although this action will affect the ability of the barricade, so what? Anyway, they will turn their horses around at the last moment. The only thing that is really dangerous to my life is their arrows. I'm wearing a breastplate. As long as I protect my head. Wait. What's going on? In just a blink of an eye, the Dothraki cavalry arrived in an instant. A great sense of fear instantly enveloped the slave soldier Ian. At this moment, he was not mentally prepared, and he had long lost the courage to die when he first faced the cavalry attack. Looking at the horse head that was half a meter taller than him, and the cavalry that he had to raise his head to see, the slave soldier Ian's first reaction was to run away quickly. He was standing on his forward route, and the distance between every two Dothraki cavalry was more than 1 meter. He only needed to hide in the gap between their charging routes. However, before this thought flashed through his mind, the slave soldier Ian felt a huge lateral thrust. He was squeezed by his companion on the right, and then they bumped into his companion on the left. The shaking of his body made him lose the fulcrum for holding the spear under his feet. A roaring warrior of the centaur crashed into the phalanx and hit his super long spear. The tip of the slave soldier Ian's spear pierced the neck of the warhorse under his crotch. But unlike just now, this time there were far fewer spears attacking the centaur in front of him, and no one helped him share the impact of the horse. The slave soldier Ian, who had already lost his fulcrum, was instantly pushed backwards by the reaction force. He hurriedly let go of the spear in his hand, but the whole person's backward movement could not be stopped. Then, he crashed into the chest of the soldiers in the back row, and the soldiers in the back row fell to the ground together. The next moment, the armored cavalry in the back row of the cone formation rushed in through the gap created by the front row. Slave soldier Ian looked up and saw the cold light of the araximeter. I have been writing for a long time, but I still haven't perfectly expressed the picture in my mind. Because the perspective will change again in the next chapter, I still split the chapters. Chapter 296, Battle of Gistica, Part 2. The dense grass was ravaged and shattered, and the piercing shouts of killing, the messy sound of horses' hooves and the sound of metal colliding, came one after another. Just as the Dothraki armored cavalry rushed into the front of the Slavian legion through the gap dug by the front row of cavalry, they began to slash left and right from the formation, attacking the spearmen on both sides, preparing to widen the gap. The spearmen pointed their long spears forward and could not turn, so many of the back row spearmen could only throw away their spears and draw their short swords to try to engage these cavalry. At the same time, those front row spearmen who were not hit in the previous round of charge were also shaken by the huge casualties of their companions and the appearance of enemies behind them. The centurions shouted to stabilize the situation, but the Dothraki did not give them such an opportunity at all. In less than a minute, the fourth wave of Dothraki attacks arrived in front of the formation. Unlike the previous 3 times, when hundreds of cavalry were divided into several small cone formations to attack points, this time, Marco Cal, the player, used 2,000 armored cavalry and 2,000 light cavalry, divided them into 4 rows, and included the entire front formation of the 2 right armies of the Ghis coalition army into the attack range, in order to drive these stupid Ghis slave soldiers into the river at one time. As the Dothraki cavalry crashed into the formation, the front formations of the Slavian legions, which had already been shaken, instantly became fragmented. The raised dust covered the entire battlefield, which seemed light or heavy, and varied in distance, making people feel hazy and unclear. Ian Falcon looked down at the entire battlefield, and sighed in his heart. In fact, as early as when the player Cal arranged his cavalry in this way, Ian had already seen through his tactics. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, every time the cavalry team lightly attacked the enemy formation, once the charge started, no matter how many there were, they would drive straight in, and even an enemy of 100,000 could not resist. If they don't move, the front team will cross, and the second team will charge again. If they can't get in, the rear team will do the same. This is a widely used cavalry tactic recorded in the Black Tartar Chronicle. Although the player made some changes in the specific operation, he did break through the front of Fëmur Monacris's central army with minimal losses and exposed both sides of Fëmur's most elite New Ghis legion on the left wing to danger, thus holding the key to victory. For this battle, this is the most important thing. It's just a pity that Ian himself was not at the scene, and there was no suitable way to warn Fëmur and these soldiers. No, Ian immediately denied this idea. What's the use of being here? Fëmur did not make any mistakes, and the centurions he trained himself did not disappoint him. Most of them more or less realized the other party's intentions before the last moment, and warned the soldiers under them. It was a pity that, due to the lack of actual combat experience and the lack of absolute trust in these officers, who had never really fought side by side, most of them believed in their own judgment, and did not take the warnings of the centurions to heart. As a result, the front lines of the entire center and right armies were easily broken through by the enemy. Ian did not expect that they could really resist the impact of this carousel head-on, but in Ian's original conception, the enemy would at least need to use armored cavalry as a pioneer to forcibly tear open a gap and then break through it. In that case, the casualties of the enemy's elite forces should be at least 2 to 3 times the current ones, and if the enemy uses half or more of the armored cavalry to attack our center right wing, they can use much less armored cavalry to forcibly break through the New Ghis elite corps on their left wing. The firmness of the New Ghis Iron Corps can buy more time for the firepower projection on the rear ships. In Ian's eyes, Fëmur's entire legion deployed on the riverbank was nothing more than a big bait. The whole purpose of their existence was to attract the enemy to attack, lead the Dothraki cavalry into the attack range of the fleet's long-range weapons, and then exchange blood with the enemy. Even if this battle was really lost, as long as Ian could consume half of the enemy's elite, he could force them back to the Dothraki Sea to reaccumulate forces, thereby buying time to safely eat up Khal Drogo. As for his own losses in this battle, the most elite New Ghis Iron Legion was only an ally, not really belonging to Ian. As for the 2 Astapor Slave Iron Legions, although Ian devoted a lot of effort to the training of their officers, such a loss was far from a serious injury to Ian. After all, after defeating Drogo, Ian will obtain a very large number of troops in the vast Lazar area, and there will be no more strong enemies in a short time. But now, Ian looked at the left wing. Thanks to the victory in the other 2 battlefields, Marco Cal was able to put all his armored cavalry into the attack on the New Ghis Iron Legion. And because the front of Fëmur's central army had collapsed, the right angle of the New Ghis Iron Legion, which should have been covered by the central army, was also exposed to the enemy. In order to protect the left side of the New Ghis Iron Legion, Fëmur deployed the fleet with the most crossbows in the fleet on the river behind the left side of the phalanx, and deployed the most elite crossbowmen in the army on those ships. If the enemy forcibly attacked the New Ghis phalanx from the left side as Fëmur predicted, the long-range weapons on these ships would cause a lot of casualties to them. Even after the Dothraki cavalry rushed into the phalanx, they could still shoot directly at the centaurs in the back row without worrying about accidentally injuring friendly forces. But the right side of the New Ghis phalanx, the firepower deployment on the ships here is far less than that on the left side, because there is no angle for direct shooting from here. All weapons must be thrown from the top of the friendly army. With the accuracy of the weapons made by the Ghis people themselves, it is almost impossible to continue to cause accurate casualties after the 2 armies are fully in contact. Regarding this issue, Ian has put the issue of fully replacing various weapons directly obtained from the 3 cities of Ghis on the agenda, but in terms of current production capacity, it may not be done within a year or 2. In short, Mako Ko set the main attack direction of the armored cavalry at the right angle of the New Ghis Iron Legion. He began to set up a huge cone formation in the middle army, pointing obliquely to the upper right corner of the New Ghis Iron Legion formation. The center and front row of the formation are a full 1,000 armored cavalry, and behind them are more armored cavalry. Although these Dothraki cavalrymen in the back row were wearing armor, they were different from the 1,000 armored cavalrymen in the front, who were wearing heavy armor of Koha. Most of their armor was completely pieced together, using whatever they could find. Most of them were low quality leather armor or antiques that had been passed down for decades or even centuries. Of course, no matter what, their defensive capabilities were still qualitatively improved compared to those naked or roaring warriors wearing only painted vests. On the other side, on the right wing of Marco Cal, There was a cone formation of 1,500 people with 500 ordinary armored cavalrymen as the vanguard, pointing obliquely to the upper left corner of the New Ghis Legion. Because of the temporary change in the main attack direction, Marco Cal's cavalry still needed some time to dispatch. But as long as they were ready, Marco Cal gave an order, and they would attack the two oblique corners of the New Ghis from two directions at the same time. Perhaps because of the forced march, the physical strength of their horses was only enough for these armored cavalrymen to charge once, but for the current situation, one charge was enough. Central Army / right wing battlefield. Kill those who charge. Kill those who charge. The centurions in the rear of the central and right wings under Fema loudly ordered the soldiers, and at the same time, shouted at the fleeing soldiers from the front, "Go back to your positions. You cowards." Their shouting had no effect. After the front was dispersed by the enemy, these slave soldiers had almost lost all their courage, and began to flee to the rear in large numbers. Of course, the rear would not give them a way out. This was the scene the Dothraki wanted to see the most, because if that happened, the Dothraki only needed to follow behind these fleeing soldiers to successfully rush into the rear of the slave iron army and disperse them. Kill those who charge. The centurions in the rear kept repeating this order, and those fleeing slave soldiers from the front were served by the super long spears in the hands of their comrades in the rear. Faced with such an impenetrable forest of spears, the fleeing soldiers in the front had to turn around and face the powerful Dothraki again. Thanks to the fact that Ian imitated the Swiss and Spanish in the formation of the slave army and mixed spears and halberds, the front of the slave iron army still retained a certain output capacity after being broken through. Although their coach Fermoramo Nakros made a temporary adjustment before the war and placed more halberd soldiers in the back, he still left 2 rows of halberd soldiers in the front row. Compared with the infantry who had to abandon their super long spears and use short swords to meet the enemy because they were dragged into the melee, these people obviously posed a greater threat to the Dothraki cavalry. Similarly, those horsemen cavalry who directly penetrated the front of the slave iron army ran into the completely strict back formation, suffering countless casualties, but they were unable to break through it due to insufficient speed. Therefore, their commanders followed the traditional tactics and ordered the cavalry to pull back, preparing to charge again, after pulling out enough acceleration distance to break through the back formation of these cowards. Suddenly, a large number of crossbow arrows and ballistas poured down and were indiscriminately projected into the chaotic front formation. Then, even some large stones were thrown into the formation, and countless Iron Legion slave soldiers and the Dothraki cavalry that had been trapped in the formation were smashed into meat patties. It turned out that the ships and crossbowmen in the rear, who had given up on continuing to project due to poor accuracy, resumed their attacks and directly targeted the area where the cavalry that had already rushed into the formation, including the front formation of their own side, were located. Ian Falcon in the sky saw this scene, and his heart sank immediately. Indiscriminately including the enemy and their own people in the attack range. From an economic point of view, Fema's order was profitable anyway, because the front formation of the Slave Iron Legion, which lacked training, had actually lost the ability to threaten the enemy after being disrupted. Instead of waiting for them to be eliminated, it is better to use long-range weapons to eliminate as many Dothraki as possible while they are holding those Dothraki. However, this is a big blow to the morale of other soldiers on the side. The New Ghis were on the left wing, and they might not be able to fully notice the situation here, but the slave soldiers in the back could see the situation in front clearly. Ian was worried that they would not be able to bear it and would collapse instantly. Wait, what's wrong with these guys? Ian looked closely and found that the slave soldiers in the back, instead of collapsing, shit. What kind of magic potion did Fema give them? Keep the formation, boys. If we collapse like them, those arrows will fall on our heads. But as long as we hold the position, the conditions for direct promotion to second-class slaves promised by General Fema will belong to us. The centurions in the back shouted to the soldiers in their own team. Wow! The slave soldiers responded with a loud war cry, not knowing whether they were excited or using it to cover up their fear. According to the rules of military merit, all the bodies of the Dothraki who fell in front of our formation will be counted as our military merit. The front formation has collapsed. Those Dothraki who were killed by them also belong to us. The slave soldiers shouted again, this time obviously more excited than before. Now, hold your position. After this battle, you will all become first-class slaves. Barricades. Following the orders of the centurions and the shouts of the slave soldiers, those horsemen cavalry who had already pulled away and launched a new charge quickly broke through the shattered front formation and crashed into the rear formation of the slave iron army. But unlike what they imagined, these slave soldiers in the rear formation would be shaken like the front formation, and they would flee in all directions in an instant. The needle wall stood still under their impact, and the front rows of both sides suffered huge losses in an instant. The Dothraki cavalry had to retreat again and prepare to pull away and charge again, but as they separated from the rear formation of the slave iron army, the long-range weapons on the river surface once again aimed at them crazily, leaving them with many corpses again. Marker watched all this from afar, his heart bleeding. The psychological tactics of the cavalry's initial light charge and the third formal charge were formulated by Marker himself, because the tactics themselves were not complicated, and the Howling Warriors also successfully executed his tactics. But when these centaurs met the enemy, they were out of Marker's control. These Howling Warriors were commanded by a KO who took the initiative to surrender to Marker. When they found that they could break through the front of the Gith slave army, but could not break through the rear, their pride as a Dothraki and their underdeveloped brain cells dominated them. They were just like their compatriots under the city of Koha hundreds of years ago. They were stubborn and launched a fanatical attack on the rear of the slave army again and again on the terrain where corpses had piled up like a mountain and seriously hindered their charge speed, braving the continuous falling crossbow arrows. Marker sent out countless teams of messenger cavalry to bring them back to reorganize the attack. But because the commander had already died, the messenger could not find anyone who could command these roaring warriors who were only full of adrenaline. Even under the influence of these roaring warriors who were charging to their death, many messenger officers joined them and charged at the phalanx of slave soldiers. In the Dothraki tradition, warriors who died bravely would become stars and rise into the night sky, entering the kingdom of night to enjoy eternal glory. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of the shame of not being able to defeat a group of slaves, and they were afraid that they would not be able to rise into the stars and enter the kingdom of night because of this. At the same time on the left battlefield, the large cone formation assembled in the center of Marker Cal was ready. Under Marker Cal's command, they charged at the right angle of the new Ghis Iron Legion on Furmore's left wing. The entire cone formation had 3,000 cavalrymen, and they attacked with overwhelming force. Although they were hit after entering the range of the fleet's crossbows and crossbowmen, and were hit by a round of javelin rain, when they rushed to the front of the new Ghis formation, many cavalrymen fell down and caused chaos in some areas due to trampling. But they still quickly rushed to 20 meters in front of the new Ghis Iron Legion. Here, the cavalrymen in the entire front row of the cone aimed their arrows at the oblique angle of the new Ghis formation with horsebows, then threw away their bows and arrows, and raised their lances. Under the attack of hundreds of arrows in an instant, a large number of soldiers in the right corner of the new Ghis Legion fell down. Although their arrow spearmen quickly tried to fill in, the Dothraki armored cavalry had already crashed into the formation through the gap created by the concentrated fire of the horse archers. Equipped with Koha's heavy armor and horse armor, they were almost invulnerable to swords and guns. Even though many spears pierced their bodies during the collision, they only caused very little damage to them. On the contrary, those new Ghis soldiers who were stabbed by their lances were directly picked up and flew out, and then smashed into the depths of the phalanx, knocking down the soldiers behind them. The cavalry in the middle of the cone followed the armored cavalry in the front row and drove straight in. Although the veterans of the new Ghis did not waver quickly, their entire phalanx was directly pierced, and the diagonal line from the upper right to the lower left was cut in half. The cavalry on the periphery of the cone did not choose to enter the formation directly, because they did not get such a good gap in the middle. Instead, they crossed along the flank of the formation and cut off the infantry on the periphery of the phalanx like a milling cutter. However, in the other direction, the Dothraki cavalry who launched an attack from the upper left corner of the Ghis were not so lucky. They faced much more concentrated firepower than the friendly forces on the other side. A large number of ballistas and crossbow arrows shot directly from the river. There were even giant crossbows fired by the ballistas that failed to complete a series of 3 hits on the horse cavalry. This caused a strong impact on the Dothraki formation. As they approached the New Ghis phalanx, they were hit by another round of javelin rain, and many places were thrown to the ground. So much so that, when they rushed into the formation, they only broke through the front row of the New Ghis people and were ejected. The huge casualties even made it impossible for them to pull away and charge again. But the purpose of Marco Cal's deployment of this feint on this side has been achieved. Their charge attracted more than 1/3 of the New Ghis Legion's troops, creating conditions for the cavalry on the other side to break through the New Ghis formation at one time. After entering the New Ghis phalanx, the Dothraki cavalry did not pass through their formation, but directly launched an internal and external attack with the cavalry crossing from outside the formation. It was not that they were as crazy as the Centaur cavalry attacking the central army and wanted to use air axe to resolve the battle. These armored cavalry were the first to be recruited by Marco, and they were also the direct descendants of Marco Cal. Compared with the Dothraki who were later incorporated, their obedience was much higher. It was just because the horses under their crotch really couldn't complete another charge after breaking out of the square. Even if the horses were in full condition, the maximum attack distance was only about 3 kilometers when the horses were equipped. For these horses that had been running for many days, completing a charge was already the limit. Fortunately, their offensive worked quickly. Under the internal and external attacks of these armored monsters, the old soldiers of the New Ghis, whose formation had been broken, actually collapsed and fled one after another. Under their influence, the entire New Ghis army was like a defeated army, and they began to flee to the river bank, trying to jump into the river and swim to their own fleet in order to survive. With the collapse of the New Ghis people, the resistance that the Dothraki encountered on the left wing of Fema also completely disappeared. They began to slaughter those well-equipped New Ghis old soldiers as easily as cutting wheat. This scene fell into Fema's eyes. He was actually quite surprised that the slave soldiers who had only been trained for less than half a year could hold on until now, while the elite of the New Ghis Iron Legion, who had experienced hundreds of battles, fell into disarray after only one attack. But he thought about it again, and felt that this was actually quite normal, because the New Ghis suffered the most fierce wave of attacks launched by the enemy's elite main force. Moreover, the New Ghis themselves did not have the same strong motivation as these Astapa slaves in this war. At least the conditions offered by Fema to upgrade the slave level did not have any appeal to these proud citizens. Almost without hesitation, Fema ordered his men to let the fleet begin to launch indiscriminate attacks on the New Ghis positions. The formation collapsed, and it was only a matter of time before the New Ghis were annihilated, so the fate that the front line of the Slave Iron Legion had just suffered fell on the New Ghis this time. A large number of crossbows fell like raindrops, harvesting the lives of the New Ghis and Dothraki at the same time. After giving the last order, Fema led his guards on horseback and left the command slope. He had seen the horseman cavalry pouring out of the collapsed New Ghis phalanx and rushing towards his flag. If he stayed here, he would be caught by them. Seeing Fema leave the position, the fleet immediately sent several small boats to the shore to meet the commander. But to their surprise, Fema did not go to the river, but held up his flag in one hand and rushed towards the position of the Slave Iron army that was still resisting. Their front was full of corpses of people and horses. Fema could not find a gap to enter the formation, so he turned over and climbed directly onto the pile of corpses. His guards followed suit after seeing this, catching up with his steps while blocking his back with shields. The Dothraki who were looking for a gap to attack soon discovered the situation here, and the flag in Fema's hand. A team of light cavalry rushed to a position not far from Fema, braving the crossbow arrows that kept falling from the sky, and shot a round of arrows at him. The arrow hit Fema's back armor, but did not cause any damage to him. The next moment, he was pulled up by two slave soldiers who came forward to support him, and successfully jumped into the back of the pile of corpses. "Stick this on it." Fema handed the flag to a guard who jumped in with him, pointed at the wall of corpses and ordered, "Tell everyone here that I'm here too. We will win the glory of this victory together, or die here together." Fema did not say the second half of the sentence. He wanted to appear confident. Soon, Fema's guards climbed up the pile of corpses from the inside with shields raised and stuck the flag on it. Immediately afterwards, high cheers and war cries broke out in the ranks of the Slave Iron army. Dothraki kept climbing up the corpse wall, but they were all pushed back by the Iron Legion's spearmen. Some weak corpse piles were also washed away, but the centaurs who rushed in were immediately besieged by a large number of halberdiers, and soon added materials to the corpse wall. Fermor's tactic of moving a large number of halberdiers from the front to the back as a reserve has achieved great results. In the melee after both sides were scattered, the halberdiers not only caused huge damage to the Dothraki who were in a state of panic, but even in this desperate situation, they still had the strength to fight against the armored cavalry who did not suffer much damage from the enemy. At the same time, the fleet behind them was still constantly shooting. The crossbow is different from the bow. An archer will be exhausted after shooting more than 20 to 30 arrows in a battle, while the crossbowmen can shoot until night, as long as they have enough ammunition. The good news is that the transport ships following the fleet are full of crossbow arrows, and they can really shoot until night. The bad news is that is most of the wealth that Ian has stockpiled for the army to fight against Khal Drogo. If this victory is won, Fëmor can recover most of these arrows, and even the damaged ones can be repaired quickly. But if he loses, Fëmor laughed. For this battle, he has already put all his bits. For him, if he loses, he must have died here. So what does the future have to do with him? It didn't take long for Marco Cao's cavalry to completely annihilate the wavering New Ghis people, but the firepower projection on the shore continued, and they were suffering losses every moment. Just as they were about to turn left immediately after defeating the New Ghis people according to the original plan, to flank the flank of the slave army, they suddenly received Marco Cao's order to retreat. Unlike the horse cavalry that Marco had just recruited in Koha and was responsible for attacking the Astapa slave army, it was Marco Cao's headquarters that attacked the New Ghis people. Although they were confused and dissatisfied, they did not choose to disobey orders, but immediately retreated and began to move away from the banks of the Skahazabin River. However, because the armored cavalry's horses were exhausted, they could no longer speed up their retreat. Under the firepower of the Meereen fleet, their losses began to increase further. At the same time, the Dothraki who were frantically attacking the corpse wall finally couldn't bear such a huge loss and began to flee backwards. It's not that they lost their courage at this moment, but the roaring warriors who were truly fearless had already lost their lives, and the remaining ones were often those who were not so courageous. Marco Cal watched all this from a distance. He felt dizzy and almost fell off his horse. The battle was far from what he expected. The news he got from the new skin changer ally clearly pointed out that he would face only 2 conscripted slave legions that had been trained for less than half a year and an elite legion of New Ghis. Therefore, Marco only focused on the New Ghis people from the beginning. According to his prediction, those conscripted slaves should have been driven directly into the river after his first round of charge, and the New Ghis phalanx on both sides that lost its guard would also collapse under his pincer attack. According to Marco's prediction, he could annihilate this mob with a loss of no more than 2,000 people in this battle, and most of the lost troops were the centaurs who later joined. But now, how many troops have he lost? Half or more. In addition to the relatively small loss of his own elite troops used to attack the New Ghis, the cavalry used to attack the left angle of the New Ghis and the centaurs who had already lost control of the attacking the center army were almost completely lost. Marco held the horse's neck and looked to the left. There were still 2,000 light cavalry there, which were the reserve troops he left behind. They had not taken action during the entire battle, and their current physical strength was sufficient by comparison with them and the thousands of surviving cavalry he pulled back from the New Ghis position. I just need to charge again. For the last time. I just need. Marco's hands trembled. Can we really win? He asked himself, but he didn't dare to say the answer. I have to do this. I have to win. Every Dothraki will cut off his braids after being defeated and take off all the bells that represent the victories he has achieved. Marco didn't dare to imagine what would happen after he cut off his braids. A bald cow, no matter what he does in the future, will never be recognized by other centaurs before growing out his braids again. And as a player, he simply doesn't have time to grow out his braids again. I have to. He looked at his own cavalry who were retreating, praying that they could be faster and get out of the range of the Meereen fleet, and praying that the slaves hiding behind the wall of corpses would board the ship and escape quickly. If that were the case, he would not need to make any more gambles and could declare himself the winner of this battle. Although it was a miserable victory, and although none of his strategic goals were achieved, it was at least a win, and at least he would not be forced to cut off his braids by his men. Then when he returned to the seagrass, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Run away, slaves. Your performance has shocked everyone. Run away quickly. Cal Marco. The shout of one of his blood ridders woke Cal Marco from his mad meditation. He turned around and looked at the man. What's wrong? Blood of my blood. We stopped a few cowards who escaped from the front. What should we do with them? Huh? Escape? Marco laughed a little crazily. 2 hours ago, I had already issued countless orders to ask them to retreat. How great would it be if they were willing to withdraw at that time? Escape now? Aren't you afraid of death? Cal, we have been deceived. A Dothraki who was escorted by the blood ridders immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Those people are not conscripted slaves at all. They are the legendary Unsullied. They must be unsullied. Only the unsullied in the world can remain unshakable under our charge. The centaurs had never fought such a frustrating battle. They traveled all over Essos. Which army did they encounter that did not collapse at the first touch? Apart from the legend of the Battle of Koha hundreds of years ago, the Dothraki have no record of being defeated. Unsullied? The moment he heard this term, Cal Marco woke up from his dream. So that's it. They are the Unsullied. No wonder they can withstand our charge so many times. They are the Unsullied. Only the Unsullied can do this. If I had known that they had deployed a full 6,000 Unsullied here, how could I have led my army to catch up with them by force? Even at full strength, I might not have chosen to fight the Unsullied myself, but would have left them to Drogo to deal with. That cunning Ian. He actually disguised the Unsullied as some kind of conscripted slave soldiers to trick me into chasing. Yes, I should have thought of it earlier. That cunning guy. He ran to Pentus with almost nothing in his hands. When he left, he took Daenerys away, took Illyrio's dragon eggs and wealth, and left a catastrophe in Pentus. In the end, he succeeded in making us all believe that all these bad things were done by that guy named Darren Grafson. Why would we dare to plot against such a person and catch him off guard? Blood of my blood. The blood guard asked again when he saw that Cal Marco was silent. In battle. Marco paused. He had said that anyone who deserted in battle would be killed without mercy. But if he killed them, what would he do next? Should he really charge the Unsullied who had regrouped on the riverbank again? Marco took a deep breath and looked at the cavalry who had withdrawn from the enemy's range. These people were all his own elite troops. They only lost 1/3 of their troops, but their physical strength was severely depleted. Until this moment, his greatest assets were still there, but if he charged again, how many of these people would be able to come back, and whether they could come back, was an unknown. Should he use the lives of so many people to protect his braid? That would be too stupid. But, Marco Cal, what's wrong with you? Another blood ridder noticed that Marco's condition was really wrong and asked. Marco opened his mouth with difficulty. He wanted to retreat. He wanted to. Ian Falcon, who was observing the overall situation from the sky, saw what Marco was thinking at a glance. But at the same time, Ian was also very clear that as a Dothraki Cal, Marco could not give this order at all. People who are caught up in the group will not be allowed to have their own personal will. Such a story is recorded in Zizhitangian. During the 16 Kingdoms period, Ranwei Emperor Ran Minimum besieged Xianguo for a long time. Until March of the following year, Xianguo received reinforcement, and the 2 troops sent by Ran Minimum to block the reinforcement were defeated. The 3 enemy armies gathered and sought a decisive battle with Ran Minimum. Ran Minimum wanted to avoid the edge under the advice of his deputy general Wante, but the Taoist Pharaoh said to him at this time, now the enemy has arrived, and you can't avoid it. How can you use the soldiers? Which made Ran Minimum change his mind. In the end, Ran Minimum chose to go all out, bite the bullet and fight to the death, and was defeated. So why did this sentence have such a big impact on Ran Minimum? Because Pharaoh's words were actually reminding Ran Minimum that he had been coerced by his own army. What was the main composition of the army under Ran Minimum? Banling, inside and outside Zao, who killed a Hu head and sent it to Feng'an Gate. The civil officials were promoted to the 3rd rank, and the military officials were all appointed to the Yamen. These officers were promoted by killing Huling. Regardless of their original purpose for revenge or promotion, they were already red-eyed at this point. At this time, whether to continue killing or not, it was no longer up to the commander-in-chief to decide. Even if you want to stop them from continuing at this time, they will kill you directly and then elect a new leader. So after An Minimum became emperor, he could only continue to attack northward. After killing all the Shi family members, he had to kill all the G people. After killing all the G people, he had to kill all the Hu people. He was aggressive and eventually defeated by the former Yan, and his regime was short-lived. The Dothraki are actually very similar to this. They are a group movement that is swept up by their culture and traditions. In most cases, there are only Khals who died in battle, but no Khals who fled after being defeated. Because the Khals know that once the courage they show is not enough to match the identity of the Khal, they will be killed by their own men and replaced by new Khals. This is also the reason why the Dothraki must win, even if they face very heavy casualties. Sure enough, although Marco Cal wanted to try to withdraw his troops, he couldn't even convince his 3 blood guards. Under the unanimous opposition of the 3 blood guards, Marco had to give up the idea of retreating. In the end, he ordered the reserve to be mobilized to the front, and then asked the cavalry who had just withdrawn to replace some horses that were in slightly better condition, and issued a pre-order to them to rest for 2 hours, and then attack again. This was a long time, and Marco was still waiting. Judging from the time, the enemy should have completely completed the task of transferring the horses looted from Drogo's Kalaza to the south bank. In theory, the Unsullied in front no longer have any reason to continue to hold on. So Marco expected that the enemy would be able to board the ship and escape during this period of rest. But he will undoubtedly be disappointed, because his opponent, like him, has bet everything on this battle. Furmore took advantage of this time to gather the soldiers in the center and the rear right wing together, reorganized them, and gathered the few remaining defeated troops from the front and the new Ghis phalanx, commanding them to collect more corpses and debris from the surrounding battlefields and strengthen the wall of corpses in front of them. I still haven't finished writing it. I saw that many readers thought I was too lazy again, so I posted it in advance. In fact, in terms of the number of words, it should be no less than 2,000 per day. Chapter 297 Epic Victory. Is everything over? Celia asked when she saw Ian, who had been slumped in the chair, finally stood up and stretched his body. No. Ian found a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Those Dothraki are preparing for the final attack. The final attack. Furmore withstood the offensive? Very unexpected, right? I was surprised too, but yes, he turned Gistica into a graveyard for the Dothraki, and perhaps his own grave. Furmore only had less than 2,000 people left on the riverbank, and his enemies were more than twice that number, all cavalry. Ian shook his head irritably. If I could send a message to him now, I would immediately let him withdraw to the ship. The player's Kalaza has suffered enough of a blow, and he has lost the ability to continue moving south into the Lazar area. My entire strategic goal has been achieved. Now I need those slave soldiers to survive even more, so that I can grant them the status of second-class slaves, and give them the highest honor. In this way, I can set a good example for all other slave legions and the slave soldiers I will recruit in the future, instead of letting them be annihilated on the banks of the Skahazaban River. About 2 hours ago, you said that, as long as they could consume some of the enemy's forces and block their advance southward, you would be satisfied. Celia laughed. Really? Ian also laughed. It seems that I have become too greedy? Actually, I have always had a doubt. Celia did not continue to dwell on the previous question. Oh. Why not send out your dragon? It's true that a half-year-old dragon is very vulnerable to a dragon hunting crossbow, but the player's Karaza marched for several days before reaching the north bank of the Skahazaban River. It should be impossible for them to carry a large crossbow. You only need to use a black dragon to raid from the sky and behead the player, and all problems will be solved. Heh. Ian restrained the smile on his face. I'm afraid they're waiting for me to do this. What do you mean? In the second level mall, an enchanted weapon with a range of up to 400 yards, a double arc golden heartwood longbow only sells for 5 points, and in the third level mall, a Valyrian steel dagger also costs only 5 points. the heavy cavalry under the command of the player who led the Karaza wore Koha style armor, which means that he had been in Koha for quite a while. Koha happens to be a place with the technology to remelt Valyrian steel. Just imagine if that guy bought a Valyrian steel dagger or short sword and asked the Koha blacksmith to recast it into a few Valyrian steel arrowheads for him, combined with a few double arc golden heart longbows and Dothraki with superb archery skills. They would be much more threatening to a half-year-old dragon than a bulky dragon hunting crossbow. This is just your guess. They may not do that. But why should I take this risk? I have money, cities, an industrial system that is being steadily rolled out, and growing dragons and eggs waiting to be hatched. After defeating Drogo, I can get enough soldiers and vast food production areas from Lasalin. Time is completely on my side. It is not me who should take the risk, but them. The sight cut back to the riverbank south of Ghis. Ian and countless vultures that were eyeing the corpses circled over the battlefield, waiting for the final result. In fact, Ian knew very well that, as long as that Kalaza launched this final attack, even if they were already at the end of their strength, Fema and his men would only be wiped out. Of course, the Dothraki were not much better. The Marine fleet on the river still had enough ammunition, and the warships with the most powerful firepower were also moved by far more to the oblique rear of the remaining infantry. As long as the Dothraki launched this round of offensive, they would probably lose half of their men or even more. However, as long as the player Cal himself was not left behind, it didn't mean much to Ian. So, while Ian and Marco prayed together that Furmore could figure it out and quickly lead the team to evacuate the battlefield, time passed by minute. Blood of my blood, a blood guard came to Marco Cal. Bogco requires that you must lead the next charge, otherwise he will refuse your order. I charge myself. Marco Cal's mood became heavier. According to the tradition of the Dothraki, when Kalaza failed to win, or even showed signs of defeat, it was almost an iron rule that the Cal must lead the attack personally, but when he thought of the ballista on the Skahazabin River, Marco felt really weak. Although he was wearing the heavy armor enchanted by the black goat of the Koha people, he would still be dead if he was hit by the arrows of the crossbow. Once he really joined the charge, his life would not be in his own hands. But Marco looked at his blood guards, and from their eyes, Marco could see that this was also their hope. At this point, Marco found that he was completely helpless. Okay, blood of my blood, go tell them that I will personally lead the attack of the Central Army later. Marco could only order this. Yes. The blood guards took the order and left. Taking off the dragon bone bow on his back, Marco suddenly felt a little sad. This bow was captured by him from another Cal of Karaza. Its effective range reached an astonishing 600 yards, which was even beyond the sight of Marco's naked eyes. At the same time, Marco also equipped each of his 3 blood guards with a golden heartwood longbow, and each of them was equipped with 3 arrows with Valyrian steel arrowheads. Originally, Marco was thinking of using them to give Ian a big surprise, but he didn't expect that guy to force himself into such a desperate situation without using dragons. The last rest time passed quickly, and Mako's remaining troops all entered the attack position. With Mako's order, more than 4,000 roaring warriors began to charge towards Fema's position from 3 directions. Unfortunately, Mako Cal himself, as a member of the frontline cavalry who led the charge, did not escape the same fate as Temo Cal, who died under the city of Koha. As soon as the battle began, Mako's position was hit by the concentrated fire of the Marine fleet. Or 3-meter-long heavy arrow pierced Mako Cal head-on, instantly blocking the Dothraki's continued attack. After discovering the changes in the Central Army, the Khas on the left wing of the Dothraki, who was left as a reserve by Mako, quickly chose to flee the battlefield, leaving Mako's direct line behind. Then, in order to preserve their strength for the competition for the next Cal, 2 bandits in Mako's direct army also took their own Khas away, leaving only the 3 blood guards led by Mako to fight alone. Until the dusk of that day, the last surviving roaring warriors came to the last few hundred slaves left in Furmore's position one by one, cut off their braids, and threw them on the pile of corpses in front of them, and then left silently. The Marine fleet on the Skahazabin River also stopped shooting at this time, allowing these centaurs who admitted defeats to leave, and let them return to the Dothraki Sea to tell their compatriots the result of the battle. After all this was over, Ian turned on his auxiliary system, and saw 3 emails in his mailbox. His men successfully killed a player, gaining 4 points, 44 points for captured items, and an additional 4 points for strength. Completed the main quest 3 Annihilate, Kill or Capture 10,000 soldiers with a system quality rating of more than B, and gained 100 points. Completed the main quest 3 Achieve an Epic Victory, automatically evaluated by the system, and gained 100 points. The updated information is, Ian, Strength 39, Agility 32, Mental Strength 43 Skills, Basic Etiquette, Basic Common Language, Basic High Valyrian, Proficient in Swordplay, Advanced Horsemanship, Intermediate Lance, Legend of the Skin Changer Elementary Green Seer, Elementary Red God Priest Attribute Points 0 Skill Points 3 points 854 items, Basic Skill Scrolls of your own choice *. 2 Right square bracket After sitting in the chair, to relax for a while, Ian stood up, and called the water dancer Yada into the tent. Gather my generals. The powerful enemy in the north has been eliminated. Now it's Drogo's turn. I temporarily adjusted the outline, and deleted what I wrote 2 days ago. This chapter may be a bit sloppy. There should be a big chapter on Sunday. P.S. Actually, what was changed was the ending of this battle. Marco was supposed to be an important figure who appeared again in the next volume of Volantis, but now he is killed directly. Due to the reduction in the length of the book, the Volantis volume, which was expected to have about 400,000 words in the outline, including the conquest of Volantis and Koha, the subjugation of the Dothraki tribes, the exploration of the ruins of Valyria, the formal claim of the title of Valyrian Emperor, and the deepening of contact with the warlords of Yidi, was completely removed. The following Yidi chapter, Conquering Karth, Conquering Yidi, exploring the secrets of the ancient myths of Yidi, and revealing the details of the gods, was also removed. The Bravus chapter, Forcing the 3 sister city-states to surrender, Conquering Bravus, exploring the secrets of the Iron Bank, the first trip to the north of the Wall of Westeros to explore the Ice City, and the content of the books ending after the Westeros volume, the battle against the demon army under the command of the Night Lion at the 5 forts of Yidi, completely ending the long night. After the end of this volume, the rest of the book should take place mainly in Westeros. It was actually quite painful to make this decision. After all, it made the long outline/sub-outline and the drafts of other volumes with nearly 100,000 words abandoned. But there is really no other way. The average subscription for the past few dozen chapters is less than 300. If I don't get full attendance, I will have to pay several $100 a month for subscription fees. It is impossible to keep writing this book for another year, so I will only keep the content of the Westeros volume, which can be regarded as giving it an ending. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Battle of Kaiser Pass, Prelude. Where are you going in the middle of the night? Player Foggo stopped the skin changer ally he had made 2 months ago outside the tent. Of course I'm running away. There's no need for me to lie to you, Magaz said directly, and I suggest you leave with me. Where are you going? Foggo asked immediately. Anywhere. Change your name, and live in seclusion in the mountains. Magaz spread his hands. Now the number of players has dropped to 20. After the assassination mechanism on the leaderboard has been cancelled, we have the right to give up the game, and wait for survival. Are you crazy? I think you are crazy. Mako is dead. We have lost hope of a comeback. As far as the current situation is concerned, whether Khal Drogo wins or loses, we have no means to take over his power. So, what reason do we have to go against that person? Foggo was silent. He knew that Magaz was right. He gave almost all his resources to Mako, with the purpose of training Mako into a super warrior with sufficient strength, in order to obtain Khalazar who can take over Khal Drogo later. But now that Mako is dead, relying solely on his own and Magaz's fighting power, they have actually lost the capital to gain a foothold among the Dothraki. Although he still has some status in Drogo's Khalazar, this status is entirely due to Khal Drogo's trust in him. If he wants to seize Drogo's power, it would be completely a pipe dream. But Foggo still retorted, I really can't resign myself to the fact that the plan we have prepared for so long was ruined by Ian Derry. Look at the bright side, at least we are still alive, right? Magaz is much more insightful than Foggo. I should have told you about my old friend Daznak before, right? He is a powerful guy. He played me and our other ally around. Obviously he was the weakest one among us, but later he not only set a trap to induce us to break the alliance with him first, but also easily got rid of him. The strongest gladiator among us allowed me to escape from Meereen like a stray dog and successfully took over all our forces. But a guy like Daznak died tragically in Yunque the day after he officially fought with Ian. Magaz shook his head and said, I formed an alliance with you to deal with Ian Derry in the hope that you could defeat Ian's army head on with absolute force on the battlefield. But now, the elite that Marco was proud of actually lost to a group of slaves. The Unsullied are also slaves. Foggo argued. But it was not the Unsullied who defeated Marco. Is it possible that Ian disguised them? For example, he disguised the Unsullied as recruited slaves to lower Marco's vigilance? Foggo also made the same judgment as Marco did during the day. Oh, who knows? But I can tell you that Ian's army stationed at the Kaiser Pass is more than one level better equipped than the Legion in Justicia. If you think he will waste better equipment on conscripted slaves and then let the most elite Unsullied wear inferior equipment to exchange blood with the enemy, then perhaps your guess is true. Didn't you try to get closer to observe? If Ian really consumed about half of the Unsullied in Justicia, then Roggo's chances of winning will increase greatly. Ian's Black Dragon's wingspan is more than 5 meters. Do you know this? Is it the deterrent that the dragon caused to the birds nearby when it hovered over the Kaiser Pass? I will not risk being attacked to do any close reconnaissance. Besides, whether Drogo wins or loses is meaningless to me. If Drogo wins, we at least get revenge. That's your hatred. I have no personal grudge against the Earl. If the plan goes well, I certainly don't mind helping you defeat him. But your plan is over, and I will never stay here to make useless struggles. After saying this, Magaz climbed onto a horse and left the camp of Drogo Calazar. His character has always been like this. When he realized in Meereen that he had little chance of winning against Daznak, he also gave up the remaining forces in his hands and fled Meereen without resistance. His actions were completely beyond Daznak's expectations, so that Daznak focused on how to deal with the forces in his hands and only realized that he had already escaped. After watching Magaz leave, Fugo hesitated for a moment and rode his horse to chase him. The Kalasari who stayed in Roggo could no longer bring him substantial benefits, so he had to think of other ways to develop. Although this would make it difficult to compete with Ian in the future, as Magaz said, they had already entered the top 20. At least they had the capital to survive. As long as they could survive, failure would not be as terrible as before. Perhaps because they knew that Ian had withdrawn the population of Hesse and its surroundings into the Kaiser Pass, and now Hesse had become an empty city. Drogo's Kalasari stopped the forced march when he arrived 50 leagues northeast of Hesse and changed to a regular march to allow the horses to rest. This resulted in Drogo's Kalasari slowly arriving at Hesse 7 days after the Battle of Justicia. This was both good news and bad news for Ian. The good thing is that this gave Ian more time to dispatch, allowing Ian to wait until the fleets of Astapa and Yunque delivered the remaining legions that they had urgently transferred from Astapa to the Kaiser Pass, and allowing Ian to evacuate Hesse and the nearby Lazar into a safer place. The bad thing is that the physical strength consumed by Drogo's Calazar due to the long-term rapid march will be restored during this period, so that Ian will lose the opportunity to fight a tired army. Ian even has a question mark on whether the next decisive battle will break out. After all, the result of the Battle of Justicia is likely to shake the courage of the player who still remains in Drogo's Calazar to fight a head-on decisive battle with himself, so that he persuades Drogo to change his plan and plunder other cities in the Lazar region first. If Drogo makes such a choice, it will undoubtedly damage Ian's reputation and future development potential. Fortunately, Ian's concerns were quickly dispelled. Drogo Cal did not lead his troops south to attack the southern city of Lazarci, but instead began to collect supplies nearby with Hesse as the center. Because Ian had already cleared the area near Hesse, the Dothraki's days-long search was fruitless. their supplies were further strained, and some Cass had even begun to slaughter some medium-sized marching horses for food. This unusual situation quickly attracted Ian's attention. Logically, if there were skin changers around Drogo, they should have quickly figured out the situation near Hesse and made a decision early on whether to go to the Kaiser Pass to find Ian for a decisive battle or to attack Lazarcy in the south to obtain food supplies. However, they were slow to search for villages near Hesse, wasting time, and even until now they had sent a large number of cavalry teams to wander around nearby. All these situations seemed to convey a message. The skin changer next to Drogo not only lost the courage to fight him after the Battle of Justicia, but also lost the courage to continue to fight him. It was obvious that Khal Drogo had become a headless fly because he suddenly lost the aerial vision provided by the skin changer. Of course, this could also be a trap set by the other party to paralyze him and lure him into attacking. So Ian was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, it was completely beneficial for him to let the Horse King Drogo continue to waste time in Hesse. One day later, after cleaning up the battlefield of Justicia, the Meereen fleet led by General Fermor Amon successfully arrived at the estuary west of the Kaiser Pass. They brought a large number of crossbows that Ian had prepared for Drogo, which were recovered from the battlefield of Justicia. And Ian specifically asked Fermor to bring the captives he captured from Drogo's Khalazar, including Khal Drogo and his favorite female slaves, their children who did not follow the army because they were not old enough, and their old mothers who stayed in the camp. Ian believed that with the impulsiveness and bravery of the Dothraki, this would be enough to make them lose their minds. As for the victors of the Battle of Justicia, Ian divided them into two categories. One category was the crossbowmen and sailors who participated in the battle on the warships. They would be incorporated into other legions by Ian to participate in the next war against Drogo. As for the surviving infantry of the New Ghis Iron Legion and Ian's slave soldiers of Astapor, Ian did not intend to let them continue to fight. The reason why he transferred these people to the Kaiser Pass was just to personally give them honor and status, so that the slave soldiers on the Kaiser Pass could open their eyes and see clearly what kind of rewards the true brave would get. Then Ian would send them back to Meereen to rest, and with them as a core, he would reorganize the 1st and 2nd Iron Legions with the slave soldiers he trained in Meereen and Yunque, and organize them into 2 legions of 6,000 people. Of course, that was a later story. Looking at Fermor, who had arrived outside the camp, Ian personally led the team to greet him, and Fermor and the legion he brought received the warmest welcome. The morale of the slave soldiers of the Iron Legion, who won the Battle of Justicia, was quite high at this time. They lined up neatly and held their heads high. Although at first glance, they were not much different from before, if you feel it carefully, you can find that their whole momentum has been reborn. Outside the camp, Ian selected the elite of the slave army and the allies from New Ghis to line up to welcome them. When the triumphant team approached, the slave soldiers of Astapor raised their arms and shouted to celebrate the victory. But the citizen soldiers of New Ghis seemed a little dull. The war had spread throughout Ian's camp at the Kez Pass. The elite of the New Ghis 2nd Iron Legion was penetrated by the enemy and then quickly defeated, making the New Ghis people here a laughingstock. The lower level soldiers didn't care about the insignificant little things such as the fact that the main general of Justicia, Fermor, placed the New Ghis Legion in the most dangerous position, and the New Ghis people were attacked by the enemy's most well-equipped Black Goat armored cavalry, led by the heavy main force. They only understood one thing, that is, the slaves from Astapor became heroes of the northern battlefield, while the proud citizens of New Ghis became cowards and clowns. Such a shame made the commander-in-chief of the New Ghis Expeditionary Force, Zoe MD, find Ian no less than 3 times in the past few days, asking him to let his legion take the lead in the future. Ian neither agreed nor refused this request, but said that he would consider it. After all, it is not easy for Ian to say where the final battle will take place and in what situation it will unfold, and it is naturally impossible to make a decision so early as to which legion to do what. But the stimulation that should be given to the New Ghis people is indispensable, so Ian arranged so many New Ghis people to welcome the victors. Ian rode in front of the welcoming team. He was wearing the black scale armor made of Valyrian steel seized from Uran. The sun shone on him, and the edges of the dragon scale armor plates glowed with red gold. The 2 guards, Kez and the water dancer Yada, followed behind him on the left and right. The former was wearing a new custom-made armor, looking like a steel giant, which was daunting. The latter was alert like a snake, guarding against assassins who might appear at any time. Of course, for Ian, his most important defense was actually in the sky. Two falcons observed everything around Ian from different directions, while the black dragon Iron, who was already half a year old, hovered above the valley, and every time it flew low over the heads of the soldiers below, it would cause cheers. "You are a hero, Fermor." Ian personally dismounted and hugged Fermor before he came to him. "You defeated the invincible enemy, and no one will be able to cover up your merits in this war. Victory belongs to you, my lord." Fermor half knelt on the ground. This was the first time he knelt to Ian in public, so his move was equivalent to officially announcing to the outside world that Astapa was not Ian's ally, but a servant. "This is the weapon of the barbarian Cal that I seized in Gistica," Fermor said, and the attendant standing beside him handed him a black double-arc keel bow, and then he held the bow with both hands and presented it to Ian. "This bow is made of dragon bones, with amazing power and unparalleled in the world. As a proof of victory in the Battle of Gistica, I present this bow to you. I hope that slave Bay can also be unparalleled in the world under your rule and restore the glory of the ancient empire. I accept your gift." Ian reached out to take the keel bow presented by Fermor, and was about to offer a reward to Fermor, but the other party spoke again. "In addition, I must apologize to you," Fermor continued. "Apologize? Why do you say that?" Ian asked knowingly. Of course, he had long known Fermor's promise to the slave soldiers, and he did not intend to hold Fermor responsible. But he wanted to know whether Fermor would take the initiative to admit this to him, which would determine Ian's subsequent choice of Fermor. If Fermor chose to admit it, and would rather bear his own anger than to fulfill his promise to the soldiers, then Ian would further use him in future military operations. Although a general who is generally loved by the soldiers will be a greater threat to the monarch, Ian knows that, as long as he is alive, none of his generals dare to have any evil thoughts. On the contrary, if Fermor did not admit it, Ian would not kill the donkey, but Fermor would probably have to live in his fiefdom for the rest of his life. Fermor really wanted to say that he made excessive promises to those slaves without authorization, but he didn't dare to say it when the word came to his lips. Although he fought to the end in Gistica, although he defeated a powerful Khalizar and plundered the horses and people left by Khal Drogo in Gistica, but when he really came to Ian, Fermor still couldn't help but feel a little scared. The young man in front of him was almost a god in Fermor's eyes, but he had used the power of God on the riverbank of Gistica and modified the military merit rules set by Ian. At this moment, Fermor suddenly began to worry whether his merits were enough to compensate for this usurpation. "You handed over a whole fleet and 4 legions to me, but I only brought back these people, which made me feel deeply terrified." In the end, Fermor just lowered his head and changed his reason. "For me, victory is the best explanation," Ian responded, and Fermor's choice made him a little disappointed. But this did not affect Ian's decision to reward Fermor. He drew out his sword and put it on Fermor's shoulder. "Because of your outstanding military exploits, I will officially promote you to a high noble. Stand up, Fermor's own Akros." This was another attempt by Ian to monopolize power. The promotion mechanism of the high nobles of the GI's people had been lost for hundreds of years. In fact, the current GI's nobles did not know the specific procedures required for the promotion of high nobles. Therefore, Ian simply made this rule himself. The first time was when young Kay fell. He promoted Glaston Zoeras to the high noble. It set a precedent and announced to the entire Slavers Bay that the door to the promotion of high nobles was reopened. But because he did not have absolute authority in the Ghis alliance at that time, and the armies of Meereen and New Ghis had not yet surrendered, he chose a method that no one else could find fault with. Let the Council of Wise Lords of Yunkai vote unanimously to achieve this goal. And this time, Ian has completely mastered the military power of the entire Slavers Bay, and with the power of defeating the Centaurs this time, he changed the promotion process directly, to be directly granted by himself. Such a change is equivalent to declaring his absolute power among the Ghis people. "I will fight for you until the last breath of my life, Your Majesty." Fermor obviously realized Ian's deep meaning and responded quickly. "I'm not Your Majesty." Ian temporarily rejected the new title that Fermor gave him. Not yet. He decided to officially claim this title after defeating Drogo. After saying that, Ian reached out to help Fema, but Fema did not move. Do you have anything else to say? This is your last chance. Fema hesitated for a moment, but still said, I have committed other crimes. Oh. Before I went to fight the Dothraki army, in order to boost the morale of the slave iron army, I made an exaggerated promise to them. According to the rules I set, all the soldiers I brought now will be promoted to first-class slaves, or even royal slaves. This is far beyond the military merit rules you set, so you hope I can fulfill your promise? No, I dare not. Fem shook his head quickly. I just dare not deceive you, so I apologize to you. Oh. I didn't expect it to be the third case. Ian smiled. Fermor did not fight for the rights of his soldiers, nor did he choose to conceal the truth. Instead, he simply apologized to me for his usurpation. Well, at least your loyalty is not a problem. No, that was not a promise you made without authorization, but an order I gave you before the war. This was the way Ian had decided long ago. Whether Fermor admitted it or not, he would give those slave soldiers a reward of this standard. Fermor raised his head suddenly. So, they will get everything they deserve. Ian continued, but the same thing should not happen again. My lord, Fermor murmured. Thank you are fighting for me, and so are they. Ian glanced at the soldiers behind Fermor, and then looked at Fermor again. Remember to have your adjutant cooperate with Celia, to settle the soldiers' merits, and promote their ranks. What about me? How did you make your soldiers jealous of those who followed me to the Kaiser Pass in Justuka? Now you go and make the soldiers here jealous of your people. Ian waved his hand and signaled Fermor to start working. 3 more days passed. I don't know whether Drogo Cal, who was stationed in Hesse, finally realized that he could no longer gather food near Hesse, or lost his mind after receiving the gift Ian sent him, and finally led the entire Carissa to march to the Kaiser Pass. According to his marching speed, Ian estimated that he would only need 2 days at most to arrive here. Drogo's decision meant that the decisive battle would come soon. At the same time, the reinforcement that Ian had mobilized from Mastapa finally arrived at the Kessel Pass. These people included the 3rd and 4th Unsullied Legions, the 3rd, 4th and 5th Slave Iron Legions, 6,000 crossbowmen on board in Meereen, and a royal guard of only 1,200 people led by Dorian Blackfalcon, an old subordinate of Ian who he brought from Westeros. That's right, since Ian was worried about leaving Daenerys in Astapa, he naturally wouldn't worry about leaving her in Meereen. In comparison, it would be a safer approach to bring Daenerys directly to the front line. Well, it's not a big chapter, but I looked at it and felt that it would be more appropriate to stop here, so I left it a little. There will be the next chapter next Wednesday. Chapter 299, Battle of Kaiser Pass, approaching. On a high hill on the east side of the Kaiser Pass, the former Unsullied instructor from Mastapa, Lexix, was waiting for the arrival of his old friend Fermor with several other Legion commanders. On the night that Fermor arrived at the Kaiser Pass, the Allied Commander-in-Chief Ian Derry appointed him as the commander of the left wing of the Allied forces, and Lexix and his men were the generals under his command. Who is that woman? Such a big show. Suddenly, Mohaz Zoark, a young general from the young Kalk family, pointed to the hill and asked. This man was the son of Grazdo Zoark, the shaking-ass general. As one of the few people with good military potential among the first few families in the entire young K who turned to Ian, he was one of Ian's key training targets. Although Ian did not give him any real power in this battle, he also gave him a high position to see the world and gain military merit. As Mohaz Zoark spoke, Lexix and others looked in the direction he pointed. That army was as well equipped as the frontline soldiers of the Unsullied Legion, and its decorations were far more fancy than those of the Unsullied. At the front of the team, there were 2 squadrons of armored knights leading the way. The main color of the armor of one of the teams was dark gold, and the emblem painted on their breastplate was a double-headed eagle emblem with lightning in its claws, which was modified based on the harpy of the ancient Ghis Empire. This emblem officially appeared in the coalition for the first time, but Celia had already given the pattern to Ian's most important Ghis officials for reference. Fermor and the others knew very well that this was the future emblem of the Empire and the new emblem of the Derry family. Although many of them were dissatisfied with Ian's change of the harpy to a pure eagle and the change of the banshee's bat wings to dragon wings, this emblem at least retained the harpy's eagle body, scorpion tail and lightning grasped in its claws, which was considered to have retained the characteristics of the ancient empire. In addition, the two heads of the double-headed eagle on the emblem looked towards the east and the west respectively, and its ambition to conquer the world was self-evident. This made many nobles of Ghis, especially the military nobles who were inspired by the war, excited, so Ian's new emblem style soon received unanimous support from the ministers. The armor of the other team of knights was dark in color. On their breastplates were painted three-headed red dragons of the Targaryen family, and their helmets were decorated with dragon wings. Behind the two teams of knights, there was a girl riding a silver mare, guarded by a group of guards wearing silver half-plate armor. She looked petite but extremely beautiful. "You don't know her?" Lexix said strangely. "Why? From your tone, I should know her." Mohaz Zoalk was also very strange. "That's your queen." Lexix had to remind him. "Queen? When did Lord Derry get married?" "Why don't I know?" Mohaz Zoalk asked subconsciously. "Hey, you didn't think Lord Derry was the king, did you? Isn't it? Although it hasn't been officially declared, there is no doubt that he is the king of Slavers Bay." Mohaz Zoalk said as a matter of course. Mohaz knew very well how his father, General Sheikh Butt, went from being a joke among the Yunque nobles to the high and mighty Grand Marshal of Yunque. According to his father himself, he did nothing else but kneel before Lord Derry and offer his loyalty to him when the stupid city of Yunque was about to stand against him. After that, the Great Ark family became one of the two new masters of Yunque, and those fools who had targeted the Ark family and wanted to kill them were instantly annihilated. "Of course, he is." Lexix nodded. "He is not only the king of Slavers Bay, but also the master of Lazarin. In a few days, Lord Derry will probably become the emperor of the new empire. However, from a legal point of view, Earl Derry is a vassal of that girl." Lexix shrugged indifferently at the end. Several legion commanders smiled at each other, and everyone could see the indifference in each other's eyes. "It's just a dispensable puppet." A disdainful voice sounded. Lexix and others turned around and found that the person who spoke was Ursain Zomerek of Meereen. Ursain is the eldest son and heir of the Merrick family of Meereen's great lord. When Ian was in Meereen, his father almost asked for marriage, although Ian relied on his own response at that time to prevent the other party from making this request. But the Merrick family, as the first great lord family in Meereen to approach Ian, was still reused by Ian. Ursain Zomerek and Mohaz Zoark were in similar situations. Both of them came to the front line with empty titles to see the world and gain military merits. "What? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Ursain Zomerek found that everyone was looking at him and continued. "She can't bring anything to Lord Derry. No wealth, no army, and her claim to the end of the world is meaningless here. Well, except for her beauty, but please forgive me for being frank. Compared with those carefully trained courtesans in Yunque's Garden of Lust, she also has no competitiveness. The truth is the truth, but can you say it out loud? Didn't you notice that Lord Derry had personally walked to the gate of the camp to pick her up? I have been following Lord Derry for so long, and there are only two people who can be personally greeted by him. One is the meritorious hero Firmorzone Akros who defeated the Dothraki on the riverbank south of Gistica and won a major victory, and the other is the girl you said was useless. Don't you understand what this means?" Lexix couldn't help but look at Ursain Zomerek with disdain and took a step back. "Standing too close to you can easily affect your IQ, isn't it?" However, Ursain Zomerek didn't notice his colleague's disdain at all. Instead, he became more and more excited. "I think it is very necessary for us to agree on one issue, that is, the future queen of the empire must at least be a Gis. The future queen of the empire will be anyone the emperor decides to marry." A low voice exploded behind Ursain, scaring him. "Commander." Lexix and others began to salute. Ursain Zomerek turned around in a hurry and saw Fema who had arrived on the high hill. Seeing the other party's unhappy look, Ursain hurriedly saluted. "Commander, I don't mean anything else." He then explained. With the victory of the Battle of Gistica, Fema gained great prestige among these Gis nobles. Unlike the Yunque sage Grazdan Zoeraz, who is still called an Avorish by most nobles behind their backs, Fema's newly acquired high noble status has hardly been rejected. After all, even in the history of the ancient empire, no Ghis general has ever defeated the Dothraki Khalasa when the numbers of both sides are roughly equal. The future queen of the empire will be anyone the emperor decides to marry. Fema repeated this sentence again, and then added, but it would be best if she is a Ghis. Are all the people here? Just as several people were trying to figure out what Fema wanted to say, Fema quickly changed the subject. Except for those Lazarins, everyone else has arrived, Mohaz Zoalk said quickly. Fema glanced at everyone and counted the number of people. There were indeed a few missing, which made him a little dissatisfied. At this moment, Fema has been listed as one of Ian's 3 deputy commanders along with the new Ghis commander-in-chief Zoe MD and the right-wing commander role. The troops under his command included the crossbow regiment he brought from Justuka, the Astapa 3rd Unsullied Legion, the 3rd and 4th Slavine Legion, which had just arrived at the Kaiser Pass, the 6,000-man Lazarin 1st Legion reorganized by Ian at the Kaiser Pass, and more than 2,000 scattered soldiers from the mountain clans, totaling more than 20,000 troops. However, due to time constraints, he now only had the legion he brought, the Lazarins, and half of the Unsullied who had ridden on horseback after getting off the boat at the tributary of the Skahazaban River on the west side of the Kaiser Pass. The remaining Unsullied and 2 Astapa Slavine legions were still traveling on the mountain road, but their legion leaders had already arrived on horseback in advance. It was unknown whether they could get here before the decisive battle. If they could not arrive, then the main force in Fema's hands at the time of the decisive battle would only be these Lazarins. And now, half of the Lazarin generals were late. How could Fema not be angry? Taking a deep breath, Fema temporarily suppressed his anger and prepared to correct the military discipline with the generals after they arrived. At the same time, Fema couldn't help but wonder. Lord Ian handed over nearly 2/3 of the Lazarins here to him. Was his purpose to let him correct these sheep people? For these unorganized and undisciplined savages from different citizen tribes, apart from Lord Ian himself, it seemed that he was indeed the most suitable person to do this. What are you looking at? Fema noticed that his old friend Lexix was still looking at the mountain road below. Anyway, it would take a while before the road could be opened, so he walked to his side. Look at that cavalry, Fermor. Lysix pointed to the knights riding in front of Daenerys. How beautiful. They will be the enemy's nightmare on the battlefield. Maybe, Fermor also looked in that direction, but I have seen terrible ones. What did you say? Are they the Dothraki you met in Justuka? Are they really wearing armor? How is that possible? Although Lysix had heard of this, he instinctively didn't believe it. First, it was because of the tradition of the Dothraki, and second, if the enemy really had more than half of them wearing armor as rumored, then how did Fermor win? Lord Ian's Royal Guard Cavalry Regiment can accept armor, and the GI's Cavalry Regiment composed of GI's nobles can cut off their traditional noble hairstyles to wear helmets. So why can't our enemies violate their traditions? Fermor asked back. Fermor didn't continue to argue with Lysix about this issue, but told the story of the Battle of Justuka. At that time, the most elite group of them were wearing the black goat armor of Koha. They only used one charge to break through the Iron Legion phalanx that the new Ghis people were proud of. Our spears stabbed into their bodies, but they couldn't penetrate them at all. Instead, they were knocked away by their horses. The javelins and crossbows shot into their bodies, and unless they hit the gaps in the joints, they couldn't penetrate. We could only use the ballistas on the ship to kill them, and after forcing them to stop and drag them into close combat, we attacked their horse legs, or hooked them off their horses with the barbs of the halberds, and then pounced on them and stabbed the joints of their armor with daggers. They were like devils who were asking for their lives, or the god of death itself. Fermor said, and stopped. All the legion commanders on the high hill looked at him like this, including the late Lazarin chiefs, who also looked at him with a shocked and eager look. Then what? Lexix asked, and he was the only one who had the right to ask this question here. Then I slaughtered these death gods, ha 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 ha. Fema patted Lexix on the shoulder and laughed. Compared to the enemies I encountered in Justuka, Khal Drogo's Khalasa are nothing but a mob. They will be slaughtered in front of your formation. Okay, seeing the reactions of the legion commanders, Fema nodded with satisfaction. Let's end the small talk, and now let's talk about the next battle deployment. The scorching sun overhead was particularly scorching at the end of this long summer. Although there was a breeze from time to time, it still brought a hot breath. Ian was already sweating profusely after standing in the sun for only a short while, and this was when he was almost without armor. Unlike Gistica or the west side of the Kaiser Pass where tributaries of the Skahazaban River passed, there were almost no rivers passing through the east side of the pass, and the few streams had already dried up in the long summer. Therefore, this place was a complete scene of decline. From the Kaiser Pass to the east to the vicinity of Hesse, even the weeds were almost all dead. This was a big challenge for the Dothraki. Khal Drogo could not feed his horses with the wild grass on the ground, so he had to choose a quick battle. But the same was true for Ian. From after the reinforcement from Astapor and the conscripts from various Lazarin units arrived at the Kaiser Pass, the almost doubled strength and the Lazarin people who withdrew from Hesse caused Ian great difficulties in supply issues. To make matters worse, there were reports that signs of disease began to appear in the army. Although the legion that Ian brought from Astapor and the Iron Legion of New Ghis strictly followed the manual for grassroots officers issued by Ian, they started with the toilet when setting up the camp, and dug the toilet in the leeward direction, away from water sources and military stoves. When going to the toilet during the march, feces must be buried with a shovel, etc. However, those Lazarin soldiers and mercenaries did not implement Ian's hygiene plan very well, so that the disease began to spread among them, and there was a trend that it could break out at any time. So Ian sought a solution. The mood for battle became even more urgent. If the decisive battle with Drogo in 2 days could wipe out Khal Drogo's Khalazar in one fell swoop, or at least kill Drogo himself, and inflict heavy damage on his Khalazar, all the troubles would naturally be solved. But if the decisive battle did not break out, or Ian could only defeat Drogo and let his main force escape, then Ian would have to abandon the eastern side of the Kaiser Pass, where the terrain was more rugged, and withdraw the army to the wider and flatter western side of the pass, closer to the river, to rest and begin to face the troubles brought by the two major problems of food and disease. So Ian had been looking for the most suitable place for the decisive battle through aerial reconnaissance in the previous 2 days. The first thing he ruled out was the mountain road inside the pass, where the distance between the two mountains ranged from 10 meters to 300 meters. The width is not the same, which is the best terrain for a small number of troops to block several times the enemy. But the problem is that such a narrow contact surface will make it difficult for both sides to effectively kill the enemy, and Ian's long-range troops cannot be deployed in place. In this way, it is very likely that a battle will last from morning to night, and both sides will suffer casualties of hundreds or thousands. Then it will become a long tug-of-war. When Drogo found that he could not quickly defeat Ian in this terrain, he would probably give up attacking the mountain pass and move towards Lazarin cities such as Lazashi instead. After all, the choice of fighting or not fighting is always in the hands of Khal Drogo, and Ian can't drag Drogo into a desperate situation by relying on the supply situation. So if Ian wants to achieve the goal of fighting an annihilation war, the decisive battle venue he chooses must meet the following conditions. First, the opponent cannot be outflanked, and his long-range troops have enough output space. Second, Drogo Khal must think that he can win, take the initiative to launch an attack, and be able to invest more troops at one time, or not invest a large number of troops at the beginning, but is willing to continuously invest troops after the battle begins. Third, it is necessary to cause huge casualties to the Dothraki in a relatively short period of time. For this goal, it does not matter, even if the Dothraki also suffers huge casualties, and when the Dothraki find that the situation is not right, they must not be able to retreat smoothly, at least ensure that all the troops they have already put into the battlefield are eaten up. Except for the first point, which is easy to achieve, the remaining 2 points are very difficult, and there is even a huge conflict between the second point and the first point. After all, it is difficult to think that the Dothraki can win when they are facing the Unsullied and cannot be outflanked. The only good news is that Khal Drogo has lost the support of the Skin Changers, which gives Ian a lot of room for operation. In the end, Ian chose the defense location at the current camping location, and then quietly waited for Drogo and the final reinforcement to arrive. Ian. A voice with a bit of surprise came into his ears, interrupting Ian's thinking. Looking at the little queen who rushed straight towards him after hurriedly getting off the horse, Ian opened his arms, let her fall into his arms, and then kissed her forehead lightly. "Ian, I missed you so much," Daenerys said, holding Ian's hand a little tighter. "Me too." This was a bit against her will. Ian's mind was full of this war during this period, and he had no time to think about love affairs. If it weren't for the mobilization of troops, he would never have let Daenerys come to Kaiser Pass. After a long time, Daenerys let go of Ian. Ian could see that she seemed to have a lot to say, but he didn't have the time now. "Yada, take his majesty to rest." Ian ordered the water dancer Yada. "Ian, wait until after this battle, okay?" Ian pressed a finger on her lips. "If you have anything to say, wait until the war is over." "No, it must be now." Daenerys refused decisively, which surprised Ian. "Then your majesty, what do you want?" Ian asked with a raised eyebrow. "I want to go to the battlefield with you." She grabbed Ian's hand and said, "Nonsense." Ian laughed, then signaled with his eyes that Yada should take Daenerys away. "Khal Drogo came for me. This war happened because of me. I can't let you take risks alone. I want to face it with you," Daenerys said quickly, and then she looked at the water dancer Yada who was about to pull her away, and shouted at her, "Back off. You are becoming more and more like a queen." Ian laughed again, shook his head at Yada, motioned him to back off, and then turned to Daenerys and said, "Okay, after the battle begins, you will stand by my side and never leave." Daenerys smiled immediately. "Then now." "Okay." Daenerys nodded to Ian. "Then I won't bother you for now." After that, Ian asked Yada to take Daenerys to her tent. Daenerys' words reminded Ian that Khal Drogo came here for her, or rather, for the humiliation of losing her. If she appeared on the battlefield with him, maybe it would further stimulate Khal Drogo and make him launch a more fierce attack. It would be even better if he could lead the charge himself. The death of Khal Drogo would definitely cause great chaos to Khalasar. As for the risk of going to the battlefield, what dangers could there be standing beside him? Ian would never put himself in danger. After sending Daenerys away, Ian summoned several major generals and the supply officers and ordnance officers who were responsible for the transportation of goods on the Astapa and Meereen fleets, who rushed to the Kaiser Pass with Daenerys and began to make new deployments. Chapter 300, Battle of Kaiser Pass, the first coming of death. Blood of my blood, we found a large number of Jith outside the Kaiser Pass. They stationed a large army outside the pass. According to the estimation of the scouting team, they have at least 30,000 people. This should be the main force of the Jith that Foggo's friend found before. Bloodridder Kohala reported to Khal Drogo what the scouts had learned, and Foggo's previous judgment was also correct. He said that, since those Jith chose to send their main army here instead of just sending a few thousand people, their purpose was to fight us instead of simply stopping us. Parocco, who was attending the combat meeting, added, "Don't mention that coward to me again." After hearing the name of Foggo, Drogo was immediately displeased and scolded. Then he ordered Kohala, "Take me to find those scouts. I want to observe my enemies in person." "Yes, blood of my blood." Kohala took the order, and then accompanied Drogo and a team of the most elite roaring warriors out of the camp. Drogo once trusted the young man named Foggo very much. Although the Dothraki people advocate force and usually look down on those so-called smart people, people like Foggo who have rich knowledge and unique insights in medicine and animal husbandry still receive a certain degree of respect. Drogo, as the most powerful Khal on the Dothraki Sea, has only more than 40,000 roaring warriors under his command, and the population of the entire tribe is just over 100,000. This is not because he does not want or cannot annex more tribes, but because in terms of the medical level of the Dothraki people and the carrying capacity of the grassland, a tribe that can move together can reach 100,000 people. A simple evidence is that after the death of Khal Drogo, one of his cows Polo called himself Polo Khal and took away Drogo's 10,000 roaring warriors. Just over 2 years later, when Polo Khal appeared in the 5th volume, he already had 30,000 roaring warriors. The feed-to-meat ratio of horses is as high as 7-to-1 or even 8-to-1, while pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. are only about 2-to-3-to-1. It is actually quite outrageous that the Dothraki people use horses, which have a very low meat yield, as their staple food. It is precisely because of this strange tradition that the upper limit of the capacity of the Dothraki Khaleesi unit has been greatly limited, which means that there has never been a hero such as Maoden of the Huns or Temujin of the Mongols who can truly unify the entire nation on the Dothraki Sea. Fugo had previously proposed a series of highly feasible high-quality technical suggestions and reform measures to Drogo, allowing Drogo to increase the population carrying capacity of a Khaleesi to a certain extent without changing the glorious tradition of the Dothraki people, thus gaining Drogo's great trust. Later, Fugo introduced a wizard friend to Drogo who could detect the enemy situation at a very long distance. This person also gained Drogo's trust with several successful advanced detections. It was because of the intelligence from Fogo's friend that the main force of the Gith army had already headed for the Kaiser Pass, that Khal Drogo decided to leave Khalazar in Korra's Edge Pass, the Dothraki name for Githstuka, and march quickly to Hesse with the Howling Warriors. But what Drogo didn't expect was that, just when they were about to arrive at Hesse, Fogo and his wizard friend suddenly disappeared, and the Hesse city they captured immediately became an empty city. Because Fogo provided him with false information and defected, Drogo began to doubt the authenticity of his initial intelligence that the Gith had driven a large army to the Kaiser Pass. Therefore, he did not rush to continue to march to the Kaiser Pass, but stayed in Hesse, preparing to send scouts to the Kaiser Pass to investigate intelligence and collect some food and grass nearby. But to Drogo's surprise, because the Gith were hiding in the mountain pass, his scouts could only confirm that there were indeed Gith there, but they didn't know how many there were. The scouts also tried to send people to go around the back from other mountain trails to investigate, but those people were intercepted and killed by the Lazarin mountain hunters who had joined the Gith alliance. Although a few people escaped back, they did not bring back any valuable intelligence. On the other hand, the work of the looting team was also not going well. The villages around Hesse were almost empty, the farmland was burned, and the sheep were slaughtered. When Drogo and his men arrived, the sheep carcasses had rotted and stank, and the week-long looting was almost fruitless. Time came to 2 days ago. Drogo received a gift from the Pentas thief, the beloved slave girl and heirs left in Korra's Edge Pass, Githstuka, by himself and the bandits in Khalazar. In this way, the Pentas thief announced to himself his victory in Korra's Edge Pass and the fact that he had successfully seized the women, children, horses and property of his own Khalazar. This immediately aroused the anger of Drogo and many Slarks. But Drogo and his subordinates almost unanimously sneered at the guy's behavior of sending these people alive instead of sending their heads, thinking that this was a symbol of the cowardice of the Pentas thief. At the same time, Drogo's scout team reported that a large number of Gith troops had driven out of the Kaiser Pass and began to camp outside the pass. Only then did Drogo really determine that the main force of the Gith coalition was already 2 days away from his riding distance, and the Pentas thief who stole his Fiancé was probably there. Then, Drogo led the entire army to the Kaiser Pass. You can see them, after crossing that high hill, KO. Less than 3 kilometers away from Ian's position, a scout cavalryman who was on guard here reported to KO Drogo who had just arrived. Drogo did not answer, but rode up the hill. Climbing to the top of the hill, Drogo immediately gained a broad view. Outside the eastern entrance of the Kaiser Pass is a terrain that is similar to a trapezoid, and the distance between the mountains on both sides narrows from east to west. The coalition forces of the Gith and Lazarin are deployed between the two mountains. Their front line is deployed 2 kilometers away from the pass, occupying a terrain that is nearly 3 kilometers wide horizontally, while the width of the rear line gradually shortens with the distance between the mountains. On the right side of the Gith coalition is a mountain range that is so steep that it is almost vertical to the ground. This mountain range extends for several kilometers to the southeast and does not disappear until the end of Drogo's vision. This well guarantees the safety of the right wing of the coalition. Therefore, Drogo casts his eyes on the left wing of the coalition. The mountains on that side only protrude a few hundred meters from the entrance of the pass, and its overall trend is more biased towards the northwest. Therefore, the left side of the left wing of the Gith coalition is completely exposed to the encirclement range of the Dothraki cavalry. At the same time, in front of the left wing of the Gith coalition army, there was a flat land that was very suitable for horse racing. Although the place occupied by the left wing of the Gith coalition army itself was a slope, its terrain was not steep. For the Dothraki light cavalry who were charging, it was like walking on flat ground. It's like inviting us to destroy him. Khal Drogo sneered. Then, he noticed the high ground on the left side of the Ghis left wing. That high ground was much higher than the slope where the main force of the Ghis left wing was located, and it seemed that they had deployed some people there. Suddenly, the warning of the traitor Foggo appeared in Khal Drogo's mind. That guy warned him more than once that he must not underestimate the Pentas thief. Although Foggo betrayed him, Drogo felt that he needed to take the warning about being careful of the thief to heart. After all, just half a year ago, that guy was like a stray dog, but now he has such a large number of rabble. Thinking of this, Drogo suddenly felt that he was a little too vigilant. What's the point of deploying hundreds or even thousands of people on the high ground next to him? He only needs to send a team of cavalry to seize the high ground in advance. In the eyes of the Dothraki, only people who ride horses can be considered warriors, and those so-called infantry without horses can only be regarded as lambs to be slaughtered. Drogo has never lost a battle in his life. When his father Bulbo died, there were several powerful Khors in his father's Khalaza who tried to compete for the position of Khal. The young Drogo easily killed the challengers, and took his few Khas to chase and kill those Khors who chose to leave the tribe and establish themselves as Khals. After that, he defeated countless Khalazars, Lazarins, Cenorians, and any mercenary group that dared to stand in his way. After experiencing countless wars, big and small, Drogo became the overlord of the Dothraki Sea. An army composed of sheep people and slave traders is really hard for Drogo to take seriously. According to Khal Drogo's previous experience fighting those farming peoples, he only needed to let an elite group of howling warriors attack the left wing of the Gith from the front and the side at the same time, and the enemy would be defeated in an instant. Then they could wipe out these inferior peoples who overestimated their own strength like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Just as he had done countless times before. Player Fugo did not tell Khal Drogo what happened in Korra's Edgehas, Gith Daka, before leaving. He was afraid that he would be punished by Drogo for wrong information after telling the truth. In fact, he deliberately provided false information to Drogo. He and another player, Khal Mako, thought that they could easily defeat Fermor's conscripted slaves and seize Drogo's property. Therefore, Drogo did not know that he and subordinates defeated not only the women and children in his own Khalazar in Korra's Edgehas, but a well-equipped cavalry of howling warriors. Otherwise, perhaps Drogo would put away his contempt at this moment and take this cowardly thief seriously. It is incredible that the guy who fled from Pentas like a wild dog can actually have the courage to face us. The blood-ridder Kotho rode beside Drogo, looking at the Gith in the distance, with a cruel smile on his face. Please allow me to kill the Pentas thief for you. I will offer his head. Please give me this honor. Blood of my blood. Blood of my blood. Please give me this honor. I will bring you the head of the Pentas thief. Another blood-ridder Haga also said hurriedly. Have you forgotten? I once swore an oath before the mother of mountains, on the stars in the sky, that I, Drogo, son of Balb, will cut off the head of the Pentas thief with my own hands. I will kill those Gith cowards in iron clothes and tear down their stone houses. I will rape their women, capture their children as slaves, and bring their useless idols back to V's Dothrak to pay homage to the mother of mountains. I said I would do this myself. Blood of my blood. Hago bowed his head to show obedience. Then, the other blood ridders also bowed their heads. Let all the Khor return to their respective castes. I will make these cowards bleed dry before dusk today. Drogo gave the last order, then turned his horse's head and went down the mountain. The sun rose all the way to Ian's head, and the scorching light made his skin hurt. It should have been time for dinner, but because the Dothraki people several miles away had filled the entire field of vision, today's lunchtime had to be postponed. Fortunately, Ian found out in the middle of the morning that the Dothraki people had begun to prepare for the general attack and asked his soldiers to have an extra meal in advance so that they would not go to this decisive battle on an empty stomach later. Ian rode through the gap between the two squares of the front army. Looking at these nervous soldiers, he knew that some of them would be able to eat a day's lunch before dusk, and more people might not be able to eat it in their lifetime. Ian rode to the front of the entire army and stopped. The square formation behind him was very quiet, even dead silent. Ian's military orders were very strict. The infantry and the formation were not allowed to communicate before engaging the enemy to ensure that they could hear the centurion's orders and the sound of drums and gongs coming from the command position. Because Ian had already completed the deployment of the army, the drums and gongs had completely stopped, and the enemy's attack had not yet begun. The only sound that reached Ian's ears at this moment was the sound of the wind and the wild roars that followed the wind. Looking at the Dothraki from a distance, looking at the wild army that was roaring and killing, Ian suddenly felt a suffocating depression. Observing things from the ground and observing from the sky are completely different concepts. When Ian looked down at the battlefield from the perspective of an eagle or a dragon, he only had the confidence that the overall situation was under control. But when he looked from his own perspective, everything turned into depression and even fear. Without staying for long, Ian gave up the idea of taking a team of cavalry to talk to Khal Drogo and provoke him before the battle, and retreated to the rear. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If Drogo does not follow the moral principles of martial arts and directly attacks during the conversation, or simply challenges me in a duel in the way of a centaur, it will not be fun. Although I was wearing Valyrian steel scale armor, it was unnecessary to challenge Drogo. Soon, Ian passed through the front army and the front team of the central army, and returned to the high ground, where the personal soldiers and the military band were. The Black Dragon 9 was also crawling here. Just because of its existence, the morale of the surrounding soldiers was high. Ian had already gained control of the Black Dragon through Shappa shifting at this moment, so that he could let it fly into the sky after Drogo's attack began. Can we really win? Their number is so huge. I have never seen so many cavalry. Daenerys whispered beside Ian. Do you regret coming here with me? How could that be? The war with Drogo was caused by me. If I lose this battle, this is the fate I must face. Daenerys stroked the scales on the back of the Black Dragon 9 and said, I suddenly began to understand how my brother felt at that time. He must have felt the same as I do now. On the contrary, I knew that she was not talking about Viserys but Rhaegar, and that at that time referred to the Battle of the Trident. Prince Rhaegar held the 40,000 troops, 1/10 of which were knights, while his enemy had only over 30,000, and the size of their cavalry was far less than his. So, Ian looked at Daenerys. How could he be as trembling as you at that time? He should be as confident as I am. Ian paused after speaking, and suddenly felt that this description was a bit unlucky, because although Rhaegar had a clear advantage in terms of military strength at that time, he was hit in the chest by Robert's hammer in a one-on-one duel with Robert, and died on the spot, causing the royalist army to be defeated. But, it doesn't matter. The outcome of this war will not be changed by such superstition. The momentum of a good warrior is like turning a round stone on a 1,000-foot mountain and releasing accumulated water in a 1,000-foot stream. The greater the momentum, the higher the tolerance rate. For himself, who has complete information, superior forces, dragons, heavily armored unsullied who lock morale, advanced crossbows and absolute geographical advantages, even if the partial collapse of the battle is out of control, it will not affect the final outcome. It's nothing more than how much we lose. Are you sure of victory? Daenerys said in surprise. Although I'm just a woman who doesn't understand war, our chances of winning are not great anyway, right? Although the remaining 3 Astaparian legions have arrived here, most of them did not even wait for their equipment because of their hasty departure. The armor rate of these 3 legions is less than a quarter, and the Lazarin are not armored at all. These people simply cannot withstand the charge of the Dothraki howling warriors. The only ones we can really rely on are the Unsullied and the New Ghis allies. Even so, do you still think we are sure of victory? In fact, the answer is already in what you just said. Ian smiled. What is it? Daenerys was a little confused. I heard that, after I left Astapor, you took the initiative to find the Unsullied instructors who stayed behind to learn a lot of things, but your words are still correct. Which one? Daenerys was even more confused. The enemy's attack has begun. Ian changed the subject when he saw Drogo's army start to move. Stay by my side and don't run around. After saying this, Ian sat on the recliner and closed his eyes to save his mental energy. After all, it was a big burden for Ian to control 2 eagles, to observe the entire battlefield while controlling the dragon. What sentence did he just refer to? Seeing that she couldn't get an answer from Ian, Daenerys turned to look at the water dancer Yada who was accompanying Ian and asked him, "If I guess correctly, your majesty." The water dancer Yada paused. "It should be the sentence you said at the beginning. You don't understand war." As soon as Yada finished speaking, a strong wind blew. Then, the black dragon iron soared into the sky, causing a loud cheer from the 3-kilometer-long Ghis coalition position below. "Charge up that mountain." Drogo's blood guard Kotho led a group of the most elite roaring warriors to appear on the far right of the battlefield. From the perspective of the Dothraki, as the most brutal general under Drogo, Kotho originally thought that the task of attacking the enemy's center would definitely fall on his head, but unexpectedly, Drogo gave this mission to the older and more stable Koholro. Kotho was unwilling, but he was not dissatisfied with Drogo or Koholro, so he decided to pour all his anger on the enemy. His mission was to capture the hill on the edge of the battlefield before Drogo's Cass on the right wing and Polo Cal's Cass in the center attacked the front and side of the left wing of the Gith army at the same time, so as to prevent the Gith army from hiding behind the hill and suddenly appearing to attack the back of his own army. "Vathtas, Dothraka!" Kotho roared, and his warriors shouted in response. Amid the trembling of the earth, the Dothraki warriors drove their horses hard, waving their sharp arcs, and followed Kotho closely. The iron hooves of their horses crushed the already withered grass, and raised a wave of dust on the ground. The screams of the howling warriors and the roar of their heavy bodies hitting the ground reached the ears of the infantry on the top of the hill, causing a tremor of fear. In an instant, Kotho's cavalry crossed the plain under the hill, and rushed to the foot of the hill. The horses that rushed up the hill first were not hindered by the rising slope. The howling warriors, who were extremely skilled in riding, easily controlled their horses and jumped up the hill. The slope inevitably reduced the speed of the howling warriors' charge, but for them who were lightly equipped, the speed was still as fast as an arrow. In the distance, a round of crossbow arrows shot down from the top of the slope, and several howling warriors fell down. The horses under their crotches continued to move forward, and they would not slow down until they found that their masters on their backs were gone. The howling warriors behind them skillfully manipulated the horses to avoid the obstacles in front, and continued to move forward. "Vathtas, Dothraka!" As the horses galloped, everything around them quickly swept back, and in an instant, Kotho reached the top of the mountain. The Iron Legion slaves stationed on the top of the mountain obviously did not have the courage of their colleagues in Ghis, or their colleagues in Ghis knew that they would die if the formation was scattered, while the slaves here knew that there were a large number of ambushes behind them. In short, the moment the two sides officially came into contact, the Iron Legion slaves stationed on the top of the mountain scattered and dodged, except for a few slaves who were not able to dodge and were knocked away, or the unlucky howling warriors were pierced directly by spears. The Dothraki cavalry in the first row with a loose formation almost easily passed through the square formation on the top of the mountain. The second and third rows followed, passing through the scattered slave soldiers, their sharp axe scimitars ruthlessly harvesting these poorly trained slave soldiers and the conscripted crossbowmen standing beside them. If the ghost of Mako Ko could float here from Ghis and see this scene, perhaps he would sigh and say that this is what conscripted slave soldiers should look like. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.